Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He looks right, comes left, throws down the sideline, wide open, George Kittle. 30, 20, cuts inside 10, cuts inside again. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Fast week?
Yeah, I think it was. I had that one little blip on Wednesday where I thought it was Thursday, and that kind of threw me off for about 30 to 45 minutes. But other than that, you know, look, December, there's all those memes that are going around of like, this is 2023's problem right now. Like, everybody working in December. It's like you're between Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. And it feels like this month flies by faster than anyone. I don't know. You feel the same way about this month just flying by?
I haven't really thought about it. I'm waiting for it. I think magically that, the health of my family is going to improve when 2023 comes, which is probably not the case. I just wish I would have taken my buddy's advice when Oliver was born, just to throw him on the New York subway and let him lick every single pole and seat on the train in order to get all the diseases
get them all
out of the way. Because now pink eye's coming to the family pretty soon, according to his school.
I got drops for you.
They had a mold problem in one of the rooms, so maybe a lawsuit. I'm joking.
There you go. Get yourself into a class action lawsuit. Retire.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you seek out when you're sitting there in your 40s.
Yeah.
What's my opening? What's my lawsuit?
What is that one? I mean, God, how many commercials for Camp Lejeune do you see a week? Jeez. Those poor people for like 60 years just getting asbestos or whatever it is in the water. My goodness.
All right, let's get this out of the way before Eddie DeBeltolo comes in and praises his San Francisco 49ers, Bobby Belt, as San Fran beats Seattle last night 21-13 to win the NFC West. Perfect opportunity for us all to sit back and scout a team that we think is right there or even better than the Cowboys. What do you leave that game with? What are you taking away from San Fran?
The one thing I would take away from this game, first of all, I don't know what to make of Seattle anymore. They were really good to start the year, but we all knew that was kind of like they were the NFC West version of the Giants, right? They were kind of fluky.
Yeah.
But, San Fran's defense clamped down on them. And I guess if there's a positive to look at against San Francisco is that, 70% of their points came on back-to-back drives around halftime. The one right before the half.
Got the big turnover. That was all defense.
Yep, the big turnover. And then you get the touchdown right before half, and then you get the one basically right after half on the 54-yard pass.
Yeah.
To Kittle, who was wide open. That's it. Like, that was really the bulk of their scoring.
Yeah.
It was on those two drives. Like, the question about Brock Purdy is going to be right or wrong, and I hate doing this, but you have to. And plus, I want to be right. Can he make the big game-winning drive when he has to? Like, he hasn't done it yet. We haven't seen him have to do it.
And what about just getting involved in a shootout? Now, Bobby's going to point to the numbers. They've scored 33 against Miami, 35 against Tampa. Last night, 21. But San Francisco has won 7 straight. Just how are you going to score on them? That's the problem that everyone is terrified of. I can just go to the first game of the season. They gave up 19. They lost to Chicago to open the year 19-10. Then they allowed 7. Then they allowed 11. And then they allowed 9, 15. They had 2 back-to-back screw-ups, 28 and 44 against Kansas City. Then they went on their run. Defense allowing 14, 16, 10, 0, 17, 7, and last night 13. It's suffocating, physical. How are you going to score on them if you run into them in the postseason? Thank God that Trey Lance has not emerged. And thank God that Trey Lance hasn't allowed them to raise their offensive ceiling, because you'd have a complete nightmare on your hands, because they're looking for that. They're looking for that elevation from game manager in order to just blow teams out. Because right now they're suffocating you, but I still feel offensively limited. I know they put up 30.
Yeah. It was nice that the NFL allowed them to go on the road for once.
What do you mean? Oh, my God. 1, 2, 3, 4. They play 5 straight home games? They play 5 straight home games.
Now,
has that ever been done?
Was one of those Mexico City?
Had to be.
Was the Cardinal game Mexico City?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Even still, that's 4 games at home with one that was, a neutral site game. Like, it was nice that the NFL allowed them to go on the road. By that said, you want a silver lining, Cowboy fans? They've played one. Unless you look, is Tua an elite quarterback? I don't know. They played one great quarterback this year, Patrick Mahomes. They gave up 44 points. When their defense has been pressed by a great one.
Yeah, but the problem is we don't have. I'm not picking.
We don't
We're
not fighting here on this one. Okay, I agree with you. We don't have an elite one.
We don't have an elite one to be like, we can score 30 against that.
Correct.
As we saw last year in the postseason. I asked the Tolos, how you feeling about San Francisco tonight? Measure them up, and here are the reactions. 859. They epitomize the things I love about football. Great running game and great defense. Got to be able to beat a team like them if we are Super Bowl or NFC Championship bound. That from Nick Heath. Solid but not invincible. If Kellen would pound the ball 4 quarters, a big if, and Dak throws 25 times or less, I like our chances. K-Russ, best team in the NFC. Jack, if Dallas faces them, it'll be for the NFC title game. I like our chances at that point. Joshua, Bobby Belt is going to be insufferable tomorrow. They're lucky. Best defense in the league. Hopefully we won't see them until the NFC title game. So where do you stand now on the question that Bobby agreed with when it came to asking Michael Irvin, rather facing the 49ers or the Eagles if you're the Cowboys through a playoff run?
I would still rather face, if I was the Cowboys, I would rather face, I'd rather face San Fran. For the not because I think the Cowboys are necessarily better than San Fran or match up well with them. Mainly because I'm more scared of Jalen Hurts than I am Brock Purdy. His ability to run is a nightmare matchup for any defense. And I think if you ask most defenses around the NFL, would you rather go up against Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts? They would rather go up against Kyle and Brock, I assume, just because they don't want to have that dual threat type quarterback.
Robert on the fan text, San Fran is not showing anything spectacular, playing a subpar team. They should have blown them out if they are that good. Michael, San Fran beats us 8 out of 10 times. They're better with Purdy than Jimmy G from Drew. They look tough. We got to run it at them 35 times. So that's Grant and a couple of other Tolos saying we have to run at them 30 or 35 times. I don't know whether you're trying to say they're weak in run defense or you don't want Dak throwing it that often in order to win. That D is legit. They're a problem. We can beat them, no doubt. That from Gerardo, Calvin, and George. They look opportunistic. The Sea Chickens had no pass rush. Definitely scare me, but as long as Purdy's playing, I'm not too concerned. So there you go. An evaluation of the San Francisco 49ers after they win the NFC West last night. They're just, man, they're just that tough. I told you, they're Nate Diaz. They're Nate Diaz in his prime. You just don't want to fight them. They're scrappy. You're going to have to kill them in order to win. It's going to be tough. It's going to be physical. It's going to be a beating. Not necessarily upper tier, top contender because they're missing that quarterback. Not an all-time great, but just a pain in the butt. And you don't want to get bullied. You can get bullied, as we did last year in Arlington. All right. I thought if the Rangers added this pitcher, it was going to make me feel much better about the DeGrom signing. They're not adding this pitcher. What happened to the money? Were the Rangers in on this? Are we going to have buyer's remorse? And did you see what the Stars did to Alex Ovechkin last night? The Otter going with a career high to stop history for the Stars. Friday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a football.
Dallas. They grab a 2-1 lead.
Caps TV with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live on YouTube, Twitch, the Fan Cam, and if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you are appreciated. You're appreciated. 2-1. The Stars say, no. You're not scoring 801 against us. Alex Ovechkin is held scoreless. They stopped the Caps' 5-game winning streak. And Jake Ottinger with 45 saves. 45 stops last night. A career high for Otter.
Tremendous effort. Your defense does you no favors when you're getting peppered with 45 shots. No favors. That's a lot. That's a lot of shots to get hit with. And especially, shots on goal, that's a lot. And he did a great job. He did a really good job keeping Ovi and the Caps, for the most part, off the board. And they had only one goal. But a really nice win. And look, this is after that Pittsburgh game. They go to Jersey. They beat the Devils. They really put it to them. The defense clamped down. Wedgwood had a really nice game, and then Otter had a really good one last night.
Ovechkin had scored in 4 straight. And then he ran into the Force. And Coach DeBoer afterwards said about his goaltender, he's unflappable. He's a special goalie, a special person. He's got great leadership, great respect in our room. Guys play hard for him. These are all the characteristics of an elite goalie that you need. So the Stars with a statement win last night in D.C. on the road. History for Ovechkin to pass. Is he passing Gordie Howe if he gets 801? It would match him.
It would match him at 801. And then Gretzky's like 90-something away. He's like 98. Gretzky got 894.
Stars will visit Carolina tomorrow night. 4th stop of their road trip. All right. Things were a little bit quiet. You had been researching some of the numbers out there for Rodon. The San Francisco Giants pitcher, Carlos, is now a New York Yankee. 6 for 162 are the reports that are out there from Jeff Passan breaking the story. So Carlos Rodon is going to New York.
Yeah, there were reports that he was looking for 7 and 210, which is about what the Yankees offered Aaron Judge this offseason. That's what he was looking for. And that's $30 million a year. I would have said, thanks, but I'm going to be out.
Yeah.
At this rate, still,
this is $27 a year.
That's still high. I don't think he's a $27 million a year pitcher. That's my assumption of I think he's a really good one, but maybe I'm just in a different era where I'm thinking $27 million a year pitchers are something that they're not. That are just different.
Well, let me give you the top paid guys per season.
We're looking at like 40-something, right?
Scherzer and Verlander are at 43. Yeah. DeGrom, 37. Cole, 36. Strasburg, 35. Bauer, 34. David Price, 31. Shohei, 30. Chris Sale, 29. And here we have Carlos Rodon at 27 a year. Right over Marcus Stroman. There's a $4 million difference. There's no one making 24, 25, or 26 a year. So Rodon jumped the market for Marcus Stroman and Zach Wheeler and Patrick Corbin and Robbie Ray. They're all in the 23s. He jumped the market to 27, $2 million behind Sale. Does that make you feel differently about it?
Yeah, because a lot of those guys have been, I guess busty. You want to call it that? Like, not like booby busty, but like
busty.
Yeah, like busty, like a bust. Maybe some of them do have man boobs. I don't know. Maybe some of them moves. I don't know.
Jerseys are baggy.
They are. They are very baggy.
Bartolo's not on this list.
Bartolo's not on this list. But, some of them have been kind of bust. Like Chris Sale. It's been a bad contract. Trevor Bauer has been a bad contract for other reans.
Strasburg.
I'm.
Oh, you're gonna fall to he got him a title.
He's been good when he's healthy. He's like Jake DeGrom. He's been good when he's healthy.
Which is when?
That's a good question. He's been much more injury prone than DeGrom has.
Yeah,
a lot more throughout and it hasn't been just 2 years; it's been his entire career.
Since 2019, he's made 8 starts. 2-5-1.
Stop it.
Yeah, man. Steven Strasburg.
Stop it.
Are you kidding me? That's been a bad contract based upon
the
starts.
Sure. Absolutely.
8
there's no doubt.
starts in 3 years.
That's awful. Awful. So
he's the 10th, and he's now the 10th highest paid pitcher in baseball per year.
Yeah, he's not the 10th best pitcher. Now, some of those guys like Sandy in Florida are much better, but on young contracts. Rookie contracts and stuff, so he's not gonna get paid like that yet. But no, he's really, really good.
Should the Rangers have just upped this to $29 a year in order to have a serious rotation? Make us change our minds.
That'd be really serious. I mean, you'd have $60 million tied up in 2 guys on the rotation. Now the Yankees have that now. With Cole and Carlos. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for a 68-win team to go get $60 million a year in over 2 guys in your rotation. That's a lot of money.
Would it change where you put them in the West? Like, where are we talking in terms of elevating? I mean, I
would have put him 3rd.
Behind Seattle.
I don't know that you can go from 68 wins to 90 wins by getting 2 pitchers. And I think you got to get the 90 wins to beat Seattle and Houston. And I don't think 2 pitchers would have gotten you there.
All right, so you're not upset about it.
No, that's a lot of money. I mean, I do think, look, at the end of the day, this is not going to work if Leiter and Kumar don't hit. Right? It's not going to work. So you're going to rely on those guys anyway. Those guys it's not going to be DeGrom. It's not going to be Carlos Rodon. It's going to be Leiter and Kumar as to why you win a championship. Them hitting is going to be the reason you win.
All right, we got some injury news out of the NBA. The big one is Steph Curry. For our purposes, Maxi Kleber.
Torn hammy. Out indefinitely. The Mavs defense allows 108 points per possession when he's on the floor and 114. I'm sorry, per 100 possessions. So 108 when he's on the floor and 114 when he's not. They're 1-5 without him this year. 1-5. This is a mega loss.
Well, he's also been brick city offensively.
Yes, he has. He's a very good defensive player, though.
Block shots.
Yeah. And like their defense steps up when he's on the floor. And now you're going to have to find ways to...
And they had just signed him 3 for 33.
Yeah, so you have to find ways to score, even though he hasn't really found ways to score much. And you have to find ways to defend. Other guys have to pick up the slack. So, you get your Dorian Finney-Smith picks up the slack defensively. But, yeah, they've got... This is a bad loss for them.
Averaging 6 and 3 on the season. Actually, the field goal percentage, I thought it was going to be worse. It's not. His numbers, last year... Remember, he was ice cold until picking it up in the postseason. Last year, he shot 40%. This year, 49%. And last year from 3, 32%. This year, 37%. So that's Maxi. Improved shooting from last year, 8% better from the free throw line as well. But somehow he's averaging less points. Last year, he averaged 7 points a game. This year, 6.2. At least Steph is out. Maybe we can go ahead and tread water with Golden State.
Yeah, he's out with a shoulder injury, and we don't know how long he's going to be out for. This is several weeks, and this is one of the most frustrating teams in the NBA. They're dominant at home, and they can't win on the road. It's really weird. Really, really, really weird. Their points per game is way down on the road. Their defense is terrible on the road. Defense should travel, right? Defense shouldn't be any worse necessarily on the road than it is at home. But it is. Like they're one of the most polarizing home road teams I've ever seen, that I can ever remember seeing.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. Boss just sent us an email for next week, by the way, just so you know. Don't change the station. We're giving away Cowboys-Eagles tickets.
Ooh!
Starting Monday. During the Expressway, 7 o'clock hour, thanks to Miller Lite, we're sending you to the game of the year in Arlington. Cowboys, filthy. Oh, my gosh. I'm trying to think. Do I have any family obligations? Because this might be one I want to try to go to. I might want to splurge for this one.
You got to be caller number 10, Sean.
I tried that for the Luke Combs tickets. Good Lord. My wife loves Luke Combs.
Oh, he's tremendous.
We got Luke Combs. We got Adam Sandler. There's something else she's been wanting to see. She's like texting me, Adam Sandler tickets go on sale today. He announced shows in DFW.
Saw that.
And I was like, Adam Sandler stand-up? Would that be funny, or am I just going to go watch him play guitar with old songs?
Oh, that I could see him being pretty funny.
Yeah.
I would like to see him play guitar. I honestly, I would want to go just see what he wears.
Well, just look at me. You don't have to go far. So we got Adam Sandler. We got Luke Combs. There was one other thing. Oh, maybe it was BravoCon. That's not local. That's what she wants to go to.
BravoCon?
BravoCon.
There's a BravoCon?
Choppy. This is like $2 or $3 grand to like go and be amongst all the Bravo celebrities with backstage parties and all this stuff. It's like they make millions off this event in New York. But I'm like, $2 grand. Everyone.
The Countess will be there?
Who?
The Countess?
What's that?
Luann?
I don't know who
From
that is.
Housewives of New York?
I think all of them got canceled.
Did they get canceled?
I think they're all gone.
Like the show got canceled?
No, they're
or
like replacing the whole cast.
Oh.
They were too boring. Too boring. But everyone from Bravo just goes. Everyone on all the shows. You look like you're intrigued.
I'm very intrigued.
You want to make it a show trip? Me and you?
Yes, let's go. I had no idea this is a thing.
We'll leave Bobby behind while we go to BravoCon for a remote broadcast.
Do you think they have a Radio Row?
Well, more of a presence there than in Arizona. Yeah. Surprise. All right, let's go inside the Star. Here on DFW Sports Station, Micah responds to Philly responding to him. We got to start previewing Jacksonville and the Weasel with some Odell insight. That's all next here on your home of the Cowboys. Bobby Belt joins us in studio next on The Fan.
It has the Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to this.
All right.
Got you down.
Movie watching's a sport.
People do love lists. They do. I was talking to Luca last night. I said, Luca?
Stop. Stop it. Why do you have to do this every day at 6 a.m.? Like, we're getting ready to dive into hardcore great content, and you with your little McFlurry or whatever that is.
It's a McCafe, and it's because you wouldn't let me talk. You already talked 49ers without me. That's why I did this.
We're not one of them in the morning? You didn't get not a coffee?
It is a coffee. It's a caramel
It's
frappe.
a milkshake.
Looks like a cold coffee.
It does look like a cold coffee.
You don't drink cold coffees?
A cold brew, like a cold brew coffee, yeah, but like one of those like shake things. Yeah, I never really got into that. I don't know why.
All right, where do you want to start? I guess with Micah. Micah Parsons yesterday, I wanted to see if he was going to own up to the Philly comments in Philadelphia. They didn't really take the bait. I guess the biggest response came from Jordan Mailata, the offensive lineman, who said Micah should worry about Jacksonville. We're worried about the Bears. We're not taking on the Chicago Micah Parsons. Micah, did we screw up? Did we alter? Did the media do you dirty? Or you want to stand by what you said about Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they hate me. Would you like to clarify the thing? Are you standing on what you said or what? I always stand on, you got to stand on everything you say just as a man. But obviously, they small clipped it and just took one line of what was really talked about. No pun intended or no disrespect to Hurts. I think he's doing great this year. But you know what I mean? I'm a defensive guy, and, I said their Eagles defense is just a team to watch. Because the conversation was most valuable player, is it just quarterback? And sometimes I'll say, well, I know a couple defensive guys that deserve to be in that conversation, or even other positions, So, even receivers. Look at what Tyreek Hill's doing this year. So it's nothing towards no quarterbacks or anything like that. It's about most valuable player and what people bring to their team. That's all the conversation was about. So that's just where I stand on it.
All right, I like that. Good explanation. I like that.
Yeah, I don't think he cowered away from it. And, at one point he was just like, you guys get to talk all your trash. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm not allowed to comment. I'm not allowed to say stuff. And so I appreciated it. I think we got a nice middle ground. We got standing on it, but then also still like, y'all kind of took it out of context.
Yeah.
Did we?
Well, I didn't listen to, the full interview with Vaughn. I did not listen to the whole thing. I usually like to do that, but maybe it was clipped.
But it was an hour and a half.
Well, and Bleacher Report makes it tough because it's like, one shot, got to watch it live, and then you can watch it in clips, and then we'll post the recorded interview 2 days later. Yeah, so they make it hard.
It sucks, yeah.
It's not going to matter because the buildup is going to be the media has what we want, and this will be in the pregame show and everything else for the Christmas Eve matchup. Tank, usually the biggest trash talker on the team. Tank was on G-Bag yesterday, and let's see if he decided to back his teammate.
I definitely said something. I ain't even gonna cap. But, it's just really, man, it's just standing on what you know and who you are. He's a Dallas Cowboy. We ain't gonna sit here and throw shade to nobody, but we still ain't gonna sit here and, boost somebody up. You know what I mean? Especially a rival team. So, definitely had to let them know, like, hey, man, we ain't gonna say nothing good or bad about them. We just ain't gonna say nothing about them.
Okay. So there's Tank Lawrence. What?
I don't know. I just think it's a little funny. Hey, come on. Don't give them any fuel to the fire. And Tank was literally the one walking off the field in Philly going MFers think they've done something because they beat us and screaming at fans and players. So, this is the same team we're talking about.
I said yesterday, I just don't really think bulletin board material is that big of a deal. If it is, it lasts. I think you mentioned it lasts the first drive, quarter maybe.
Let's ask McCarthy.
Yeah, a little bit, but I know coaches try to use it. Right. And if it does work for some guys, maybe it works for some players. But Micah Parsons is going to go out there and be Micah Parsons, regardless of whether there's bulletin material against him or not.
All right, Bobby messed with me to start 6 a.m., so I'm going to mess with him.
All right.
Weren't going to play this, and normally I have a rule about playing this guy, but it sounds like new information. It sounds like new valuable information from the Weasel on FS1.
I was told last night that Odell told Jerry, I'll take the $1 million now. He's leaning.
Right.
He's very excited about playing. We put the star on your helmet. If you will take care of me after this year, and if I can miraculously get back and help you a little bit here and there in an NFC Championship game, or heaven forbid, I'm not going to wood, a Super Bowl, then that's all I can do this year.
Right.
But if I do that for you, and as I round back into shape, if my knee will bounce back, then you got to. He told you. I was told he used the line, Jerry, I want the bag.
Right.
And Jerry said, I will take care of you.
Quote, I want the bag. Solid reporting,
man,
from Skip Bayless.
Look, that's one of the crack reporters in today's world.
I just want to know who told 70-year-old Skip to relay the quote. Odell said,
I want the bag.
I want the bag.
Like which producer's name?
No, what Cowboys source? Who in Frisco?
No one talks to that man. Here or anywhere else around the league. He's a effing liar. Nobody told him anything.
You don't think any of it's legit?
Hell no. He made all of it up.
I do have an Odell theory. If this gets kind of going again, as Nick Eatman, I blamed Nick yesterday. He said 80% chance this gets done now after talking to Jerry outside the owners' meetings. I think Odell Beckham is such an attention whore, and he's such an egomaniac. He saw when he went through his different trips the attention he got when he came to visit here, and his mentions and the news stories and the headlines. And I do wonder, in listening to the Weasel right there, if Odell did say, man, this was awesome. This was awesome treatment. By far the biggest reaction. Let me go ahead and just try to finish this out for a year and see if Jerry will take care of me next season. But I just wonder from an attention standpoint if he was like, because he's on Twitter all the time. Let me check my Buffalo mentions. Yeah, the Giants media, but they didn't take me to a Knicks game. I didn't go watch Jalen Brunson front row. I went and saw Luka versus Devin Booker, and it was basically like, the president was flying into town.
No, you're right. I mean, they gave him all the attention that you could ask for. All the attention. And maybe that plays into it. Maybe that plays into a little bit.
That's my theory.
I don't believe Skip. I'm with Bobby, although I will say somebody likes him. Somebody likes him.
I know no one in any league circle, any team that likes him.
He's married. Somebody likes him.
Is he married again?
Isn't he married to that? He's been married to that one.
Hasn't he been on I thought he's had a couple marriages.
I don't know. Rosaline or something? She's got an old school name.
Maybelline?
She got an old school name.
Maybe he's made for it.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Yeah.
All right. So any change
No.
in what you've been hearing or anything overnight?
5%. I'm holding firm on 5%.
Ernestine.
Yes, Ernestine.
Skip's wife is named Ernestine. There you go.
Somebody likes him.
Sounds like a name from like the typhoid era. Like what is
that?
that?
Yeah, old Ezekiel was doing leechings down at the docks to get the flu out of you.
All right, that's all the BS. Let's get down to business. What's the offensive line going to be Sunday?
It will be, in all likelihood, Tyler Smith at left tackle.
Tyler
at left tackle. Connor McGovern at left guard. Tyler Biotish at center. Zach Martin at right guard. And then a rotation at right tackle of Tyron Smith, Jason Peters, and Josh Ball.
Wait, Tyron Smith is going to rotate at right tackle?
Yeah, Tyron Smith apparently, from what I've heard, Tyron Smith went to the team and volunteered to go to right tackle.
Whoa.
Make him a captain tomorrow, if he already is one.
Wow.
So that's interesting. Boy, that's a lot of faith in Tyler Smith, though. You've put two Hall of Famers over to the right side away from where they play. Jason Peters and Tyron Smith now. They don't want to mess with him. It's clear. You can roll your eyes.
I'm so tired of hearing we have 3 Hall of Famers.
I
can't stand everyone keeps going. We got 3 Hall of Famers.
Are they not Hall of Famers?
Yeah.
So what?
They are. But
Jason Peters was a Hall of Famer 5 years ago.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just in general. It's impressive that a coaching staff. How much deference do coaching staffs give to veterans in general?
Yeah.
So much more Hall of Fame veterans, and you say we're going to give deference to the rookie to keep his spot. We don't want to move him.
No, I'm just talking about when people talk about the quality or rating the talent. It's we got Hall of Famer up front.
Hey.
Okay, Gary Payton was he was a Hall of Famer, but he went to the Miami Heat.
Yeah, we just signed Nolan Ryan, Hall of Famer, 60 years old, but we signed him.
So this to me is big. Tyron Smith is going to rotate at right tackle.
Huge. Now, it may save his body.
And look at Brad Sham, little sneaky Brad Sham.
He knew.
He
knew.
He threw that in Monday. He said, "I'm just on it. I don't know anything," and he just snuck it in, just like Michael Irvin came on. That's why y'all needed Tolo.
Yep.
Irvin came on and told us Odell was hurt, and that he wasn't going to be ready this year. And Brad did the same for Tyron at right tackle on Monday.
And look, I love it from Tyron's perspective. That's a leader. If he's saying, if he's I don't say volunteering, but he's I'll leave the kid there because he gets it. He knows that he's at the end of his career.
Well, what's the most important factor? Is it Jason Peters reps or is it Tyler holding down left tackle? Because you're not going to put Jason Peters out there every play. So Tyron's let me go ahead and help. I wonder if that relationship, how much, right? Because people were saying when Tyron returned to practice, he was sitting there talking with Jason Peters, 2 old friends. And I wonder if Tyron, if that impacted him from a friendship standpoint at all. I'm just throwing it out there. And he's I'm not going to leave you. You're not going to be left out there to hang to dry, man. I got you. We're going to rotate this thing.
Yeah, and I think this is all the Terrence Steele injury. I don't think they would have put Terrence Steele to the bench and said, well, Tyler's too valuable, kick Tyron over here. They wouldn't have done that. I think it would have been Tyron taking over at left tackle again and Tyler moving inside had Steele not gotten hurt. But now with Steele being hurt, I think they feel all right, let's figure out this rotation. It's not clear yet if this will be a 1-week rotation or this is their plan moving forward. I don't know if this will be sort of an in-game audition to figure out who they want to hold it down for the future or if this will just be what they're doing.
Give me a grade for Tyler Smith this year. The BFF.
So a number grade. We'll go with an 83.7.
Ooh, so excellent rookie season.
I'm going more. My grades go more off of school, so that's a B to me, like a strong B. But yeah, for expectation and the discussion about his technique and everything, he's been really good.
What do you think his PFF grade is?
Knowing them, 62,
66, 66.7,
and that's in the green.
It's green.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Green means
green means good?
Yeah, no, green means starter level. You're a starter level.
But not very good.
So the blue
above average.
It's above average. Blue would be prime Zach Martin. That's in the blue, right?
Yeah, Zach would be 80 plus for them.
Maybe not this year,
not
this year. But in general, 80 plus for his career. That's
I would
elite
be
level.
Stunned if his career number isn't 80 plus as it is.
This year, it's a 71
for Zach.
Yeah.
Okay.
So based upon what you heard at the end of last season about Tyron, how much could this help him go into the lesser of the important tackle spots?
It's a little different these days. It definitely is still, most of the studs are still on the left side, but it is a little different in terms of guys will flip sides to rush now. And so that has become, there's a bigger importance. The gap's closed, I feel like, between right and left tackle, but it's also it's a big ask, or not a big ask. It's a big thing to volunteer on his part because that is, offensive lineman will tell you it's like learning to try and write with your other hand. It's that significant a jump having to do that.
Yeah, that's what we got to ask McCarthy. Is Tyron Smith wiping with his left?
Is he wiping with his left hand? Yeah.
Right? That's the way to ask it.
And is he using baby wipes with it?
If he tells you. He was very, when he got asked about Tyron yesterday, he was very, I don't know what we're going to do.
Oh, yeah. That's all I'm going to be thinking about for the next hour till McCarthy joins us at 7:15. How can we get it out of him? I thought Jerry told us Tyron was going back at left tackle.
Until Terrence Steele got hurt.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Maybe you should ask him, be like, hey, Black Rifle Coffee wanted us to ask you, Mike McCarthy, about Tyron Smith going to right tackle.
I'm not going to
sponsor tie-in.
I'm not going to use Black Rifle Coffee and what they stand for my own personal gain. I'm going to ask him, is Tyron Smith wiping with his left hand?
No. Does he know how to? Does he know how to?
No, is he? Is he wiping with the left hand? I think that's the only way we can ask it.
I think we can do that.
And he'll be so thrown off.
Yeah.
He'll be thrown. All right, so there you go. That's a very busy Inside the Star. As, by the way, everyone is putting their money, like, at the books on the Jags. 94% of the money on Jacksonville. 94%. Those are the numbers that were coming out of, like, Jersey and Philly yesterday.
Yeah, this is, I mean, everyone that you talked to, that I've seen or listened to, that's
every skis ball.
Every skis ball.
This line is now 4. It opened at 6.
Yep. There is a lot of steam coming in on Jacksonville.
All right. We tried to talk about it without him. Now he's here. What did y'all take from San Francisco as a Cowboy contender? And Jerry Jones not happy with an accusation that he and the other owners are running a slave auction. Jerry responds to that. Plus, how are you measuring up San Fran after Thursday Night Football? Next.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night.
And segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
They fake it to him left. They fake McCaffrey right. They throw to Kittle over the middle. 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
Bobby's 49ers making him look good again as they win the NFC West last night, 21-13 in Seattle. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW. And of course, his boy, George Kittle, had to score 2 touchdowns. Now, they were up 14-3 at halftime. I mean, they got that late touchdown because of, man, is it Charvarius Ward?
Yeah.
What a highlight reel package. And I went and looked him up.
That's my guy.
Early Cowboy. And they had a highlight reel package of him versus DK. And that looked like a fight on the block between the two baddest dudes. And he was right there with DK. And I think he had, a turnover with one of these San Fran returns. McCaffrey gets set up right before halftime in order to make it 14-3. But otherwise, this was a 7-3 game going into the half.
It was, and then they get the touchdown right off the start of the third. So they got a chunk of their scoring in about 2 minutes of game time, right around half and after the half. So I mean, look, credit to them, they won. I'm glad we came back with Nirvana because we had to play the most overrated band of all time and the most overrated football team in the NFL this year, all in the same segment. I'm glad the NFL allowed them to go play a road game for once. They've just been basically just sitting at home playing South Florida teams. They played one quarterback this year.
That doesn't matter. South Florida, it doesn't matter. The travel doesn't matter, Drop.
They've played one good team this year. They played one quarterback. They played one quarterback this year. He put up 44 on them.
One on the whole schedule.
I mean, look, name me the good quarterback they've played. Justin Herbert, he never wins.
Not Brady.
Brady's old. Tua is what?
Stafford.
Well, is Stafford any good? And he's been hurt.
I was trolling Bobby.
He's been hurt all year. He's had an elbow. He's had a neck. He may never play again.
You said Tua's the MVP. They played Mahomes. They played Herbert.
I said Mahomes is the one, and he put up 44.
And Herbert and Tua. And you can't say Herbert's a bad quarterback. Even if you say he never wins, he's a good quarterback.
He
went up against Kyler. They've shut down. I'm saying they held Kyler to 10 points. They held Tua to 17. They've been good.
Well, hang on. Was it Kyler or was it Colt McCoy? And was it a double XP weekend?
I'm pretty sure that was a Kyler game.
Any new takeaways from last night with San
No,
Fran?
it was Colt.
At 7-3, were you like, maybe they're not as good?
No, they're a second half team. So that didn't bug me. I'm really.
So right now you're picking San Francisco. We had to pick today to be in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. I mean, depending on what Philly does this weekend, I think there's a really good chance I'll just move them above Philly next week. Because they're really, really good. They've got everything except it's just the quarterback, which the quarterback's been fine these first 3 weeks.
Yes.
Look, again, throw it aside. They're a good team, but they're not better than Philadelphia.
Yes, they are. They would beat Philly.
Did you put Philly above them in your power rankings?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you put San Fran above Philly.
No, I have Philly above San Francisco.
Okay, then why are you arguing with
Because I just said, based off of another victory last night, pending what Philly does, if Philly wins by 60 points.
Yeah, but right now, today, you think
San
Philly's
Francisco,
better.
No, San Francisco above Philly right now, pending whatever Philly does on Sunday. If they're impressive and they win by 70, I'm not going to be able to move it.
All right, Philly's last 2 games, though, have been Tennessee and
Giants.
The Giants. Yeah, okay. So I'm not, but the Giants and Seattle to me are the same team, for the most part. They're an over their head team.
But the difference being that Seattle can actually stress you with their offense. Giants can't.
I agree.
I think San Fran is throwing off RJ's equilibrium in leading with defense, and you don't want to give enough props to a team that doesn't have the superior quarterback play. You hate that they're representing for the old school. And Kyle Shanahan. You hate defense first. You hate Kyle Shanahan. You hate no high-profile quarterback. They're like everything that you are against.
I like efficient quarterbacks. I like Jimmy. I like Jimmy. And maybe I'll come to like Brock Purdy too. I mean, who doesn't love, 15 of 20 for like 180 yards? I mean, Bobby loves that. He loves Lamar Jackson so much.
Right.
No. And here's the thing. I don't not like Kyle Shanahan. I don't like the crown everybody's given him, where they've just crowned this guy as like the next genius. He's a good coach. But you're right. I hate defense first teams. I can't stand them.
Yep.
Just bore me to death. It's an awful way to win. I'd rather lose with a great quarterback than win with a great defense. Okay. I am. What was his name? Was it Sidney? And White Man Can't Jump. What was his last name?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen White Man Can't Jump, Peyton?
I have.
Sidney Dean?
Been a while.
Anyway.
It was not Poitier.
I would rather look good and lose than look bad and win. Oh, yeah. All day. All day. This is an entertainment first business. This is not a results winning business. This is entertainment first. The NFL, there's a
Sidney
report.
Dean.
Sidney Dean. There's a report out there that the NFL, because it's an entertainment business, can legally fix games.
That's been a rumor going around for a while. I don't believe that's accurate. I think that's
It's on the internet, so I'm going with it.
We'll Snopes it later. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's what that's been floating around.
Yeah.
That's been shown to not be true. Because if that's the case, I mean,
yeah,
Tim Donaghy wouldn't go to prison.
They're a really good team. I would rather play them than Philadelphia, though. I just don't want to have to deal with a dual threat quarterback.
You're saying just in a vacuum, any team, if it's your team, or you're saying Dallas specific, you'd rather play San Francisco?
Just in a vacuum.
Because I think Dallas already showed they can play with Philly, and that was without their quarterback. They haven't shown they can play San Francisco style.
How many points would the Cowboys score against San Fran? What would the over-under be for that game?
44.
I was about to say 43 and a half, something like that. Yeah.
43? Yeah. All right. Well, that's down the road. Slave auction. Who wants that?
You clearly, not me.
Oh, man.
Jerry Jones and Troy Vincent getting into it a little bit, according to reports.
All right. So this is from the owners' meetings. Troy Vincent, who is he's a higher up of the NFL with their disciplinary actions, and he had said in this owners' meeting that the NFL Combine is akin to a slave auction. Yeah. Now,
Strong.
Yeah. Now, nearly 70% of all NFL players are black, and according to CBS Sports, Troy Vincent said certain aspects of the Combine to those are comparable to a slave auction during these league meetings. Quote, "We just feel like the overall experience talking to the players, we could be better in that particular aspect. It's a good discussion, all that stuff. There has to be dignity involved with it." Now, listen, some of those interview questions are completely inappropriate.
Like they made
Dez. That was uncalled for.
They also apparently asked one player to rap.
Yes, they asked one player to get up there and freestyle.
You go to the Combine.
Yeah.
Give me the justifiable weird ask where you're like, that makes sense. Doesn't Philly have people shoot on a Nerf hoop or something? Like, I heard that. Why would someone rap, show off their hip-hop skills? Have you heard a story where you're like, okay, that makes sense. That's actually brilliant.
So, not a specific question, but I know a lot of times when they ask questions like that, and look, at times NFL personnel people can be guilty of believing they are psychologists.
Yes.
And so they start, a lot of times they will ask questions or pose questions that they don't even believe or think. I want to see his reaction. I want to see how he handles it.
See if they can tick you off.
Yeah, I want to see if he gets mad. I want to see if he brushes it off. I want to see what kind of an explanation he has for it. I don't even need an answer from him. Like I do know that specifically, a lot of teams don't care if you sit out your bowl game, for instance. They don't care. You're making a business decision. They understand it. It's about your future. But they will, a lot of times, then press you. Why'd you sit out your bowl game? Why'd you quit on your teammates? Why'd you give up on them?
Right.
And so they try and stress them a little bit, see if they get defensive, see how they push back, just to get that sense of it. So now Nick Sirianni asking them to go into the Marriott lobby and shoot, Nerf free throws, that's stupid. Which I did see the basket, by the way, when last year in Indy.
It was a regulation.
It was a pretty sizable Like, it's one of the ones you'd see at, like, Dave & Buster's or something.
Okay.
And is that for competitiveness?
Yeah, that's what he said it was.
That's what he said, yeah. Now, Jeff Ireland asking Dez, I have no idea what that was.
Troy said it's a great opportunity for the young man, but there has to be some form of dignity and level of dignity and respect as they go through that process. So is he just basically talking about the interview?
No, he's talking about the measurements too, like, you know, lining them up and measuring them. Like that's where the quote unquote slave auction comparison comes from, where they get on a stage and they get basically picked apart. Which, first of all, I hate any comparison of anything to a slave auction or anything to do with slavery. It's just, you're going to lose me as soon as you start bringing that up. But I mean, this is an athletic event. Like they have a right to know your size. I'm not believing the colleges on what they measure you at. They're trying to help you out. Right? Like, I'm not believing that. I have a right as the owner of a team
who's going to make $1 million investment.
I have a right to know this guy's height, weight, vertical jump, everything like that. I mean, these are all part of it. This is a tryout. When you went to tryouts for basketball in high school, they did your height, your weight. They had you get out there and run. I mean, they did all those things.
What do you think, Bobby? You're there. Does this have any type of weird feel to it?
No, not on the surface. Once somebody points it out, it's like, you know, you kind of think about it, it's like, well, it's a little odd looking when you have that, like somebody comparing it like that. But I don't think just on its own that's the intention. And like Chop says, the example I always go to, Texas Tech told everybody Michael Crabtree was 6'5", and then he got to Indy and he lost 3.5 inches on his height, and he was 6'1.5", and it's like, no, okay, you can't really trust that. And they go, that's just the norm, and they do that. That's not even just, that's at pro days too. Somebody will come up, just tape measure onto the shoulder, measure arm length. That's just the standard.
And look, this type of discussion always takes me back to Donald Sterling, where I do believe Donald Sterling was looking at these athletes as like prime horses, as animals.
Yeah, but he was a disgusting human.
Yes. I mean, is there a chance that there are NFL owners who probably the same? Look at that. Look at that colt down there.
Oh,
look at that thoroughbred.
Sure there is.
Of course. So maybe Troy Vincent is trying to dig a little bit deeper there, but you know, I guess the 10th question that can be asked in this is, what are the combine activities and exercises that can be cut out, that can be eliminated? You know, we always talk about the 40, but not measuring. I've never heard anyone have a problem with measuring height, weight, bench press.
So it is probably partially because they literally have these.
Wonderlic we've had discussions about.
They roll in these bleachers and scouts will sit in them, and so maybe that's it a little bit. You go up there, you talk to a microphone, you say your school name, and then you do the bench or and so there's a little bit of like on display, people taking notes. But I like it. So I don't know what the solution is for them, because that's not even something that's always on TV. That kind of stuff's not on television even when they're doing those measurements.
Right.
And so
we need a punishment for two people here at the Fan.
Oh, no.
Not one, but two. Who are the two? What should the punishment be? We need your help on the truckwreck.com text line for having the least football knowledge in the building. We'll discuss it and come up with the judge, jury, and ruling next. But first, at 7:15 this morning on Monday. Starting at 7:15, we're giving away tickets to Cowboys-Eagles thanks to Miller Lite. Then on Thursday, AT&T is giving us some tickets to kick out to you for turning it on, leaving it on. So Monday, Cowboys-Eagles game of the year. We're giving it away during the Expressway here on Sean and RJ, and Bobby Belt will be joining us, of course, for all that action. Not for Mike McCarthy, as you still going to go downstairs, News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Yep, they still want me to go down, so I got to.
You're good at that. All right, so
that's how I outkick my coverage.
Yesterday, oh God, the dreaded email exchange, just like the group chat.
You hate group chats.
I hate them. I hate them.
Where's my liquor chop?
It's at the house.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't stay at the house during the week. I stay at Sarah's place during the week.
Oh.
Well, you guys move in together. You're so dumb.
Because they're not married.
Burning.
And that goes against God's law.
You're burning mortgage payments.
Listen, I tried, okay? She wants to, it's happening in August. Okay,
so you go and stay in her apartment during the week rather than your spacious estate and home that has the Christmas lights now up that you've been bitching about for 2 weeks.
I mean, I have a choice. I stay with her or I don't see her.
She can't stay at your house?
Her gym is downtown, and she won't.
I thought you were going to say job and not gym.
No. She carried her. The number one priority in her life, not a priority, but like the reason she wants to live in certain spots is her gym. Like that's where she wants to go.
Her biceps are bigger than chops. Like she is strong. It's kind of scary.
All right, so a group chat broke out amongst the station for our fantasy football league. All right, playoffs are starting this week. And you got to get people, right? If you're a fantasy commissioner, you got to get people to pay, and you got to decide punishments. So, Peyton, recap who is in the line of fire here, who's in trouble, who's at risk, and what the possible punishments are. By the way, not good that we're deciding the punishment now. That's not good. Because then you get people to lobby and politic. Mm-hmm. This should have been decided at the start of the year.
Hundo P.
Your other league has the best punishments that I've heard of locally.
Yeah. So I'm in. It's called the Most Fun League because we have the most fun of anybody.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know, right? Very cool.
Did you see his calendar shoot pay off?
No, I don't think so.
I'll show it to you.
Epic.
So I had to do a Christmas calendar, if you will, but it was like a naughty calendar. So I was. I dressed up in a dress, and I was a
jockey.
Yeah, I was a jockey in one, but it was had shirtless jockey, just stuff like that.
The Costanza Seinfeld episode.
Basically, yesterday's fan cam in a dress.
Basically,
okay.
And then another one is so last year was you had to do a 15-minute stand-up set at an improv.
Oh God. Ugh.
Yeah, that's great. Now the guy who lost said, "I'm not doing it. I will pay everyone's entry fee for the next year."
Oh,
the entry fee is $300 for this league, and there's 16 people in it.
Dang!
And he paid. That's like $4,000.
Oh my gosh, that's fair. That's a fair trade.
I was like, okay, man, go ahead.
Heck yeah.
Go ahead. I've been trying to get out of this league for years. I never win, and I don't want to spend the money. I just enjoy the draft party.
Yeah,
which is always something fun,
dude. That's almost excuse me, $5,000. That's $4,800.
Yeah. So the guy makes money. I think he's the one that stole Basic's baseball cards. I don't know. No, I'm kidding. It's not him.
And his protein bars or whatever.
Protein bars, yeah. So the guy's got cash. But
what's the punishment this year?
It's a secret. Like everybody votes in the beginning of the year, and then it's revealed at the end. I don't know what it is.
Wow, that's awesome.
I'm in the running for it though.
Man, you're the worst fantasy football
I'm so
player.
bad. Funny, like
you just stop paying attention. You don't set lineups.
I know because like my draft this year, I got ranked number 2 in our league, our fan league, the second best draft.
Oh, how are you doing in our league?
7-7.
Okay, I think that's my record. I fell back to the pack.
But you made the playoffs. I didn't. Playoffs.
Well, because points.
So
Peyton, what happened yesterday on the group email?
So it looks like Jared has been the most vocal about this. Now, I will say he did bring this up before the season, but it was just kind of thrown out there. No one really paid much attention to it. Jared Sandler says, I vote going for have a guy go to dinner, the loser, with the blow-up doll. So you have to sit there on a date with the blow-up doll and interact with it. And then a couple people from the league have to go to this dinner, sit at another table, and document it.
Nah, that's okay.
What I suggested.
I don't know if that's that humiliating.
Ryan Gosling did it for a whole movie.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
So what I suggested.
And by the way, Jared is not even in there. So 5 teams finished 7-7. We're like the Western Conference.
Oh, it's an 8-8 league. It's an 8-8 league, Sean.
8-8 league. 5 of us finished at 7-7. Jared made the playoffs. All right.
So what I brought up, and no one really said anything to it, kind of butthurt about it, is because we have 3 losers, 3 guys that are 5-9. So they're all tied for last place.
And let me name them.
Oh yeah.
Because I especially want to point out one, and he's actually worse in fantasy than RJ. And Bobby, you're gonna love it.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Erickson, Hockey Insider. I think he had the number 1 pick.
First overall pick.
He had the number 1 pick. He's 5-9. Ruben.
He's a basketball guy. Yeah.
He's a basketball guy. Undercover. Very nice voice here at the station. 5-9. And the worst fantasy football player in the building. And one of the biggest complainers at the same time is Zach Wolchuk.
Oh, yeah.
5-9. He's also 5-9. So those 3 are in trouble.
So I thought it'd be a good idea since we have 3 losers, we have a host, Ruben and Joey, who one of them can also host as well, and the other produce. Have them fill in for Amy Lawrence overnight. Go 1 to 5 a.m. leading up to y'all. Just pick a day during the week, and they have to run a show in the middle of the night.
That's a win. If you're trying to break into the
Yeah.
industry, man, I mean that's airtime.
I mean, well, if Walchuk has to go 2 to 7 already with G-Bag, then come back up here, no one wants to work overnight like that.
Yeah.
A full show.
Well, not you now. You've made it to the big time morning
That's
show
right, yeah.
producer. But otherwise, you'd kill for any reps on air. Top 5 market. Nah, we need something better. Truckwreck.com text line for one of these 3. But Wolchuk, he always tries to manipulate the trade deadline. He's always got to be the pain in the butt when it comes to adjusting a rule. He's always got to just nag. He's a nagger, and he complains about it nonstop, and he sucks, and he's bad. Mm-hmm. And I'm thrilled that he's sitting here at the bottom.
Let's see. Here we go. Some of the ideas on the Trucker.com text line. Do a polar plunge into a pool. I don't know. I don't think that's that bad.
It's cold. Yeah.
Is the Waffle House idea is that?
I like that one. The Waffle House.
It's overused. It's overused.
Whoa, Chiafalo? Went eating all the waffles?
Yeah.
And you take each waffle you eat takes an hour off. You have to stay there.
Oh, you got to stay there.
Okay. That one we did a big game hunt last year, and the loser had to dress up like a lion, and we shoot paintballs at him.
Okay.
How about this one? We wait for a giant rainstorm, and the loser has to put a chair up right on the side of the street next to a giant puddle for an hour and just get peppered with water, with road water.
Okay, that would be funny.
You got to film it.
But then someone's got to film it. Yeah. Maybe Carter can go out there and film it. Okay.
What's really uncomfortable? Like what's just like socially uncomfortable?
That improv thing is awful.
That is terrible.
That's terrible.
What's something that would what's a cause they could like go protest for an entire day and
Sandlot
put themselves no protest. So they gotta go stand up. They got to go stand outside of like some building with some political message for an entire day.
Yeah. So we got to come up with something. But Chop, you dodged it.
I dodged it.
As long as you don't get that worst record, man, that feels like a win.
That's a win. Someone said do a bodybuilding competition with no preparation. You got to go to a show, a little Speedo.
Will they just let you in?
They'll just let you in. You can just sign up, do a little show, your little Speedo. You get your fake tan going.
Walchuk did just get waxed.
He just get waxed.
He did. Apparently, he's got some irritation. He's having a reaction on his back now. They were talking about it on the air yesterday. He's got some sort of reaction. But I guess the most surprising thing or unsurprising thing here is not only in his dating life, but he also needs a fantasy football wingman, like to compete.
That's what Choppy did.
Yeah.
Choppy had Mike Fisher for years. They co-managed.
That's why it's a 7-7 league.
Protest outside of a Chick-fil-A on Sundays demanding they open. Do it every day, every Sunday for a month.
I thought we were talking about another Chick-fil-A protest.
No, we're not going to do that. So there you go. That's where things stand. Larry Flores, the Longhorn, finishing in first in his division.
Did you see where Eric finished? The guy that took Josh Allen that you harped on all the first 4 weeks of the season.
7-7.
Did not make the playoffs.
He did not?
No, because of the points. You stole it from him.
Yeah, I did. It's going to be, I'm the defending champ, of course.
Oh.
And it's going to be me versus Carter again. third straight year, and I'm looking good. Even though Tom Brady, he's trying to screw me. I can't believe I can't get rid of this geezer to try to give myself a chance. But Carter had Geno Smith last night, so that's it. But I'm projected to win. So hopefully to the next round.
Man, on your way.
On my way.
You still have Jared Goff on your team?
No. I dropped him.
And he got picked up, right? He's not available?
He's not available.
What is like 5th in QBR?
He's up there. He's doing well. When can we get you to play?
You got to get me fired from NFL Network.
So the NFL Network, you can't. Would you be good, you think? Just like your golf game?
Well, I mean, if we want to really lean into it, yeah. But no, probably not. Just because I get so focused on the Cowboys, like I'm not going to be, I wouldn't be watching stuff on Sunday. I'd be working, so I wouldn't be up to date about.
Why are you on this show?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't be up to date to like who's coming on strong for like fantasy dark horse pickups.
You're like Nick Eatman, like what? Nick, who played Thursday Night Football? I don't know.
I mean, that's the incredible thing is that I have those blind spots and I can still talk circles around you guys at football. That's the incredible thing.
Mike McCarthy live at 7:15. How about the show that Ottinger put on last night? Stop with your history making Alex Ovechkin. We'll talk about the Stars statement win. The Rangers are not adding this pitcher. And we got to start previewing Jacksonville and what's going to happen in the World Cup final on Sunday. A loaded headlines, then Mike McCarthy next on Sean and RJ. But
the classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike McCarthy is going to be joining us live at 7:15 this morning. The fellas are dancing or doing something on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's time for headlines here on Sean and RJ. Bobby, give us a little preview of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The public is betting on Jacksonville. The line is dropped from Cowboys favored by 6 down to 4.
Yeah, and I get it because Dallas has struggled in recent weeks, and Jacksonville's playing a lot better football. Trevor Lawrence has played really well in recent weeks, and one of the issues that we've talked about is this concern at corner number 2, and just what they've had to deal with everything outside of Trayvon Diggs. And they've got 3 pretty good options for Trevor Lawrence here. They've got Zay Jones, they've got Christian Kirk, they've got Evan Ingram. ETN's a guy who can make plays out of the backfield. So this is a game that I think is very well could end up being somewhat of a shootout. Like, you can't have Dak's mistakes that he's had because they are very vulnerable in the secondary. Jacksonville will give up a lot of big plays in the passing game if you want to pursue that. And their way that they can win this game is to test the Cowboys secondary and test the depth there and push the ball downfield to Kirk, Ingram, Zay Jones, like getting those guys. Zay Jones, by the way, the son of former Cowboys linebacker Robert Jones.
So we all need to apologize for mocking the Christian Kirk signing.
Yes and no. Yes, he's been a good player. He's still a little overpaid, and they probably unnecessarily pushed the receiver market up by doing that.
Yeah, because it's 21 a year.
He's
right?
making $1 million more than Amari Cooper.
Now is he better than Amari?
No. But he's good. He's been very good. He's like 800 yards this season, a few touchdowns. He's similar. He's just a couple steps under like CD's production this year.
Well, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, he's been good.
So last night on the Thursday night Amazon broadcast, Richard Sherman decided to comment on why he's not a believer in the Cowboys.
And people are like, why do you have him 5th in the power rankings? Because it doesn't feel like a team that you're going to be afraid of. I mean, they may get out of the wild card round. You would expect that. But they can't be higher because they'll be a wild card team. So the best they can do is be the 5th seed. So, hey, okay, you got to the playoffs. You play the NFC South team. Maybe you get through them. Maybe it's the Carolina Panthers, and they give you a game, but you win. Or it's your Detroit Lions, and they give you a game, but you win, okay? It feels like a team that will run into the San Francisco 49ers again and go home. It feels like a team that could run into the Philadelphia Eagles again and go home. And so that's why I'm not feeling great about the Dallas Cowboys, especially after a game like this, but it just confirms what you know.
I'm very confused with that.
He thinks their ceiling is the second round.
Okay, and that's first of all, he says you can't have them in the top 5 or outside. You can't have.
No, he has them 5th
In the NFC or
in
just
the NFL?
In the NFL, okay, that 5th in the NFL is a good ranking.
A lot of people have him like 3 though, and so I think that's what he's saying is there's people pushing back against him for having them 5th in his power rankings, and he's saying no, this is a team that's gonna lose to Philadelphia or San Francisco.
Did either one of us 3 have them in our power rankings this week?
I had him at 5.
I had him at 6. But this is what I spoke to yesterday. What's the gap?
Right.
What's the gap between KC, Buffalo, Philadelphia, San Fran, if you want to argue it? Being 5 doesn't necessarily mean like you're, really a contender.
I don't know how you can have them 3rd. I don't know how
in the
NFL. I don't know how anybody can have them as high 3rd.
You can't.
Yeah, because you can't have them ahead of Philadelphia, Buffalo, or Kansas City.
Right.
No, but nobody thinks that.
I think some people have them ahead of Buffalo.
The Cowboys?
Mm-hmm. No, but these places that have Dallas 3rd still, I think it's ahead of Buffalo.
That's lunacy.
Luna. Yeah, it's lunacy to have them ahead of San Francisco.
Well, okay. What about Cincinnati? We just forgetting about them?
I put Cincy 5 over the Cowboys.
I did too.
Speaking of San Fran, here you go, Bobby. You can brag about your team after what they did last night.
He looks right, comes left, throws down the sideline, wide open, George Kittle, 30, 20, cuts inside 10, cuts inside again, touchdown! San Francisco!
That would be 49ers radio. Brock Purdy, 17 of 26. 2-17-2 as San Francisco wrapped up the NFC West.
Got a little Tom Brady in him. So
Mike Larkin said.
Just continuing to show, though, exactly like what we've been talking about, which is just if you are accurate, you don't turn the ball over, you can thrive in the Shanahan system. It is plug and play. It really is. And so, like you said earlier this morning, if they can ever get a true elite quarterback, they will just start beating teams by 40 points because they're good everywhere else.
The backup quarterbacks to reach the Super Bowl: Foles, Kaepernick, Brady, Warner, and Hostetler.
And how many of them were the third string?
Probably none. Trying to think. Kurt Warner, was that behind Trent Green?
Behind Trent Green.
Hostetler behind Sims. Brady was the 2.
Yep.
Kaepernick, none of them were the
None
third
of them.
string.
And that's the thing. He was the third string to start the year.
But you got to give props to your boy Kyle Shanahan. Said he couldn't win with a backup quarterback. He's doing it with.
Look, he is. I mean,
Garoppolo's not really a backup.
Yeah, no. He the only guy he's ever consistently won with has been Jimmy, and now he's won a couple of games here with Brock, and that's to his credit. It's good for him. But he's never, until this 2.5 game stretch, he had never done it.
The best regular season game of Jake Ottinger's career in question after what the Stars did in D.C. against Ovechkin and the Caps.
Suter finds Miller, the wrister on the way, deflection score. Lightning in a bottle for Dallas. They grab a 2-1 lead.
Caps TV.
I got a voice like this. I mean, he's trying to be like Mike Lang in Pittsburgh.
45 saves. 45 saves as the Stars go into Washington and win 2-1. Ovechkin held scoreless for the first time in 4 games. He will have to do it against someone else to get 801, which will match Gordie Howe for second on the all-time list. What a game.
Well, it was a very good game. It was a really good game for Otter. And they were able to hold Ovechkin at bay. Really the Caps as a whole. And it was a nice bounce back on this trip after Pittsburgh, beating Jersey, and then who's had a really good start to their season, although they've stumbled a bit of late, and then going to Washington and beating the Caps.
All right, Argentina is getting 70% of the action. To beat France. Sunday, World Cup finale, minus 112. France minus 108.
What kind of weird numbers are those?
I know, but 70% of the action so far is going on Argentina.
Man, you're going to have a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, people want
Messi
to win, right? A lot
Messi
of people
influence.
Do. Yeah, a lot of people want Messi to win, to get his World Cup. And, France just won it last time anyway. But this is going to be such a heavyweight fight. We are going to get treated 9 a.m. on Sunday morning.
The Rangers are not adding Carlos Rodon to their rotation. He signs with the New York Yankees yesterday, 6 for 162.
Yeah, now that's a pretty decent rotation they've got now with Cole and Rodon and Nestor Cortez and Severino. That's not bad at all for a starting rotation. And now that's going to see where they're going to go in the AL East. That division's loaded. I mean, you had 4 teams that were in playoff contention, and 3 of them made the postseason.
Can Tyron Smith wipe with his left hand?
Whoa.
We'll ask Mike McCarthy live on Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you and keep you healthy, boys and girls, at QC Kinetics. You've been dealing with joint pain. Pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles. Yeah, we all have.
of the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And Monday at this time, we're giving away Eagles tickets. Are you kidding me?
Man, that's cool.
Cowboys, Eagles during the Expressway, every day commercial free through the end of the hour. This is one I would like to go to. If I don't have to work the next day, God.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to go. I wonder what these tickets are going for.
Oh, you know, I bet you we can look.
What are these tickets going for price-wise? Christmas Eve, I think that's the family day. I think I'm free.
Christmas Eve's a big family day. Yeah.
Well, for me. For me personally,
Sure.
like, I'm not going home to Maryland. Yes, I know Christmas Eve and Christmas Day usually tied up with the family, but in my household, I think the in-law celebration day is Christmas Eve, and then we're kind of free on Christmas Day. So, maybe I can get a suite and take the family there because I'm supposed to be with them. I mean,
Look at that.
but if I don't have to work the next day, oh my God,
Now, you can get
I'll
in
go
the
and
door.
cut loose
You can get in the door for $79
to go stand.
to go stand in the party pass. If you want an actual seat, you're not going to find one, Sean. Like, section 310.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, maybe we should just ask someone.
50-yard line, $850.
Ask someone with a connection. Good morning, Coach McCarthy. How are you?
Good morning. I thought maybe I was on the wrong show.
No.
What's going on? Is this a holiday show? Or?
Well, no. we're trying to figure out how to get in the building. Not looking too far ahead, but for Cowboys Eagles, how many tickets do you get? Do you feel comfortable?
I'll tell you what, it's been a rough couple. It's been a rough month for the McCarthy and the ticket business here. I mean, gosh, we had close to 40 people at the Houston game. So
40.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't get those tickets. I'm just, this is professional football, so you got to pay for them.
Yeah. I was there at that game. I tried to come see you, but the usher wouldn't let me down on the field.
You serious?
Yeah, I was there. I had tickets.
You tell them about our show that we do every week?
I said, do you know who I am? And he
Okay.
said
Well,
no.
what was
He
the
said
problem?
no. He said no.
Oh, you know who you were?
I didn't know I was.
He always drops that line to the police officer when he gets pulled over in the morning of, I'm late to work. I got to be on the air in 20 minutes. And
You haven't been right since that Vegas trip.
I've been struggling. I've been struggling a lot.
Hey, Coach, random question. You get any World Cup fever? Or any chance that in Pittsburgh you were checking out? I'm trying to think of a player. Alexi Lawless or any soccer love?
Tony Miola.
Tony Miola in your day, soccer love?
No, Pele was my first exposure to soccer. But what a great cup going on right now. It's our trainers they have the World Cup spirit, so they keep everybody posted on everything as you walk through the training room throughout the day. So it's great to watch, and obviously anticipation of it, coming to Dallas here in 4 years. So it's been great to watch.
What was your best sport growing up?
The best sport, as far as my production?
Yeah, production.
I would say baseball. That was probably my most natural sport, but the sport I loved the most was basketball. I played a lot of basketball, and frankly, because I really didn't have the opportunity to play football till later, till high school, just because we didn't have a youth program in the inner city of Pittsburgh. So, but yeah, frankly, I got a little tired of baseball. Just a lot of standing around. You know what I mean? So,
Can be.
but yeah, basketball was probably my most productive sport, through high school and in grade school, and then I just felt that I had more potential in football in college.
Whose basketball poster was on your wall? Who did you love? Who was your guy?
Dr. J. My goodness.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Well, we didn't have a professional. We didn't have a professional team in Pittsburgh, and we were. When you grew up in Pittsburgh, you were anti-Philadelphia, which serves me well in my current job. So.
Who was your team if you're in Pittsburgh?
Well, I was 76ers. When I was a young kid, we had an ABA team called the Commodores. So, it's not the Commodores, God, Condors. But, obviously I used to listen to the Commodores.
What a huge fan you were. What a huge fan.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah.
Season ticket holder, Mike.
Yeah, Connie Hawkins. So that's who I remember from the Condors days. But, the 76ers, just with Dr. J and Chocolate Thunder and Maurice Cheeks and was it Bobby Jones? So that was a great team. Doug Collins. So, exactly. Excellent basketball team.
Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Coach, how are you looking at Jacksonville? How have they played so much better? What are you seeing from them on tape as of late, making this a pretty highly anticipated game?
I mean, it's a talented roster, and we knew that going in. And I just think if you just watch them play the last 4 or 5 weeks, I think it's clearly come together for them, and I think it speaks volumes of Doug Peterson and his staff. I think you always look for that in the coach's first year. There's always a moment where you feel like you have to turn the corner and get it the way you want it, and I think they're definitely in that mode right now. So just really good tape. Excellent perimeter group on offense. Trevor Lawrence is playing his best football of the year, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. Defense, it's a challenging defense, and you'll see some carryover to what we've been seeing as far as with the quarters coverage and vision defense, and frankly, it'll be that like at the next couple weeks. So, really good football team. So, that definitely, I think a much better than their record.
What have you noticed from Trevor Lawrence in the last couple of weeks that he maybe wasn't doing in his first year and in the first part of this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing with Trevor, he's a dual threat, and and that's always a challenge for defensively when you first get into game planning. So you look at him, and I just go back to his college days. I was just so impressed with you got a quarterback at 6'6" and still his ability to run all the the read option and things like that. So that still carries over, and you can see that especially in situational offense. That's the challenge we need to defeat on Sunday. But just throwing the ball with a lot of confidence, and and just the way their perimeter players are lined up, you can when you go from Jones and Kirk to the other Jones, I mean it's you got the vertical, you got the option runner, and so they do a nice job of conceptually getting the ball to their perimeter guys. I mean, I want to say, this past week on Ingram, I think had 15 targets. So you see that production from the tight end position also. I mean, because when you look at the stats, I think 2 receivers are in the 60s, Ingram's in the 50s. So they're spreading the ball around a lot. So I think as an offense, we all want to play that way, and that's a huge credit goes to Trevor and his ability to spread the ball around.
Coach, how different is it preparing for like an uncommon opponent, like a team that you don't play, very often? Is there a lot of difference in terms of like the week of preparation?
Oh, definitely. I mean, personally, I think it's a pain in the ass in December. We got two the last 4. Sorry about that, but I mean,
we're good.
It's not. You're usually playing division games and conference games this time of year. Since the new format, the last 6-8 years ago, they put this in. So to have the 2 uncommon opponents and and then the 3 games on the road on grass, all those things. So that's part of the challenge, and I think anytime you can increase the challenges for your football team, especially in December, I think it makes for a better, well-oiled team going into the playoffs.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. How confident are you in Tyron Smith wiping with his left? That's your point.
That's your point.
That's your point.
You've said it.
Oh my God! You got to be believable first. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh there. That's rude. That was rude of me. Well, as far as the offensive line, I think the most important thing is, as I stated earlier in the week, we really got to play, especially this week to our practice reps and the rotation that we've been working. I mean, we've been preparing, for Tyron to come back, but obviously we didn't anticipate Terrence's his injury. So, I'm going to say yesterday, after going back through it, I think we had 5 different combinations with our offensive line. So, you like to line up with 5 and go, but that's just not where we are right now. So, you'll see different combinations throughout the game.
What does it say about Tyron's willingness? We got a future Hall of Fame stud, a no doubt Hall of Fame specimen out there that he's willing to even go play that side for the first time since his rookie year?
I mean, just the biggest thing here is, I just focusing on the 5 combinations. I mean, Tyron's, an ultimate team guy. I mean, he's, he doesn't say a whole lot, but when he speaks, he's like, yeah, Hut. No, you're probably too young to remember that commercial.
No, just the Commodores.
The Commodores too. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't wait I'll never hear the end of that. But no, I mean, Tyron just wants to win. I mean, he's at that point in his career, and he's all about winning.
Coach, we've talked about this this week a little bit. Micah had his comments about the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, and is it going to be bulletin board material? Do you think bulletin board material is a real thing, or is it kind of overrated? Like, teams are going to play hard anyway.
Well, both teams are going to play hard Sunday, and not to jump ahead next week, but I'm sure we all know what's going into that game. So yeah, I don't. I'm not a fan of it. I'm into regulation of emotion and in your resources. So if this is such a difficult profession in just the competitiveness each and every week, and it's real. To waste any time on anything outside of winning is a waste of time. So I think we can all just focus as best we can and keep it about beating the Jaguars. So. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
What are your initial impressions of T.Y.? Everyone seems to be raving about his character. He seems to be an ultimate team guy. What are your initial impressions so far of Hilton?
Oh, I mean, I don't know how you can't be impressed with him. I mean, just from his arrival, and I love his personality and disposition as far as his approach, and has spent. He's exactly what you'd want someone to do. He comes in and spends. He's here around the clock, learning the language, just getting an understanding of the particulars of each route. Conceptually, he's obviously played so much football, so the conceptual part, for him was probably the easiest, the recognition of it. But just making sure that you got to get the routes, the time clocks, and when you look at the way he does run routes, I mean, he's so natural getting in and out of his breaks, and his body language is easy to read, and we just need time. We just need time with him and the quarterbacks.
Is his speed still there? Is he got a lot left?
No, he can go. Yeah, he can, and boy, he just can really drop his weight and separate. So yeah, no, I've been impressed with him physically.
Coach, last week you told us you weren't too concerned about the slower starts. Do you still feel that way after the way the Texans game went?
Well, how did the start go last week?
Well, it was a good first drive.
Yeah. What's the definition of a start?
Well, that's a very good question. I
want to give you a good answer. We're on the same team here. So.
Okay. Yeah. I guess my reply would be the fact that the game was so close. I know they're all NFL teams, but the fact that it was so close before you guys were able to finally pull away. I mean, not a lot of people would think the Texans would be up 3 at halftime. That's what I was thinking as a slower start.
Oh, no doubt. Hey, I mean, I get it. It's all fair. We were both at the game, so
RJ was. I couldn't get a seat from you. You hogged them all up, 50 people, so I wasn't there.
Well, it's 40. I mean, let's get the facts right, especially the start of the game. Who's counting? But no, I think the big thing is the ability to make sure you go with the ebb and flow of the game. And and frankly, just coaching against Lovey for so many years, I mean, he just does an excellent job with takeaways and in field position and special teams and so forth. And if you'd have told me that we had 3 giveaways and minus 164 in field position, I would have told you we'd have been in a dogfight to win the game, and that's really what happened. I think and I'm not trying to spin it, but I think these games are so valuable because the fourth quarter is you get going into playoff football, December football. That's what these games come down to. So I mean, the experience of what we went through in the fourth quarter is outstanding. But it's always a good place to be as a coach when you win, and you can walk into the meetings with a big old can of tough love. You always got to have some level of tough love in your in your pocket, but to be able to go in there Wednesday and go through it all. I mean, I think it's a good spot to be in.
I'm very impressed with your journalism ethics here that you are. I know you got a major in business administration. Did you have a minor in communications, or you just learned this dealing with the media, checking the facts and questions and breaking them down? Because this is impressive.
Well, I had a minor in economics and accounting, but I had a master's. I have a master's in sports administration. So my communication was clearly from on-the-job training, and I give both of you such credit for my development.
Oh, thanks. Do you do your own taxes?
No.
Can you do your own taxes? Is the question.
I'll tell you what. The one thing about working in the NFL, I mean, you have to fill out taxes for every state that you compete in. So,
God, what a nightmare!
It's not that I would not want to do the taxes.
Can you instantly do the tip at the table, or you have to use the calculator?
Well, for as much as I tip, because I've worked in the service industry, it's pretty easy to do it. Yeah.
Well, very impressive. There he is.
Wow.
And you're a busser?
I would say mathematics is one of my strengths.
Okay. All right. Busser or server?
Excuse me?
Busser or server, restaurant industry?
I've been a bar back. I've been a bartender. I guess you can say I was a server. I mean,
okay.
You work at a small inner city bar, you do everything.
Mm-hmm.
You serve drinks. You got to change the grease of the deep fryer, and and just 90% of the food that you serve is deep fried. So.
Was there a drink that you hated when somebody ordered? You just eye roll like it's going to take me forever to make this damn thing.
Well, shot in the beer was pretty hard to screw up. So no, I didn't have many. It wasn't a large menu.
More radio gold as always. Mike McCarthy. There you go.
Oh, get out of here. I gotta go.
Bye, Coach.
I got a meeting. Have a great day.
Turn it up, Peyton. Turn it up for him.
Oh, you guys are hilarious.
Oh, he's still here. He's still go ahead, Coach. Go to your meeting. Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory Hotline. And, of course, he's brought to you. Keep it up.
It's a great song, Peyton.
Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. I can't sleep. Oh, no. Oh, get it, Bob. Get it, Bob. I'm going crazy with love. That could have been one of our best ones, if not the best.
That was good. That was very good. The way he broke down Argentina, France. Just.
I don't know that he did that. I don't know that he necessarily broke down Argentina, France. So there he is, the head coach of America's team, here on Sean and RJ every Friday, Expressway. 7:15, commercial free through the top of the hour. And on Monday, during this time, we're sending you to Cowboys, Eagles on Christmas Eve. Okay, let's go through some of the other around the NFL notes. I got the numbers from Bet Online. Next head coach fired. Throw out your random guesses.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Next.
Kingsbury.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Third.
Oh, gosh.
This is where it gets tough. Lovey.
No. AFC. Early tenure. It'd be a quick.
Stefanski.
McDaniels.
Okay.
What? Wait.
What?
Mike McDaniel?
Josh McDaniels.
Jeez.
With the S.
I was like, I was about to have a heart attack.
Can you imagine? Did you see Mike McDaniels? McDaniel. You got to say McDaniels.
Yeah.
Did you see his shirt?
He's just McDaniel.
No, but did you see McDaniel?
Oh, his shirt.
His shirt.
As he possesses it.
He possesses it,
yes.
So it's got to be McDaniel's shirt.
I did not. What's his shirt?
All that. He said, I wish it was cooler or warmer in here.
Cold. Yeah, I wish it was colder in here.
I wish it was colder in here.
Yeah, because he's not worried about the Buffalo weather.
Because it's supposed to be crazy tomorrow night. All right, we got a ton of games tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Games. Yeah.
Don't act excited about it. You hate Saturday games.
Well, yes, I do.
You're like, yeah. 3 games tomorrow. Colts, Vikings, Ravens, Browns, Dolphins, Bills. So you don't really have to pay attention to any of this until 7:15.
Which
Dolphins,
is when I have a housewarming party to go to. Perfect.
Oh, this is that party.
Yes.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers' next team, if not Green Bay, next year.
Raiders.
No.
Aaron Rodgers' next team, Niners. Not Raiders.
Tampa Bay.
Nope. A team that goes out and gets quarterbacks.
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis is the favorite, and then the Commanders, and then the Lions.
The Lions?
Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers with Dan Campbell?
Oh, my God.
You talk about oil and water.
Well, I thought Jared Goff and Dan Campbell's oil and water. I mean, I would
Yeah, but
think...
Jared probably don't, I don't know. Does he say much? Aaron, the other day, he was talking about not fearing death because of Wikipedia or whatever he's on.
Ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Whatever.
The shrooms.
I don't know. I'll ask my kid.
Just ask him, yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, I don't know. I'll ask my kid.
Oh.
Because he was still looking at me for the answer. I don't know.
San Francisco's week 1 starting QB next year.
Trey Lance.
It is Trey Lance as the favorite, then Brock Purdy, then Jimmy G. Will Baker start for any team week 1 next year?
Yes.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
What, Washington?
I mean, he just won NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Vegas is going to have money on him, I bet.
I'll say no.
It is heavy no.
No.
Minus 400. He's not going to start. Will Desmond Ridder be the Falcons starting QB week 1 next year?
Desmond Ridder? Yeah. Yes.
What, there was some rumor yesterday about the Falcons targeting somebody this offseason, so I'll say no.
Slight yes.
Damn.
You're getting crushed in this, Bobby.
I am.
Will Goff be the Lions starting QB next year, week 1?
Oh, man. 3 months ago, I was going to say no, but considering his GM drafted him in L.A., it was the assistant GM, I'll say yes. Slight yes.
Heavy yes.
Heavy yes. Okay.
Minus 600.
Good. I'm happy for Jared.
That's what I was going to say.
I like Jared Goff. I always liked him.
You were going to say that.
I was going to say minus 600.
Total yards allowed by the Vikings in week 15. The reason this is put out there, Minnesota has allowed over 400 yards of offense in 5 straight weeks. That is a franchise record. And then Super Bowl favorite. Now, I got these a couple of days ago. Last night, I don't know how much they're taking into account the San Francisco win over Seattle. Super Bowl favorite.
Buffalo.
It is Buffalo. Agreeing with Bobby Belt's power rankings.
Okay.
Number 2.
Gotta be Kansas City.
Philly.
Philly and Kansas City are tied. They're sitting there tied.
High five for a tie.
Hello. Who's next?
San Francisco.
No.
Damn. Cincinnati. Dallas.
These Cowboys. I'm a little surprised. Cowboys over San Francisco. San Fran always gets Vegas love.
They do, but Vegas is full of smart people. We wouldn't have San Francisco there as head. You can't have Brock Purdy as a quarter ahead of Dak Prescott in terms of who's got a better chance to win. That's how Vegas is going to look at it.
Is San Francisco ahead of Miami?
Yes.
Okay, so they have Brock Purdy ahead of Tua.
Hold, please, sir. Hold, please, sir. Tua is in the conference with Mahomes and Allen and Burrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, I'm sorry. Philly's a slight favorite over KC.
So I was right.
Because of the AFC thing. So Buffalo, Philly, KC, Cowboys, San Francisco, Cincy, Baltimore, Miami, Minnesota, Tampa, the Chargers. All right, so that's the order of winning the Super Bowl. If you think the Cowboys are just going to get there, you can get 3-1 odds. They're tied with San Francisco.
Wow.
Odds to win the NFC East. How heavy of a favorite is Philly? 1 to what, RJ?
1 to 9.
1 to 7.
Okay.
Close. MVP favorite.
Hurts.
Yes.
Is he the only one in the minus?
Yes. 5 to 8.
That's a minus. Yeah.
And then number 2,
Mahomes.
8 to 5.
Okay. Yep.
3.
Burrow.
It is Burrow.
Wow. Good job, Bobby.
Are we not paying attention to him enough?
We're not. We're not paying attention at all.
I didn't realize he had jumped up to 3.
No, we're not paying attention to them at all. And they're really, really good. They're a really good team.
Then Josh Allen, and then it plummets to Justin Jefferson.
Where's Brock Purdy?
He's not there.
Okay, wow. Vegas screwing something up.
Defensive player of the year.
Micah.
Micah closing,
and then
though.
Nick Bosa,
Closing.
too?
Yeah, Bosa's closing.
Micah's 2-5. Bosa's 8-5.
Oh.
Coach of the year.
Sirianni.
Yeah.
It is Sirianni. Second.
McDaniel. They've loved him.
Nope. He's fourth.
Where's McCarthy?
McCarthy is seventh.
It's disrespectful.
That's crap.
All right, I'm going to give you the guys ahead.
Shanahan. Should be.
All right, here are the guys ahead. You tell me.
I would agree. He's got to be up there. I would agree with
You
that.
tell me if Mike McCarthy should be above these guys. Sirianni 1, Dan Campbell 2.
Okay, I'll say that. Dan, if they make if the Lions make the playoffs, starting 1-6, you have to give it to him.
Campbell's done great. He deserves to be.
They're
up
6 and 7.
I know,
he
but
cannot be this high up here.
But they're on the verge of making. They could make the playoffs, so now he's got to be in contention.
Teams that are I have to go back and check. Has a 1-6 team ever made the postseason?
Were they 1-6?
They're 1-6.
They've started playing really well.
Saleh, then McDaniel, then Kevin O'Connell, Kyle Shanahan. McCarthy is tied with Pete Carroll. This was before last night.
I have a problem with O'Connell ahead of McCarthy.
Because of the quarterback.
I just
quarterback. And they're not any good.
And they've Dallas has weathered a lot of injuries, and McCarthy deserves a lot of credit.
Well, Minnesota's weathered some snow.
Comeback player of the year.
In a dome.
Geno Smith. Offensive player of the year. Garrett Wilson.
Offensive rookie.
Rookie of the year. Defensive rookie of the year is Sauce. Big time heavy favorite.
Who's the second in comeback player of the year?
Got to be Saquon.
McCaffrey.
Oh.
Then Saquon.
Wow. Okay.
McCaffrey winning a comeback player of the year for comeback of the first half.
Yeah, coming back from Carolina.
Yeah. All right, so there it is. Those are some of the odds in Vegas if you want to bet it. Of course, you got BetQL through us. You got Bet Online, who sends me the odds every single week here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. We got Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan as well on DFW Sports Station. All right, Choppy. Yesterday was fast food. Today is a deodorant battle.
Oh, yeah. Deodorant battle. This is, first of all, this is going to beg the question. Is BO the worst smell in the world? There's nothing worse that slaps me in the face more.
Yesterday I went to a famous little local Italian grocery store here, and it felt like they emptied some type of sewage on the streets.
Ugh.
And I was so petrified. It felt like it was like horse manure that was dumped on the streets in liquid form, and I was terrified. I got it on my shoe and that it was back in the car. I mean, usually I would vote BO as the worst smell, but I mean, BO, we always have the debate BO versus bad breath. And I think BO is worse.
I agree with that. But I do think sewage is pretty gross. Socially though,
Sewage
BO's got to be the worst.
BO,
like Amanda and I, we have a strict rule. There's no good morning kiss.
Oh, really?
Oh no. We watch couples on TV and they lean over in the morning good morning, sweetheart. Well, we cringe. It's disgusting.
I'm in. I'm all right.
You guys morning kiss without brushing your teeth?
Yeah.
Oh! Once I smell someone's breath, you're marked. I can never get out of I intentionally turn my head towards people's breath because I don't want to think badly of you moving forward. That's how scared I am. That's how terrifying it can be. But the morning kiss without brushing your teeth? Oh, disgusting.
I don't know. I'll do the morning kiss, but we brush right before bed. So
that's 8 hours previous.
I know, but I mean, you also haven't eaten, and I understand there are other things, but it's not that bad in the morning. I don't think.
Yes, it is.
Everyone
wakes up with horrific breath in the morning.
Just wait till you get your sleep apnea mouth guard or whatever the hell it is.
It
makes it even worse.
I have the mouth guard, but I haven't been wearing it. But morning breath kiss.
Oh, it's bad. I don't care.
Okay,
I'll deal with it. But anyway,
and you of all people, you germaphobe, you're very particular about those things. I'm surprised.
What other kind of kisses don't you care about?
All of them. I don't care about it.
I just saw it in your eyes. You mean that?
I'll go anywhere.
Get to the article.
Who was the coach of Fresno State? Anyone, anytime, anywhere? Pat Hill. That's me. Doesn't matter to me. Experts have weighed in on this study.
Did you in college? What's your number in college?
What do you mean?
Your number.
I have no idea.
You have an idea. Is it over 10? Is it
in college?
In college.
No, I had a girlfriend in college.
Oh, okay.
So
was that the Mormon?
No, it was high school.
Okay. Okay, so you had a girlfriend in college
For a couple years, yeah.
All right.
So it wasn't.
So your number's like around the 5 area or less in college. You weren't this deviant running around.
No, I wasn't a deviant. It was probably more than that.
Okay.
I didn't have a girlfriend the entire time.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah, I think. Anyway. So anyway,
Blue Chew took you to
Blue
another
Chew took me to a level that you don't want to go to.
different appetite.
They did this study that said
Every day at this time, something happens. It's because of his stupid smirk, his stupid face. It's just
I didn't say anything.
and then he always does that. Are you saying?
I'm just thinking of the seriousness in Chop's eyes when he told me yes.
yeah.
Reincarnate. I didn't see it.
He just went, yeah.
The fake cam.
Anywhere.
All right.
They did a study, and experts were debating whether or not you actually need to use deodorant, which to me is the dumbest study in the world because, no, you don't need to use deodorant.
Right.
But you want to use deodorant
Yes.
because it has been voted on as one of the worst smells that anyone ever has. This is bad. I have 2 gym memberships.
Well.
Now, one of them is only $9 a month. That's how I can afford this.
Okay.
But if I walk into the gym and there's this one dude there who's got the most rank BO, I turn around and go to the other one because they're right down the street. I will not go to this gym with this dude. He has got the worst smell to him,
man,
ever. And it's not even like it's just when you walk by him. It funkifies the entire facility.
Yeah.
And there's nothing worse than that. But this study was done about whether or not you actually need to or should be using deodorant. And the reasons that people wear it have nothing to do with anything other than odor, right? It gives you no benefit. There's no benefit to you. But you know how they always say like the pheromones and the sweat and all that stuff will be attractive to the other sex?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, not if you eat certain foods.
Oh.
If you eat broccoli, kale, or cauliflower, which they are calling cruciferous vegetables,
okay,
sure, you will have a distinct sulfurous smell, like a sulfur smell.
Yeah.
So they say if you're not going to wear deodorant, stay away from broccoli, kale, or cauliflower.
Yeah.
Or just, wear deodorant.
It's like asparagus pea. That's the worst pea. Does any other food besides coffee, like when I sit here and I have asparagus the night before and I go in that bathroom, I make myself sick with a combination of coffee and asparagus pea. It's awful. I think those are the 2 things that you put into your body that come out in that form that you can tell.
I agree. Asparagus, coffee, you could definitely tell.
And my bigger question is, how do you tell someone about the issue? That's my big topic here. How do you tell or suggest to someone they have an issue? How do you do it? I feel so bad for the employers.
Oh my God.
The employers who are told by employees about someone and they, I think, have to address it. That is such an unenviable position. What a nightmare as a boss to have to. That's heartbreaking, man. That's sad.
It's terrible. That's where you got to get HR involved. You can't. I couldn't say it to somebody.
I was just thinking about the fantasy football bet payoff. Is that what you should have them do? Go up to people and have the uncomfortable conversations about telling them they have bad body odor, whether they do or don't,
and record it.
Yeah,
they just have to go without deodorant for a month.
No, we can't prove it. No, you have to go up to people.
Oh you
have to record 5 or 10 people and be like, I got it. People are talking about you.
Say, this is a problem.
Yes, I like it. The BO bet.
The BO bet.
The BO bet payoff for fantasy. Zach Wolchuk, Joey, and Ruben are all in line at the with the fan standings. And you got to go up to like our GM Brian Purdy and do it.
Oh no! Oh no!
You got to get Purdy.
Oh my God!
You got to get Spittle. You got to get Tim, and you got to record 5 people. I don't know. You could stage that too. You could go up to a sibling or family member or something.
So somebody has to observe it.
Yeah, someone
has to observe it.
Like I would need to observe, or
Yeah.
like Peyton, somebody would have to watch them do
I like that. The B.O. Bet payoff.
That's great.
It's a nominee.
It's a nominee.
And then we all have to, we get to play it on the station.
Yeah.
All right.
So they were doing a little questionnaire, a poll on the worst smells, some of the worst smells, and if body odor BO got up there, vomit was voted higher.
Oh, vomit might beat BO.
Do you think so?
Oh my God, it's awful, thinking about it. I like it, Bobby.
To me, it's more the sight of it.
Bobby's gonna start gagging.
Yeah, I'm starting to think of that dumb video again.
Man, I saw we went to at the Cowboys game last week. I saw somebody who clearly just had corn queso beforehand, just boot all over the place, and it was a sight, man.
Yeah,
it was a sight to behold. A dead body. I'll tell you this. I could vouch.
How many people can answer the poll of a dead body smell?
Yeah, I know, right?
Really?
Shower toots. Man, that's the bad one. The heat, the steam warms it up. I got one for you.
Disgusting.
A gym bag. The gym bag, or like your kids, they say hockey bag here. My kid played hockey a little bit. His hockey bag.
Awful.
Oh my God. It smelled literally like, I always said it's green beans and onions. Like rotted pumpkin, green beans, onions. It's just.
But hockey's the worst.
Hockey's all the equipment's in there, like your shoulder pads, your elbow pads, your pants. You got all that butt sweat on there.
Yeah.
My kid's catcher's bag with his catcher's equipment. Oh my God.
The foot odor with the skates. Catching equipment.
Catching gear is because it's 5,000 degrees outside, and it just reeks. And plus, I think my kids have by and large the worst smelling feet in human history.
Really?
I've never seen feet that are this bad. And
foot odor's up there.
Foot odor's up there. And my younger one, I try to get him to shower, but he's only 10, so he doesn't need to wear deodorant yet. But man, he's got that onion smell.
Peas and carrots, man. Strong peas and carrots. That's the worst foot odor. That's what I think of.
903 is saying wide receiver gloves, which would make some sense.
Yeah.
How about that? We line up the 5 things and make someone, you got to deep inhale it and see.
Curdled milk. Stuff
I bet you we can get.
Well, we can get wide receiver gloves. We can get the nastiest feet here at the station. Your morning breath.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They got to huff it in. That could be funny.
That could be. Or they have to drink a beer out of. I bet you we get Derek Holland to get up here with one of those baseball cleats.
Oh, yeah.
And have him drink a beer out of his cleat.
All right, so there you go. Hopefully you're enjoying your breakfast here during that segment on Sean and RJ. Are you okay? You gonna do it?
I'm trying not to.
Let's cross-talk with Jacksonville. A little smack talk against Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. Jacksonville crosstalk next on The Fan.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NCAA announced that Governor Charlie
Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's crosstalk with Jacksonville radio. The Tolos always ask for it, and we have lined it up with 1010XL The Drill in Jacksonville, where my brother went to law school. I've been to Jacksonville once.
I've been there many times. My grandparents lived there, or used to. They were alive.
What'd you think? Did they get a bad rap? Remember when they got insulted with the Super Bowl going there?
I think it's a great city. I mean, maybe not Jacksonville, like St. Augustine's like really cool.
Okay.
Ponte Vedra, where they got all the golf courses.
You got a beach?
They got a beach.
Got water?
If you're a golfer, like Jacksonville area is great. Great for golf.
We got him? All right, we're still waiting for him. All right, we'll get him on momentarily. By the way, the Tolos, man, they're raving about McCarthy at 7:15 this morning about how great he was. We covered the Commodores. We covered soccer. Dr. J. Oh, I thought this was another Commodore song you were going to, Peyton. No. Sean, RJ, and Bobby getting ready to crosstalk with Jags radio. Let's pick this at 8:40, along with some other RJ degenerate selections. May bring back the McCarthy replay at 9. Nick Eatman at 9:20. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. But look, this is about Trevor Lawrence. And who else, Bobby? Who's number 2 and who's number 3? Is Christian Kirk 2?
Yeah, I'd say probably just the passing game in general. Lawrence, Kirk, Ingram, Zay Jones. That's what you got to worry about.
Evan Ingram. Old Evan Ingram. Mr. Disappeared and injured from his New York Giants days. Put up $150 and 2 touchdowns last week. And then defensively, are they bad?
Their pass defense is not good. Like they'll play physical, and we know physicality's been a problem for Dallas, but man, their pass defense has given up some really big plays this year. Now they will get pass rush from Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker. Like I was watching Walker. I know we were talking about him yesterday. I watched him yesterday. Walker's good. He's been able to generate pressure, especially the last few weeks.
We asked Pete Prisco yesterday at this time, Jags insider, CBS Sports, if they had a draft redo, would they still take Walker? And he stuck with it. He said yes.
Yeah.
What do you think? Who else was up there?
Aiden Hutchinson went 2.
Aiden, Sauce, guys like that. I mean, their secondary's been terrible.
Didn't Sauce was not the first corner off the board either.
No, I'm just saying if you're going to redraft though, like if you knowing what you know now, you do a redraft, Sauce would be in the conversation. I think.
I agree.
So Sauce would be the one over Hutchinson?
Could be. I mean, Hutchinson's been good. The guys at the top of the draft have not been bad this year. Like they've all played pretty well.
All right, let's play Micah Parsons yesterday answering the Cowboys media. Did you hear what Philly had to say? After your comments about Jalen Hurts, Mike McCarthy did not seem to be a fan of this entire thing. Here was Micah yesterday.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they hate me. Would you like to clarify the thing? Are you standing on what you said or what? I always stand on, you got to stand on everything you say just as a man. But obviously, they small clipped it and just took one line of what was really talked about. No pun intended or no disrespect to Hurts. I think he's doing great this year. But you know me, I'm a defensive guy. And, I said their Eagles defense is just a team to watch. Because the conversation was most valuable player, is it just quarterback? And sometimes I say, well, I know a couple defensive guys that deserve to be in that conversation, or even other positions, So, even receivers. Look at what Tyreek Hill's doing this year. So it's nothing towards no quarterbacks or anything like that. It's about most valuable player and what people bring to their team. That's all the conversation was about. So that's just where I stand on it.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
He didn't run from it. He, kind of backed it up, said that wasn't the entire discussion. And we're going to get blamed if they lose to Jacksonville for concentrating on Philly a week early, right? We, as the talk show hosts, and our focus wasn't right, and that caused the players to look ahead and struggle with the Jags. And I got another Philly thing to throw in. Chris Sims. I was wondering, why is Gardner Minshew trending? And now Chris Sims is trending. Why? Because of what he said about Jalen Hurts being the MVP frontrunner. So this is kind of connected to Micah.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles have the best O-line in football, second best wide receiver duo, a great tight end. There's just no way Hurts is more valuable than Mahomes, Allen, or Burrow. No way. If Minshew is in, the Eagles are still damn good. I'm sorry. So So that is Chris Sims taking a Micah-type shot with his reaction to it.
Well, it makes sense that Chris Sims would say something like that because because good quarterbacks make offensive lines, not the other way around. But Chris Sims is not a good quarterback. The offensive lines make him, and there's the difference. And that's why. Now, look, is he better than Patrick Mahomes? No, he's not. He's not better than Josh Allen. Who else is on there? He's not better than Joe Burrow. But does he deserve to be where he is in the MVP voting? Absolutely.
It's best year.
Tremendous.
And it's best year.
Yeah.
I wish they would get the word value out of this whole thing. It's so stupid.
I do like it from the standpoint, like, I don't think somebody from a 1-10 team should win it.
All right, let's get ready to crosstalk with 1010XL The Drill in Jacksonville. Good morning, guys. How are you?
Football Friday. Got the Cowboys coming to town this weekend. Listen, nobody's covered like the Dallas Cowboys. We'll be a part of that right now as we join the boys from the ticket out in Big D.
No, we're the fan. We're the fan.
Oh, the fan. Sorry, my bad.
All good.
Fan, ticket, score are all the same to me.
Okay, cool. You guys' music, I was going to say made up for it, but that's some good intro music coming back right there.
That's my guy, E.T. now. He'll spin it in there for you.
Hey, stop playing with us, Dallas.
Yeah.
Duval County, homeboy.
He knows.
Oh, okay.
He's got some Duval in. Hey, Dante Fowler Jr. hadn't beat up any old men lately, has he, or anything? He's playing good for y'all, doing good?
He sacked
Micah
Micah
Parsons,
Parsons.
is he?
I think he sacked Tom Brady once in the opener, but that was it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, Dante Fowler reference to.
You got to understand, we've had the foresight here in Jacksonville to draft a guy like that, number 3 overall. That's hard to do.
That is hard to do.
Back in the day.
Is Trevor Lawrence finally matching the hype? You guys feel good that you have the guy?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we coined a phrase around here years ago as we went through quarterback after quarterbacks in search of that. You know, I would have determined NFL teams don't get better; they get better quarterbacks. And until you get one who is good enough to lead you to a title or to playoffs, and then you hope that you get a generational one. And I really do think, guys, we played a game today, right? And now, granted, it's a little hometown. Who would you trade Trevor Lawrence for right now? You know what I'm saying? If you're sitting here in Jacksonville, Trevor, you wouldn't trade Trevor for Dak. I mean, as good as Dak is and he's played, I wouldn't trade Trevor for Dak. And we determined there's really like 4 or 5 guys in the league right now. You know, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and then
Herbert.
And then maybe Herbert. Maybe.
Definitely Herbert.
Not sure you're going to feel that way after this Sunday. But
I would definitely trade him for Herbert.
Just from the standpoint of seeing Trevor Lawrence, I get it in Dallas. You probably haven't seen the Jags play all year, right? I mean, I understand.
Have they seen him in Jacksonville play? Do they care?
Yeah.
Do y'all care at all?
Sure.
Or is it your cool mascot that you like a lot instead of the theme?
You know, I think what you do if you're a Jaguar fan, you say, gosh, we came into the league in 1995, and here's America's team has the same number of playoff wins we do since then, and three of them came in 95. So y'all worry about your battles, and we'll worry about ours. Ours have been to basically become a 500 football team.
Congrats on that.
A consistent, and we're not there yet. 5-8, by the way. Yeah. But to your original point, Trevor Lawrence is a dog. He's going to be a top 5 quarterback. And with that, and the AFC South has a problem. They have no quarterbacks in this division. The Jaguars have the only one. They're the team on the rise. So when we do this little get-together 3 years from now, we're going to be the 10-4 football team. And, you know, whether or not Dallas is, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
All right. I like Trevor Lawrence. I'm not going to fight you on that. I mean, but top 5, next year, what you saying next year, top 5?
I'm saying right now, he's got a passer rating of 95.4. He's got 20 touchdowns and 6 picks. He's going to throw for over 4,000 yards, and he's been a year with Urban Meyer, which should count for double.
Did you have any good stories with Urban? Was he really that bad?
We've known Urban for a lot of years, guys, right? First at the University of Florida. So I think most people, for the most part, had some optimism that his scheme, it seemed like he ran a football factory professional type, program even in college. But he came here and he tried that same, bullying nonsense that just doesn't fly in 2022, and he was an abject disaster from the get-go. So I think just about everyone was on the same page by the time he was let go, and the problems were on the field and off. But I think when he was hired, I think there was some realistic optimism, and it didn't play out. And it certainly was a bad thing for a young quarterback trying to learn what the NFL is all about.
Cross-talking with the drill in Jacksonville, 1010 XL here on 105 through the Fan in DFW. What is your opinion on the Cowboys?
I think the Cowboys are good. I mean, I do. I think when you look at football teams around the league that can beat you offensively or defensively, there aren't a lot of them. And the Cowboys, I would think, fall into that category. Look, y'all know what that defensive line does. We can only hope that Micah Parsons' perspective is exclusively on the Eagles a week from now. But that's a dangerous matchup here. Trevor's been really good for the last 5 weeks. He got 10 touchdowns, no picks, passer rating over 100. He's been really good. Not just good, but really good. That gets thrown off if he's got a second and a half and 2 Cowboys bearing down on him. So I think the concern is protecting Trevor Lawrence and opening up a run game. Look, Travis Etienne for much of this year was as explosive as any running back in the league. He got hurt 4 weeks ago against the Ravens, and his production has tailed off, but he averages 5 a carry. He's a lot like what Pollard has been for y'all, right? He's been a big play back, and so the Jags are going to need Travis Etienne to get the run game going, because I'm going to tell you this right now. The Jags defense is a disaster. It's terrible. And they held Tennessee in check last week because they forced 4 turnovers, and we all know you can't count on that week to week. So, I mean, if Jacksonville is going to beat Dallas, to be honest with you, either Dallas is going to have to turn the ball over or Jacksonville is going to have to outscore them. And, back to your original point, what I think of the Cowboys, I think that if they need to score to beat you, they can. And if they need to stop you to beat you, they can. And that is certainly at least one major step ahead of where this football team is here.
How are the Jaguars going to handle playing in front of 67,000 Cowboys fans on Sunday?
Well, in all fairness, it's been a fun place
Duval.
It's been a fun place for visiting teams to come, and yuck. Boy, it's original. Let me tell you.
Why? Okay, I get it. I know it's Duval County, but why? Who else throws out the county?
I
don't get that.
Yeah, don't care. You play in a stadium that sounds like it's a carnival. You play in Jerry's World. I mean, does Chevy Chase drive in to start every game? So that's here nor there to me. That is listen, that's a rallying cry for a very proud area of the country. They'd be happy for y'all to Dallas to ride on in here, get your ass whipped, and go home. So, I mean, there's a pride that goes into that saying that, again, look, I'm gathering through about 10 minutes here that this conversation is like the Cowboys in general. It's a lot of talk, but at the end of the year, you're sitting in the same space as the Jags or any other team, waiting on the draft. So I think this will be a close game. I think the Jaguars are better than you think they are already at home this year. They've beaten the Ravens. They've beaten the Raiders. They won at the Chargers this year. There are a lot of years we'd be having this conversation, man, and it would just be all shtick on my part. We don't have a football team. We have a really good quarterback. We have a dangerous offense, and we have a defense that can't stop us for. So that is, nuts and bolts what it comes down to on Sunday.
Does your producer have any more music?
He's got all kinds of music, man. He has been around. He's a legend.
Can we try?
Hit it. E.T., what county you live in, my man?
Hey, y'all boys better know what time it is. Hold on, man. Let me help these boys out real quick, man.
Yeah, I want to hear E.T.
Yeah, what up? You gonna hear E.T.
Okay.
County pride.
County pride, man.
Like a high school game.
Stop playing.
Shout out Denton County, man.
Okay. Denton County.
Denton.
All right.
Navarro County in this piece,
There you go.
All right, what are your predictions? What happens, Jeff, on Sunday?
Look, where am I doing the show again, E.T.? Where are we? Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I think
what else is Jacksonville known for? Like, what's number 2, you think?
Punch y'all in the face.
World Is that the World Golf Hall of Fame? Is that what it is?
Yeah. I don't know what part of y'all thinks Dallas is anything other than the Cowboys. I really don't. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of nice burgs to go to, whether you're in Frisco or Fort Worth. I guess it's all great out there, but I don't know what the hell they do in Dallas other than play football.
They go to Houston?
How long did it take you guys to get over the whole country crapping on you all as a Super Bowl site?
Yeah,
do you still hang on to that, like little brother syndrome?
Never bothered me at all. I don't feel any little brother syndrome at all. I feel like I live in the best city in the world. I could get a job offer in Dallas or anywhere else, and I'd stay right where I am.
Stay there.
Hey, listen, y'all keep it just how you are, because I'm about 20 minutes from the TP Stadium course. I'm about 25 minutes from the ocean. I am about 30 minutes from Amelia Island. I am, 40 minutes from St. Augustine. I can play the best golf course in the world, go to a fabulous restaurant, and spend the night on the beach. Enjoy Fort Worth, boys. Knock it out at Six Flags tonight.
Hey, I'm proud he's got some Google Map homework.
Google Map it.
No,
He
I'm not, hey,
E.T., take us out.
spoiler alert, my parents lived in McKinney at one point.
Oh, 1%er.
I got
A
you.
McKinney 1%er.
E.T., take us out, man. Take us out.
Don't you forget it either.
Oh,
All
some
right,
more of
E.T.
that?
All right, we'll see you guys later. Bad luck this weekend, boys.
There it is. Crosstalk.
County pride, man.
1010 XL the drill. So I didn't know if this was like his dad or something, but I wanted to ask him about his Twitter account because he's pulling the Skip Bayless, not following anybody, and there's just like this weird purple checker suit on, and I didn't know. He's got 200 followers. So
the whole Jags fan base follows him.
I was like, is he bailed? Jeff Prosser, 1010 XL. And he's not following anyone. He hasn't tweeted since 2015. And I'm trying to figure out, is this is it Dale Murphy up there?
That looks like Dale Murphy.
Is that Dale Murphy?
There's two Jeff Prossers on here though.
Well, this is
have the same photo.
Oh, okay. Because this guy looks like a Boogie Nights character. Like,
yeah, he does.
Boogie Nights crossed with $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase with that chain.
Because there's another one that's the Jeff Prosser.
And how many followers does that have?
Well, it's got 1,200.
Okay.
But he's and he is followed by the Jaguars.
Ooh.
But it hasn't tweeted since 2012.
Okay.
Yes.
So
he has 13. He's following 13 people.
And I'm glad I talked to E.T. before then because they were about to call you Shane. He said, so it's Shane RJ? And I said, well, no,
You should have said, yes, it is.
You should have actually told him the right radio station while you were at it.
Yeah, well, it's on the email, you know.
Shane, RJ, and Chop here on DFW Sports Station. Man, speaking of couples, apparently his parents were a couple in Texas. We got Dallas people all over television. We got MILF shows. We got RJ's Royals update, and we got Dallas couples making the news. All that, we got to pick this game as well, and the Stars goaltender putting on the show in the NHL last night. That's all next right here on The Fan. But let me get you on over.
drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
They fake it to him left. They fake McCaffrey right. They throw to Kittle over the middle. 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
That was the call last night. Thursday Night Football, the Niners wrap up the NFC West. 21. Why do you look so prideful?
It's just it was an energetic call. I liked it.
Okay.
They do a great job on that 49ers radio broadcast.
Yeah, but he just ripped off his call for the Raiders. He ripped off his own call.
Was he the Raiders' voice?
Yeah. Then when they moved to Vegas, I guess they fired him, or they went in another direction.
What did he do previous? Touchdown! Oh, Glenn!
Because they got
Raiders!
Musburger. Raiders.
So they let him go to get Musburger. He would go touchdown Raiders. Remember that one? And now he's doing touchdown, and then he does the same thing. He just ripped off his own call.
A little different though. I enjoy it more. San Francisco.
Who do you hate in the NFC?
Team-wise?
The Cowboys.
Team-wise,
Obviously.
I grew up despising the Giants.
Okay.
I always hated the Giants more than the Eagles. They were so obnoxious. They did that stupid Jim Jones sack celebration in 0405, the we fly high, no lie, bowling. And so every time they get a sack, they jump shot together.
I thought you were going to talk about the salsa, the Victor Cruz salsa.
That was pretty bad too.
I hate it when NBC played the song.
The song. They played it.
They played the song. It was like, guys, what are we doing here?
And now I'm really anti-Giants because of Danny Boy Hustle Hard. Honestly, I want to make the Odell Beckham
Daniel
Jr.
Jones?
No, Danny Boy Hustle Hard, Odell Beckham's driver. I'm better than Schefter. I'm better than Jordan Schultz. I want the signing to happen just because he's not going to the Cowboys. Well, now I want him just for that. I will endure all the blessed just to have Danny Boy Hustle Hard's Instagram video.
And San Francisco winning despite Jerry Jones blasting them last week when Debo got hurt. Jerry Jones said, stop running our receivers up the middle. Remember, Jerry got hurt out for the year early on in one of San Fran's feelings. So him and Dante Whitner, who is on local TV there, started going back and forth as Jerry said, stop running our skill players up the middle.
Jerry Rice?
Jerry Rice.
Yes.
Who did I say?
You said Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones, sorry.
Very confused.
I was like, wow, Jerry was running up the middle.
It's is this a league meeting issue that we didn't hear about?
Yes. Jerry Jones on with the KMC Masterpiece today at 10:30. But I was asking the Tolos on social media, okay, this is the only game. We're in the running. We're a direct competitor of the 49ers for this playoff push. What are your impressions? Are you worried about them? And there was overall respect on Twitter from the Tolos. As for the Facebook comments, Seahawks gifting them this game. I just turned it on. 12th man must have called in sick. Let's see. Mr. Irrelevant looking Romo-esque. The offense is legit. I close my eyes and see Dak running up the middle with 14 seconds and no timeout. Have to turn it off. They're a scary team, better than the Cowboys. Not worth watching. Seattle O-line is looking like trash. That could be the Niners D-line. Looks like I should not have benched Kittles in fantasy. He had 2 touchdowns. Best team in the NFC. Legit. I don't want to play them, honestly. So those were a lot of the Tolos on Facebook on Bobby's 49ers.
Yeah, that's interesting, the Romo comparison. I didn't remember Purdy fumbling any snaps in Seattle last night.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Is that a thing?
That's that's how I remember Tony Romo in Seattle. But
why do you have to? Why do you have to be like
it was
everyone
a slick
else?
football? DeMarcus Ware told me it was at Dillard's.
Yeah, they call it a K ball. They call it a K
Why
ball.
do you have to pick a side? Well, can anyone in this damn city like both quarterbacks? Why do we have to divide?
Well, because hang on,
4 and 9.
I wouldn't have been able to ask the Romo fan on Sunday about this if we didn't divide them. We have to divide. We have to divide.
You
cannot. Yeah, you can't. This is political. You can't
I'm
side with the other side.
I haven't sided with one or the other.
Disagree. Here's what I have.
Tell me how.
Because you're a Dak ass. You're anti-Dak.
Okay.
You've surpassed Dawson at this point. And so you're Lord Dak ass.
Turn the fans on me like Brad Sham this week on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna come at you with a thinking emoji on Twitter.
Yeah.
No, what I'm in favor of is just taking shots and trolling. And so when I see the troll there, I'm going to take it. And there's plenty Plus, I never got over the how many fans called him Nine God. Oh, Nine God, Tony Romo.
What do you think about him as an announcer? Or
He's
has that
fine.
affected you?
Yeah.
Can you
He's fine.
separate it?
Is he a better announcer than quarterback? Or is he a better quarterback than announcer?
I mean, similar, really hot start, and then, has slowed down a little bit.
Wow. He has slowed down.
Kind of
Yeah.
true. Jake Ottinger made a season-high 45 saves against Ovechkin and the Caps. The Stars win 2-1. Washington had won 5 straight. Ovechkin had scored in 4 straight, all shut down by the Stars.
Yep, and they got a really good performance by Wedgwood the other night in Jersey. Got a really good one last night from Ottinger. Goaltending's been pretty solid.
Yeah, I keep telling y'all about Ottinger. You don't want to listen, but I keep
you?
saying.
What have you said?
Just how he's got the goalie spot locked down, and he's great.
He does.
I've said that
So
consistently.
your hockey knowledge is equal to soccer knowledge?
In terms of being expert level, yeah, I'd say so.
Are you a better golfer or hockey analyst?
It's a good question.
How many times-
it's hard to separate my skills like that.
How many times have you been punched in the face? Once?
3.
3?
Yeah, 2 were my brother though.
All right.
What was the girl's name? The other one?
Sarah.
Really?
Who was the other one?
Yeah. It was just some guy at a bar.
What happened?
We're just getting mouthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I could
talking trash.
So in high school, were you like a verbal bully, like psychological warfare, or had that not kicked in yet?
No. I just like I said, I troll. But if it gets down to the point where it's like, all right, we're throwing punches, it's like, okay, all right, here we go. And I'm just.
Will you throw down? Will you throw?
Mhm.
You'll throw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
dude, ask him about what happened at Papa.
Let's not talk about Papacitos on the air.
I know what happened at Papa.
Papado's parking lot.
Wolchuk and Dawson have talked about that on the air enough. I'm hoping we forget that.
Papado's parking lot. All right, speaking of partying it up this weekend, you got a little Diet Coke advice?
Yes. There is a study out there that you need to drink diet soda as opposed to regular soda with your mixer.
Okay.
A British doctor's gone viral on social media revealing that diet mixers make you intoxicated faster than their full sugar options.
Oh, so this isn't for like a calorie thing?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Drinking Diet Coke with alcohol will get you drunk faster than regular Coke. And it's got nothing to do with anything other than the fact that sugar in regular Coke makes your stomach empty more slowly into the small intestine.
So will sugar-free Red Bull get me more messed up than what you guys are drinking every morning?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
I when I drink my Red Bull vodkas, it's always sugar-free.
Okay.
Now, I do that in part for I don't want the sugar.
Sugar.
Sugar's going to get you hangovers, or I don't really get hangovers, and you don't either. We're like unicorns.
Yeah.
All right, we're tremendous with this.
Yeah.
The difference is that you can mix anything. I can't mix.
Yeah.
If I start with something, I got to finish with it.
Now, I remember you saying something like really grossed me out in passing about soda a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. Pepsi wants everybody, they've started a new campaign. Hashtag Pilk and Cookies.
Pilk?
Pilk, which is they want people to mix Pepsi and milk together as part of a campaign push. And what was interesting to me about this is I thought this was just me growing up. Like, we did this when I was a kid.
You put milk in your soda?
We'd pour Coke in milk, and we called it splashed milk. It was good.
Disgusting.
I remember liking it. I'm sure if I drank it now, I'd be like, this is disgusting. What was that? Like, knowing what I know now, I think it's disgusting. But as a kid, you just hand me a drink. I'm like, oh, this is good. Like, that just used to be like a drink.
Is that like a thing that I've never heard of?
I've never heard of it.
Never.
Soda and milk?
Made up.
I'm just telling you what
I
we
would
did.
think it would like react oddly.
I would think that that's a bet payoff.
Like, have you ever put like what's that drink? The Car Bomb.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Car Bomb? You drop like a Bailey's into a beer.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, but it curdles the beer like immediately.
That is gross.
That was
Soda milk.
way back in the day. Like, Coke and milk was like a southern thing, like niche southern thing, like in like the 60s or whatever. But I guess it just carried over to like my parents.
I try to do a whole lot of things that happened in the South in the 60s. It's kind of my own personal. I just kind of stay away from that.
Like, what do you mean? Like,
whatever.
Drugs, free love?
all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I'll tell you, I stopped drinking like soda when I realized that you can put on your car battery and it melts off the
it's probably gonna melt off the stomach
corrosion.
acid
Yeah,
too.
it's like,
yeah.
all right, no, I'm done with this.
Yeah, I'm
man.
sure some of the brown liquors you drink won't do the same thing.
That's the thing. What are y'all talking about mixers for?
That's
Just
fair.
shoot
Yeah,
it like
that's
men.
right.
Wow, here we go. Here we go. Got to make drinking gender-based now with your men comment.
No, just shoot it like an adult then. Fine, an adult, adult.
Didn't the bourbon craze start again because of Mad Men?
I have no idea. I've never watched 1 second of Mad Men, so I don't know.
I didn't watch much of it either.
It gets me drunk.
You don't have one mixed drink that you like?
No, I shoot bourbon all the time.
And that's why you end up the way you do at Boomer Jacks after the event
Good
in the
time
next
with 3
morning
kids, so.
with dents in your hand. Let's pick the game on Sunday. Any of us going to pick the upset, or is it even that really of an upset? The public is all betting Jacksonville. Who are you picking? Next on The Fan. But first, I know where you're picking to start the weekend. If you miss Mike McCarthy earlier, probably a top 2. Maybe the best interview that he's done with us.
Fantastic. He was awesome.
9 o'clock, we'll bring it back. 9 o'clock on your home of America's team. 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon against Jacksonville. First off, Choppy, the 5 things that you want to see on Sunday.
All right, 5 things, Sean. First off, number 1, I don't want the Cowboys to listen to a word I have to say here. Last week I said I wanted them to be generic and vanilla. Just show up and win and almost cost them. I want everybody to remember, I'm an idiot. Okay? So that is number 1. The number 1 thing I want them to see is do not listen to a word I have to say. Number 2, Dak maintain that aggressive nature. I don't care about an interception once the ball gets tipped in the air. That doesn't bother me. I don't care about that. Or once his arm gets hit. He does have to get better care of the football when it comes to placement, but I love the aggressiveness, and I don't want to see that end. Number 3, we need a game for Micah. I think the best way to get Trevor Lawrence off his game is to get him off schedule. If you could do that, who's the guy? Mike is the guy to do that. So for me, I need to see a game from him. I am fascinated to what is going to happen at right tackle. Bobby shook me this morning with the Tyron thing.
Shook you all night long.
Reset it.
Tyron Smith, in all likelihood, will play right tackle this week as part of a rotation with Jason Peters and Josh Ball. And it sounds like, talking to people over there, it sounds like Tyron Smith volunteered to go over there.
The one thing I don't like is
McCarthy did not want to touch on that this morning.
The word rotation. I don't know that I like. Like
you have to rotate Jason Peters. He's a geezer. You have to.
No, I know, but I'm saying
respectably.
Right. Yes.
In all respect.
Actually, I think we're both older than him.
Yeah. There you go.
I want them to find one guy, just leave him there, if you can. Right. I think
it just makes sense.
Rhythm and everything.
Tyron's working back. He's been out basically all year. Jason is 40. It makes sense to rotate him for now, and then probably Tyron, you would think,
in a couple of weeks,
will be just locked down over there.
But find a way to figure out right tackle, and then finally, don't sell out to stop their running game. I know Etienne's really good. I know their running game has been pretty good. Don't sell out to stop that. Trevor Lawrence will whoop your butt if you try to stop their running game, just like Aaron Rodgers did. When the Cowboys couldn't stop the run in Green Bay, they were blowing out the Packers. The moment Green Bay started to pass, game was over. So there's the 5.
Who's your pick and why?
I'm taking Jacksonville.
Oh,
Duval! That's such a dumb phrase, too. Such a dumb thing.
You should pick the Cowboys just because of that.
I almost did. I got a weird, sick feeling about this one. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it. Why? I just got a really, really, really bad feeling. I think Jacksonville winds up winning this game. I think the Cowboys up 23-17, and then Jacksonville gets a touchdown with like 11 to go, 11 seconds left.
Okay,
it's very specific.
Very specific.
If that's what happens, the NFL is fixed, and you were in on it.
The over/under is 48. The game started off. It opened with the Cowboys favored by 6.
The line's just moving too much for me. Something's going on.
Jacksonville is now an underdog by 4, and like 94% of the betting public has put money on the Jags. They put money on Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's really strange. Like something that doesn't happen. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. Vegas is telling you something, because Vegas, when they put a line anywhere between 4 and 6 to start, they're telling you we don't have a feel on this game.
Yeah,
we don't know.
You don't know what the Cowboys are going to do.
Right, and then the public or the sharps will bet it to a point that's more appropriate, and I think that's where they're going to settle at.
All right, Robert, what's your pick?
I got Dallas winning by 4, 28-24. So I think that this will be a game where they're sweating it a little bit. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be able to have some success. I'm stumbling over the words there. He's going to be able to have some success, throwing against Kelvin Joseph, throwing against the secondary. But Dak should be able to bounce back this game. Jacksonville's pass defense is really bad. So I'm going with Tarrant.
Yeah, buddy.
Is Jacksonville's pass defense definitely worse than their run D?
Yes.
Okay.
For me, anyway. What I saw, it looked pretty rough.
Peyton, who's your pick?
I'm going to Cowboys 26-20. So I have them covering. I think it's going to be another slow start. We forget Jacksonville jumped out to a 14-0 lead in Philadelphia back in week 3, I believe. So I think this one could be closer than people think, but I have Cowboys winning by 6.
Trevor Lawrence since week 9, 1,362 passing yards, 10 touchdowns to no picks. Wow. 72% completion percentage, first in the league, and his passer rating is second at 111. They come in at 5-8. They got some momentum after what they did against the Titans. This could have been the best game of Trevor's young career. 350-3. He ran for another. And he ranks 9th in passing yards in the league, 10th in touchdown passes. Now, their offensive line, quietly good in terms of sacks allowed. They've allowed just 23 sacks this year, one of the lower totals in the league. Etienne, over 800 yards on the ground this year. His average is right at 5 a carry. I remember coming in many a Monday being a little bit jealous of RJ's fantasy team. I think you had Etienne, and I was like, man, when red zone flashes on over, he just seems to be making a play.
Yeah.
He's got a big play or a fumble, like in terms of turning it over. So the running game, top 10 in yards per game. So that's what they're looking like. And, of course, Evan Ingram making Giants fans ticked off last week, 11 for 150-2. I'm picking Jacksonville as well.
Ooh! Ooh!
26-24.
All right, we're right there in score then.
Yeah.
So congrats to the Eagles on winning the East, is what you're saying. It's over.
It's already over.
Well, my man Justin Fields, maybe he'll run around and be a better version of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, even if the Cowboys win out, they still only have like a 44% chance of winning the division.
I just think it's a really, really close, tight game. Jacksonville is a bigger worry than Indianapolis or Houston. Cowboys on the road. Now, will be like a home game, right? Are you going to this?
Yep. Yeah. I'll be in on Monday.
I wonder,
you'll be in here on Monday?
Yeah, I'll be in here on Monday. It's a noon kickoff. I'll be home in Dallas by like 8 o'clock.
Is it
and in here probably at 8 a.m.
Probably,
do you think this
probably
will be
5:30 like I did last week, thank you.
Oh.
Will this really be a 50-50 crowd?
Yes.
Does Jacksonville not draw at all?
No.
Even this year when they're
they've
playing better?
had problems. They've had problems for 25 years. Yeah, it's been an issue out there. By the way, the low sack total, part of that, Trevor Lawrence is getting the ball out second fastest in the NFL. 2.55 seconds to throw. The only one who's faster is Brady. And that's because Brady's throwing everything 2 yards.
Jacksonville has the 5th lowest attendance. Washington, Chicago, Vegas, Detroit, and then Jacksonville.
Detroit, and Detroit's been, especially beginning of the year, like no one was going to those games. Now they might be showing up.
Some other notes just to know before RJ's degenerate picks, and how split are we on the fan text with the pick? Darius Williams, Bobby, they made a slight change in personnel. They went with Williams at outside corner opposite of Tyson Campbell, and he was apparently excellent in his new role. Ryan Tannehill had a 48 passer rating while targeting him. And the Cowboys will look to restart a streak. Goose Goslin pointed out the 3 longest sack streaks in the NFL all came to an end last week. San Fran, Tampa, and the Cowboys all failed to get to the quarterback. San Fran had a streak, end at 39. Tampa 34. Cowboys 24. Let's see if Micah Parsons can wake back up. So Choppy and I are picking Jacksonville, Bobby and Peyton, the Cowboys. Let's get to the other degenerate picks.
3-2 in the NFL last week, 60%. You'll take it every day.
Take it. PTP here.
All right, I got 5 selections for you. Well, really 6. We're going to do the Cowboys money line as well.
Okay.
We'll do Jacksonville money line and then Jacksonville +4. All right, so we're not parlaying these.
I mean, we're not homers here. We can't talk all week about them sleepwalking and then sit here and say, I went the fan text. I love you. I'm picking the Cowboys.
I picked against the Cowboys once this year. That was against Tampa.
If anyone, RJ, has been saying that we're putting too much hate on them. But then you pick Jacksonville.
That's fine.
Very RJ-esque. What do you want to say?
I don't want to say anything.
You look like you want to say something.
I do. I was thinking similarly. We talked about how we've disrespected Dallas, and now we're sitting here thinking they're going to get run by a 5-8 team that doesn't have a home field advantage.
I didn't say
and can't play defense.
I didn't say we've disrespected them. RJ took up for them and then picked against them. So RJ has to answer for that. I've been criticizing them.
Yeah, I mean, look, NFL teams can lose. I mean, the Chiefs lost to the Colts. I mean, it happens. Like, sometimes you run into a team that has a day on the road, and that's why I don't style point road wins. Okay, so Jacksonville plus the 4. I'm also taking them money line. Denver, Arizona. Guess what the over-under on this game is?
Ooh. Oh, my God.
39.
Oh, lower. Let's see.
It is lower.
29.
No,
31.
It's 37. And I'm taking the under. I don't think Vegas could put this game low enough. This has got a 10-9 written all over it.
What is it at?
37.
Oh my God! Even if it's 17-14,
you missed by a touchdown.
Yeah, 2017. That's gonna be a lot of scoring in that game.
That's a high scoring game right there.
Gross.
Yeah, it's terrible. So Denver, Arizona, take the under 37.
Imagine being in Denver for the next 2 years, covering this. What a nightmare that'd be.
It's terrible. Carolina -3 against Pittsburgh.
Gross game, hideous game. I can't
is.
watch Pittsburgh. I can't stand the Steelers the way they play football.
Boring
Ass Mike Tomlin.
I know, right?
I don't like fantasy. I'm really just ashamed. I'm ashamed at the betting and the fantasy impact on these players. Shut up. Great coach, Hall of Fame. Lame.
You can get great value on Carolina to win the NFC South right now.
Yeah.
Steve
really
Wilkes.
good value.
Good for you, Steve Wilkes.
Absolutely. Got a raw deal in Arizona. Philadelphia -9 at Chicago. Ooh. And Detroit +1.5 at the Jets.
RJ loving his Lions.
Man, I root so hard for that. I hope they make the postseason.
At RJ Choppy on Twitter,
stick it to McVay.
The degenerate pick. Let's move on to another coach. Maybe the best appearance he's ever had on the morning show. If you missed him, don't miss it this time. Mike McCarthy on Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ getting set to be joined by the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach McCarthy. How are you?
Good morning. I thought maybe I was on the wrong show.
No.
What's going on? Is this a holiday show? Or?
Well, no. we're trying to figure out how to get in the building, not looking too far ahead, but, you know, for Cowboys Eagles, how many tickets do you get? Do you feel comfortable?
I'll tell you what, it's been a rough couple. It's been a rough month for the McCarthy and the ticket business here. I mean, we had close to 40 people at the Houston game. So
40.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't get those tickets. You know, I'm just, you know, this is professional football. So you got to pay for them.
Yeah. I was there at that game. I tried to come see you, but the usher wouldn't let me down on the field.
You serious?
Yeah, I was there. I had tickets.
You tell them about our show that we do every week.
I said, "Do you know who I am?" And
okay.
he said
well,
no.
What was the problem?
He said no.
Oh, you know who you were?
I was.
He always drops that line to the police officer when he gets pulled over in the morning of, I'm late to work. You know, I got to be on the air in 20 minutes. And
you haven't been right since that Vegas trip. I've
been struggling. I've been struggling a lot.
Hey, Coach, random question. You get any World Cup fever or any chance that in Pittsburgh you were checking out? I'm trying to think of a player, Alexi Lawless or any soccer love.
Tony
Miola in your day, soccer love.
No, Pele was my first exposure to soccer. But I mean, what a great cup going on right now. It's our trainers they have the World Cup spirit, so they keep everybody posted on everything as you walk through the training room throughout the day. So it's great to watch, and obviously anticipation of it, you know, coming to Dallas here in 4 years. So it's been great to watch.
What was your best sport growing up?
The best sport, you know, as far as my production?
Yeah, production.
I would say baseball. That was probably my most natural sport, but the sport I loved the most was basketball. I played a lot of basketball. And frankly, because I really didn't have the opportunity to play football till later, till high school, just because we didn't have a youth program in the inner city of Pittsburgh. So, but yeah, frankly, I got a little tired of baseball. Just a lot of standing around. You know what I mean? So,
can be.
But yeah, basketball was probably my most productive sport, you know, through high school and in grade school, and then I just felt that I had more potential in football in college.
Whose basketball poster was on your wall? Who did you love? Who was your guy?
Dr. J. My goodness.
Really?
Oh yeah. Okay. Absolutely. Well, we didn't have a professional team in Pittsburgh, and you know, we were. When you grew up in Pittsburgh, you were anti-Philadelphia, which serves me well in my current job. So.
Yeah, who was your team if you're in Pittsburgh?
Well, 76ers. You know, I mean, when I was a young kid, we had an ABA team called the Commodores. So, you know, it's not the Commodores, Condors. But, you know, obviously, I used to listen to the Commodores.
What a huge fan you were! What a huge fan!
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah.
Season ticket holder, Mike.
Yeah, Connie Hawkins. So that's who I remember from the Condors days. But the 76ers. You know, just with Dr. J and Chocolate Thunder and Maurice Cheeks and was it Bobby Jones? So that was a great team. Doug Collins. So,
oh yeah, exactly.
excellent basketball team.
Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Coach, how are you looking at Jacksonville? How have they played so much better? What are you seeing from them on tape as of late, making this a pretty highly anticipated game?
I mean, it's a talented roster, and we knew that going in. And I just think if you just watch them play the last 4 or 5 weeks, I think it's clearly come together for them, and I think it speaks volumes of Doug Peterson and his staff. I think you always look for that in the coach's first year. There's always a moment where you feel like you have to turn the corner and get it the way you want it, and I think they're definitely in that mode right now. So just really good tape. Excellent perimeter group on offense. Trevor Lawrence is playing his best football of the year, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. Defense, it's a challenging defense, and you'll see some carryover to what we've been seeing as far as with the quarters coverage and vision defense, and frankly, it'll be that like at the next couple of weeks. So, really good football team. So, that definitely, I think a much better than their record.
What have you noticed from Trevor Lawrence in the last couple of weeks that he maybe wasn't doing in his first year and in the first part of this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing with Trevor, he's a dual threat, and and that's always a challenge for defensively when you first get into game plan. And so you look at him, and I just go back to his college days. I was just so impressed with you got a quarterback at 6'6", and still his ability to run all the read option and things like that. So that still carries over, and you can see that especially in situational offense. That's the challenge we need to defeat on Sunday. But just throwing the ball with a lot of confidence, and and just the way their perimeter players are lined up, you can when you go from Jones and Kirk to the other Jones, I mean it's you got the vertical, you got the option runner, and so they do a nice job of conceptually getting the ball to their perimeter guys. I mean, I want to say, this past week on Ingram, I think had 15 targets. So you see that production from the tight end position also. I mean, because when you look at the stats, I think, 2 receivers are in the 60s, Ingram's in the 50s. So they're spreading the ball around a lot. So I mean, as an offense, we all want to play that way, and that's a huge credit goes to Trevor and his ability to spread the ball around.
Coach, how different is it preparing for like an uncommon opponent, like a team that you don't play, very often? Is there a lot of difference in terms of like the week of preparation?
Oh, definitely. I mean, personally, I think it's a pain in the ass in December. We got two the last 4. Sorry about that, but I mean, it's just,
we're good.
It's not. You're usually playing division games and conference games this time of year. Since the new format, the last 6-8 years ago, they put this in. So to have the 2 uncommon opponents, and and then the 3 games on the road on grass, all those things. So that's part of the challenge, and I think anytime you can increase the challenges for your football team, especially in December, I think it makes for a better, well-oiled team going into the playoffs.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. How confident are you in Tyron Smith wiping with his left? That's your point.
That's your point.
That's your point.
You've said it.
Oh my God! You got to be believable first. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh there. That's rude. That was rude of me. Well, as far as the offensive line, I think the most important thing is, as I stated earlier in the week, we really got to play, especially this week to our practice reps and the rotation that we've been working. I mean, we've been preparing, for Tyron to come back, but obviously we didn't anticipate Terrence's his injury. So, I'm going to say yesterday, after going back through it, I think we had 5 different combinations with our offensive line. So, you like to line up with 5 and go, but that's just not where we are right now. So, you'll see different combinations throughout the game.
What does it say about Tyron's willingness? We got a future Hall of Fame stud, a no doubt Hall of Fame specimen out there, that he's willing to even go play that side for the first time since his rookie year.
I mean, just the biggest thing here is, I just focusing on the 5 combinations. I mean, Tyron's, an ultimate team guy. I mean, he's, he doesn't say a whole lot, but when he speaks, he's like, yeah, Hut. No, you're probably too young to remember that commercial.
No, just the Commodores.
The Commodores too. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't wait I'll never hear the end of that. But no, I mean, Tyron just wants to win. I mean, he's at that point in his career, and he's all about winning.
Coach, we've talked about this this week a little bit. Micah had his comments about the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, and is it going to be bulletin board material? Do you think bulletin board material is a real thing, or is it kind of overrated? Like, teams are going to play hard anyway.
Well, both teams are going to play hard Sunday, and not to jump ahead next week, but I'm sure, we all know what's going into that game. So yeah, I don't, I'm not a fan of it. I'm into regulation of emotion and in your resources. So if this is such a difficult profession and just the competitiveness each and every week, and it's real. To waste any time on anything outside of winning is a waste of time. So, I think we can all just, focus as best we can and keep it about beating the Jaguars. So, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
What are your initial impressions of T.Y.? Everyone seems to be raving about his character. He seems to be an ultimate team guy. What are your initial impressions so far of Hilton?
Oh, I mean, I don't know how you can't be impressed with him. I mean, just from his arrival and, I love his personality and disposition as far as, his approach and has spent, he's exactly what you'd want someone to do. He comes in, he's here around the clock, learning the language, just getting an understanding of the particulars of each route. Conceptually, he's obviously played so much football, so the conceptual part, for him was probably the easiest, the recognition of it. But just making sure that, you got to get the routes, the time clocks and when you look at the way he does run routes, I mean, he's so natural getting in and out of his breaks, and his body language is easy to read, and we just need time. We just need time with him and the quarterbacks.
Is his speed still there? Is he got a lot left?
No, yeah, no, he can go. Yeah, he can, and boy, he just can really drop his weight and separate. So yeah, no, I've been impressed with him physically.
Coach, last week you told us you weren't too concerned about the slower starts. Do you still feel that way after the way the Texans game went?
Well, how did the start go last week?
Well, it was a good first drive.
Yeah. What's the definition of a start?
Well, that's a very good question.
I'm just trying. I want to give you a good answer. I'm trying to. We're on the same team here. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my reply would be the fact that the game was so close. I know they're all NFL teams, but the fact that it was so close before you guys were able to finally pull away. I mean, not a lot of people would think the Texans would be up 3 at halftime. That's what I was thinking as a slower start.
Oh, no doubt. Hey, I mean, I get it. It's all fair. We were both at the game, so
RJ was. I couldn't get a seat from you. You hogged them all up with 50 people, so I wasn't there.
Well, it's 40. I mean, let's get the facts right, especially the start of the game. Who's counting? But no, I think the big thing is the ability to make sure you go with the ebb and flow of the game. And frankly, just coaching against Lovey for so many years, I mean, he just does an excellent job with takeaways and in field position and special teams and so forth. And, if you'd have told me that we had 3 giveaways and minus, 164 in field position, I would have told you we'd have been in a dogfight to win the game. And that's really what happened. I think, and I'm not trying to spin it, but, I think these games are so valuable because the fourth quarter is you get going into playoff football, December football. That's what these games come down to. So, I mean, the experience of what we went through in the fourth quarter is outstanding. But, it's always a good place to be as a coach when you win and you can walk into the meetings with a big old can of tough love. You always got to have, some level of tough love in your, in your pocket. But, to be able to go in there Wednesday and go through it all, I mean, I think it's a good spot to be in.
I'm very impressed with your journalism ethics here that you are. I know you got a major in business administration. Did you have a minor in communications, or you just learned this dealing with the media, checking the facts and questions and breaking them down? Because this is impressive.
Well, I had a minor in economics and accounting, but I have a master's in sports administration. So my communication was clearly from on-the-job training, and I give both of you such credit for my development.
Oh, thanks. Do you do your own taxes?
No.
Can you do your own taxes? Is the question.
I'll tell you what. The one thing about working in the NFL, I mean, you have to fill out taxes for every state that you compete in. So,
God, what a nightmare!
It's not that I would not want to do the taxes.
Can you instantly do the tip at the table, or you have to use the calculator?
Well, for as much as I tip, because I've worked in the service industry, it's pretty easy to do it. Yeah.
Well, very impressive. There he is. Wow. And you're a
I
busser?
would say mathematics is one of my strengths.
Okay. All right. Busser or server?
Excuse me?
Busser or server, restaurant industry?
I've been a bar back. I've been a bartender. I guess you can say I was a server. I mean,
okay.
You work at a small inner city, bar. You do everything.
Mm-hmm.
You serve drinks. You got to change the grease of the deep fryer, and and just 90% of the food that you serve is deep fried. So.
Was there a drink that you hated when somebody ordered? You just eye roll like it's going to take me forever to make this damn thing.
Well, shot in the beer was pretty hard to screw up. So no, I didn't have many. It wasn't a large menu.
More radio gold as always. Mike McCarthy. There you go.
Oh, get out of here. I gotta go.
Bye, Coach.
I got a meeting. Have a great day.
There he is, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Will Nick Eatman agree with me and Choppy that Jacksonville is going to win on Sunday? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. It's not fist pump time.
No, but
Mike McCarthy took that over at the top of the hour. Hey, you look like you're doing Richard Simmons exercises. Bobby's pulling the truck horn.
Yep.
It's all on the fan cam.
Depends on your perspective.
Twitch and YouTube. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Nick, offensive line. Snap one, left to right, will be what?
I would say Tyler Smith, McGovern, Biotis, Zach Martin, Peters.
And then Tyron will rotate throughout the game?
I think so. I think that's what my guess would be. I don't know. I've never seen Tyron as a backup, so neither is he. So maybe, we'll see. I mean, and I know it's a sensitive thing over there. So like, they're trying to, like this will factor into Jacksonville's plans. I'm sure if they know the line left to right. But so I that's just what I would guess. I would guess that they're going to keep the left side the same right now, and then Tyron could rotate. He could rotate the left side, maybe right side. But get him ready.
How much do you think that Tyron has now? Look, awesome, elite, future Hall of Famer. Oh, how much do you think Tyron? Do they have any worry that he slipped like over the past 2 or 3 years in his ability?
I think publicly, no, they don't say that. But I don't know why you wouldn't think that. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, your question was, are they worried about? I mean, I think you have to be. I mean, like, he's been injured, he's missed a lot of time, and his standards are so high that you just get surprised when he gives up a sack. And it happened some last year in the games, and he still played at a Pro Bowl level even last year. But I still think that. Yeah, I mean, you wonder that. You always wonder when that guy when it falls off, and I think you have to put that in the back of your mind. If they didn't, they wouldn't have drafted Tyler Smith. So I think that they feel that way. They still think he's got some good years left, and and I think that they're excited about him. But yeah, I mean, his best football is probably behind him.
What scares you most about this game?
Jacksonville's going to score some points, and I think if the Cowboys turn the ball over and keep it close for them, I think that I think it could get. I'm not going to say out of hand, but I do think Jacksonville will score points. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So if the Cowboys, struggle to score or struggle to hang on to the football, then I do think Jacksonville can. I think the Jaguars. It'll be a fun, like, festive. It'll be like a bowl game, which I think they play bowl games there. But
Gator Bowl.
I think it'll be like that. I think it'll be a lot of different shades of bluish, green, teal, whatever. There, I think it'll be a mixed crowd, and those crowds always create a fun environment because you kind of go back and forth a little bit. And I think the game will go back and forth too.
Nick, is this a game where I know everybody's been clamoring for, come on, let's get back to the run, let's do this, but just looking at Jacksonville's defense, is this a game they're going to have to win through the air, do you think?
I think so. I think that they'll be balanced. I think they'll run the ball well, but I also think that it'll be an opportunity for them to throw it around the yard, and I think they're going to have to. I really do. I think it'll be a game where I don't know if 24 or 28 points is going to win it for you. I think you're going to have to get into the 30s to win. And so I think it'll be a fun one, but I do think the Cowboys stick with this is what works. This is how we're going to move the ball. And I think Dak's going to have to throw it around, and I think that they'll have a lot of success doing that.
What's your pick?
I picked the Cowboys 37-28. I think it'll be fun. Here's another thing you got to remember too about this team and with McCarthy and all that. You go back to the last 2 years and just think of the bad losses. Denver was one. They scored 43 the next week. Tampa was one this week. With Cooper Rush, they had 20 against the Bengals, but it was a bounce back. They did not play well against the Lions. They scored 49 against the Bears. And they did not play well against the Packers and lost, and they scored 40 against the Vikings. This is a game coming back from the Texans. They typically bounce back when the narrative is you didn't play well last week, when they get focused. Let's see if they are. I think they're focused on the Jaguars and not the other green team that's waiting for them. But I do think that they'll take care of business, and they'll score a lot of points, but it'll be a fun game.
Nick Eatman, Diamond Factory Hotline here on The Fan. What did you think of Micah's response to the Philly response yesterday in the locker room?
I mean, I think that's all he could do, really. I mean, you know, he I'm sure somebody got in his ear, like, enough. You know, like they're a great team, and they have the better record, and they beat you. And you didn't play well, really, in that game. So let's not talk about all of that right now. You know, you'll have a chance to do all the talking next week and win and play them and all that. I think he did a good job of saying what he needed to be said. But right now, the Eagles look like they've got the upper hand. They're saying the right things. They certainly have the better record, and they're in the driver's seat to go win this division and take the number one seed in the NFC. So, you know, they're saying the right things. I mean, I for the Cowboys, I don't know why that they're talking about it, but I get the show. I get the premise. If it's Von Miller is not bringing Micah Parsons on so he can talk about, you know, the Bears or the Colts that week, whenever that show was taped.
Right.
You know, you're talking about the Bears. I get it. It happens. It gets clipped out, you know, and then it's like, it makes it look like that's all he's caring about. But, you know, if they sleep on the Jaguars like they tried to sleep on the Texans, they'll definitely lose. I mean, because the Jaguars are way better than Houston.
Who are the guys capable of checking Micah in that locker room? Like, hey, man, like, zip it up. If he was told that, who's got that power?
I don't know if it comes from the players as much as it comes from, you know, like the PR staff and maybe the coaches a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying that D-Law doesn't have that, but, you know, D-Law, he's you know, he'll say some things too. Like, you know, like these guys. Yeah. So I don't know if it really comes from the players kind of checking each other. I just think it's more about, hey, let's be smart. Let's don't make this, you know, worse than it already is. And you know, and he said, I think that was funny. He said, you know, I know they hate me up there, which is, you know, that's his home. That's another thing you got to remember. That's his home state. You know, they probably want to like him. But they can't, and they know they can't now, and he's not helping the situation. But you know, I mean, it's a fair question to ask, but like I think the answer that Von Miller gave was right. I mean, it is both. I mean, the Eagles. I mean, Jalen Hurts is making that thing go, and he's got great pieces around him, but they all play together. I mean, like, was Aikman driving the bus, or did Aikman have great players around him, or was it a combination of both? And I think it's okay to say both sometimes.
Nick, Odell Beckham Jr., are you still at 80%?
No, I'm going down a little bit, and it's only because it didn't happen. Only because it didn't happen yesterday, and then today, you know. So I'm still at like 65.
65.
What would bump it back to 80 or 95?
Maybe me hearing that he's coming soon or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like this week, like, is a big week. It doesn't have to happen this week. I mean, there's different ways to do this. They don't have to sign him and immediately put him on IR. They don't have to do that. They can just keep him on their roster. Heck, they've been at 52 for several weeks, so they can just put him at 50. You know, make him the 53rd, make him inactive. There's different ways to do it, and believe me, if they're gonna get this done, it's gonna be because there's some creative people making creative deals. So how they get him on the roster doesn't seem to be that difficult of a challenge. So one way to do it would be to sign him this week, put him on IR, but there's other ways to get this thing done. They could put him on the practice squad if they needed to. I don't think anyone's going to poach him off there. I mean, they could have signed him for the last year if they wanted him. So there's different things to do here, and I think that they can get it done. But I still think there's so much talk. I still think it's for some reason, I still think it's going to happen.
So, but obviously the consideration also has to be getting him work with Britt Brown and the rehab staff to making sure he's ready for the playoffs. So what's your drop dead day, do you think? Like Monday, Tuesday? Do you think it's early next week? Like if it's not done by early next week, it's probably not happening.
That seems fair. Yep. I think I would think so. You know, if you're going to try to make this happen and you know, because I mean, there's you know, the skeptical part of me is this people talking about this deep run to the playoffs. I mean, I've been here. This is my 24th season.
Well,
and I haven't seen deep runs in the playoffs. and I've seen teams just as good as this one, and it's one and done. So I get it. And I think this is the reason why they're doing it. I mean, look at the guys that they've brought in. I mean, since training camp. I mean, there's been at least 5 guys, I think, that are first-round picks or Pro Bowlers that they've brought in. And Hilton and, you know, even you can throw Tack McKinley in there. I mean, just throwing stuff out there just to see if this guy sticks. Anthony Barr, Jason Peters, maybe Odell. I mean, they went and got the MVP of the USFL. I mean, like, they're doing what they can do to try to make this happen. I mean, they traded for Hankins, you know, and I think he was a help. I think his loss is going to be bigger than Steele's because they don't really have a guy that replaces. I mean, Steele, whoever replaces Steele is going to be a future Hall of Famer. I think, unless they tried the Josh Ball stuff. But you know, and I'm not on board with. I've heard people say, "Hey,
Laufenberg was giving him props."
No.
No.
I'm sorry. I mean, I get it. 2 plays and all that. But to me, the coaching staff said, you know what? We got the ball at the 2-yard line. The game is on the line, and we don't want this to happen again. I'm going to put a guy in that hasn't played it in 17 years, but I think that he's got enough stones to say, I'm blocking this guy in front of me, and I'm going to get it done. And we're going to go down the field, and we're going to score. And so if it was only a couple plays or this and that, then they wouldn't have benched them with the game on the line. So and 2 plays is all it takes to mess up a whole game.
Hey, have a good trip to Florida. We appreciate the extra time yesterday with the surprise phone call.
No problem.
And we'll talk to you Monday.
Yeah, that was fun. Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Grinds my gears when they said about Micah, right? With he's going home and those people aren't fans of him anymore. Man, if one of my close friends makes the NFL, I'm changing teams.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece with the biggest Trevor Lawrence fan in the Metroplex. Leading the way next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
Oh, it's Mike Bassick time on the Fan with a little theme music for today.
Wow!
You guys want to know what this song is?
What is it?
Your
Hang
first
on.
guess. Let's see who can guess it first.
I fought the law and the law won.
I fought the law and the law
Is that a
won.
Trevor Lawrence reference?
I got to work with this today.
Corey doesn't look happy. He looks over-prepared.
I know he is. No, he's so prepared today. He is so prepared for T-Law Day.
No Kevin.
No Kevin today.
He didn't want to deal with Trevor Lawrence talk today.
You look like you're wearing a Jags t-shirt under there.
I'm not. I have a Jags hat, and I can't find it. I bought it last year, and I was going to wear it today.
Who are you rooting for Sunday? Wow. Okay.
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, I respect the honesty.
Sunshine. All right, so that's I Fought the Law by The Clash. So it's actually been redone a lot. I didn't know how many different cover bands there were.
Okay.
But to play a fun game, Corey already knows these 3 different songs.
So I'm out.
Oh, God, I'm out.
I would like for you guys to buzz in when you know the song and you know who sang the song.
So you need both. I need both.
You need both because some of them are kind of easy with what song it is.
Bobby thinks he's an expert here.
I don't think I'm an expert.
Yeah,
I don't think
you
so.
said you know the third most music in the station, probably.
At the time, behind Troy and Tim. Yeah.
So now you
Which
know
is
the
fair
second
because,
most.
I just listened to a lot. That's fair, I think.
Well, do you need the? Can I just sing a couple of lyrics if I don't have the name of it?
You'll have a good idea.
Oh, okay.
This is not these 3 songs. I don't think are very hard to know.
Okay,
I think
3 in addition to the Clash.
That was the Clash.
Okay.
I Fought
Do
the
they need
Law.
buzzer sounds?
Yeah, just say got it.
Okay,
and then I'll say, all right, what is the song? And don't cut it off. Just let it keep playing for our audience to really enjoy this sunshine.
Oh, I got
okay?
you, Mike.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Sesame Street.
No, what is this? Got it. It's the Brady Bunch.
You got 5 seconds.
It's the Brady Bunch.
It is the Brady
It's
No idea.
Sunshine Day.
It is. It's a sunshine day. Let's
you
listen.
go.
Everybody's smiling.
Never heard the
Sunshine
song.
day.
You never watched the Brady Bunch?
No.
No.
I never did. I never did. I mean, I may have seen a couple of episodes, but it wasn't like a regular.
You guys never watched the Brady Bunch?
What inspired you to pick this?
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Oh,
Trevor Lawrence.
sorry.
Sunshine.
Corey, I feel, but he's like a sick, giddy happy.
Yeah, he is. He's so.
He walked into the building playing the song. Like he walks in and I was like, what is going on? I was like, oh,
I've
that's
held
Mike.
it in all week.
Okay.
But it's time.
I guess I should search to remember the Titans soundtrack.
That's what that means.
So that's Sunshine Day. We can
1
cut
point
that
for
one off.
Bobby.
That is by the Brady Bunch. Now, that was, I thought, going to be the toughest one because if you're not a Brady Bunch fan or didn't watch the Brady Bunch growing up, you'd be like, what in the world? But they had like a whole series of, they were professional singers. Like when the middle boy, his voice started going bad and it's, when it's time
Peter?
to change, then it's time to change.
All right.
Because his voice was
Like
changing.
puberty?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he started growing hair.
Puberty Peter. That's what they called him.
All right. Next song should be a lot easier because it's popular.
Sunshine.
I got it, John Denver.
Wow.
But I don't know the song. Is it Sunshine?
John Denver Experience.
Yeah. Sunshine
What is
on
that?
my shoulders.
It's from South Park.
Oh, I
thought you'd be the one who got it.
I thought you were doing Sandler's charity auction.
Sunshine
The
by
microphone.
John Denver.
Thank you already here today.
Thanks for coming out here to an awesome radio event with this technology.
All right, John Denver.
That John Denver's full of.
Yeah.
Full of what?
From
Well, thought the Rocky Mountains would be a little
Oh,
rockier than this.
This is my parents' song. One of the John Denver songs. My parents' song.
Do you think your parents got down to this song?
Probably.
This is really slow. Really slow.
Beautiful though, isn't
Your
it?
dad's older.
Maybe this is like the finishing up part.
No, this is strictly.
Why
for
don't we talk about your parents
procreation.
banging?
Relax.
I think my parents
Cuddle.
have had coitus twice.
Why don't we talk about your mother?
All right.
In the
That's song
sack.
number 2. I'll give
this
that
is
one
a
to
fun
Choppy.
word.
Okay, even though
No,
you guys.
That was Sean.
That was Sean.
That was
You got
easy.
John Denver?
John,
said
yeah,
John
Sean said
Denver.
it first.
All right, so it's 1 to 0.
I got 0.
All right, Brady Bunch, John Denver.
Is
one,
this song from at least the 80s?
I
Yes.
believe it is from
Okay.
the 80s. You will know it immediately. I'm going to guess you're going to have a tough time naming the artist. Let's do it.
It's Katrina and the Waves. It's Walking on
You
Sunshine.
just got it. Woo!
Wow.
Keep it
I've
going.
never heard of Katrina and the Waves.
But you've heard this song,
I
right?
nailed it. Great song. Walking on Sunshine.
It's T-Law time, baby.
Remember
Woo-hoo!
Jack Black dancing this in High Fidelity?
Yes.
I kept thinking he was talking about Tank Lawrence with T-Law.
No, nobody knows that guy.
Great song.
Were you doing a Fortnite dance?
No, I kept getting caught by my cord. I couldn't really do it.
Isn't this a fun song?
It is a fun song.
This is a spin song right here. You're on the Peloton right
Oh
here.
yeah,
And this one gets you
you're going
going.
fast.
Huh?
You're going fast.
We're getting to 110 RPMs right here, baby, because we're walking. We're walking on sunshine.
Why is the fan cam, Ryan? Just zoom it in right on mic.
Just have it on mic
We
the
don't
whole-
need to be on here. Just get it right on mic.
Yeah, I'm walking on sunshine. Well, I'm walking on sunshine. Well,
And don't it feel good?
Hey!
You're going to be sweating at 10:01.
Yeah! It's Sunshine Week. I've held it in all week.
There you go.
But I can't hold it in any longer. It's
man.
Trevor Lawrence time. Mr. Sunshine, who will never miss the playoffs again after this year.
Please
You know
save
what?
this for next year when they miss the playoffs.
If he is as good as advertised as he's supposed to be, then you're absolutely right. He'll probably never miss the playoffs again.
All right.
What, was that it?
That's fine. No, they just had 3 for you.
Okay.
I wanted more. I wanted to really flex on that.
Earlier in the week, Sean asked a Friday question to Jerry Jones about Trevor Lawrence. Do you have multiple Trevor Lawrence questions for Jerry today? Is that
Not really. To be honest, I don't know how much he knows
Oh,
about
okay.
him.
All right.
All right,
gotcha.
we were arguing with these.
Ask him if he'd trade Dak for Trevor Lawrence.
I will say this, Nate Newton, I did want to, I have to do it next week, that Wednesday thing with the Cowboys at 7 p.m. on here.
Yeah.
Get a nice steak, dude.
This was when Dak broke his ankle, and Nate Newton said, the only way I would take a quarterback, because that was the 2020 draft where you did get Micah Parsons. Is he said, I would take a quarterback if Trevor Lawrence was available. So Nate Newton at the time would say, like, hey, I want to build the team, but if you can get the Clemson kid is what he called him.
All right, let me ask you then. Kid. Moving forward, would you take Trevor Lawrence or Justin Herbert?
That's a great question.
I'd probably take Trevor Lawrence.
It's very, very close. I can't go wrong either way.
I'll take Herbert.
All right.
He's taking Lawrence. RJ's taking Lawrence.
What's the reason for you to take Herbert?
Man, I just think I think he's more gifted. I know Trevor Lawrence has all. Man, Justin Herbert is a freak.
No, he is a freak. You're absolutely right.
He's probably next to Josh Allen in terms of like physical ability at quarterback. He's a freak.
I think
Trevor Lawrence is the most gifted quarterback in the league physically.
He is 6'6".
He doesn't have a better arm than Herbert or Allen. I haven't seen him make as many throws. I mean, Herbert is special.
Yeah.
Like, it's really...
I think Herbert's just still raw.
Trevor's the highest. I think Trevor's the most highly graded quarterback since Andrew Luck.
Okay. Well, but I'm just talking about watching him in the National Football League. What do you think?
No, I think just physical gifts, I'd take Herbert. Probably.
What about, Mike?
I'd take Purdy over both.
That's a great question.
Okay, what about Lawrence or... Shut up. Lawrence or Burrow?
Man, Burrow's done so great with a similar situation. I'll lean right now to Burrow. I hate saying that. I believe Tank Lawrence is 2 or 3 years younger than Burrow because...
Tank is?
Sorry,
did
I say
no one
Tank?
knows Tank.
T-Law. Yeah, T-Law is quite a bit younger because he came out after his junior year and was like a real freshman where Joe Burrow, didn't he get drafted at 23 years old?
That's
Burrow.
Yes, he was older.
Burrow or Lawrence, RJ?
I think Burrow's a better quarterback, but if we're just gonna go on just the
next
absolute
the
raw,
next 5 years.
I'm taking Joe Burrow.
Okay, and you're taking Lawrence over Herbert.
Yes.
And Tua or Lawrence?
Lawrence.
Okay.
I don't think this one's close.
Just one of the litmus tests.
I do think that you'd have 10 or 11 wins in Miami if Trevor Lawrence was the quarterback in Miami, I think they'd have 2 more wins this year.
So
don't forget Tua was out for a couple games.
Right, I know.
So why are you punishing Herbert so much for not winning, but not Lawrence?
Well, first of all, Herbert has a better team around him. But he's been in the league longer, too.
Okay.
That's mainly it. Like, Trevor, I mean,
What's their year's difference of
1
experience?
year. 2020, 2021.
Okay.
Yeah. It's, Trevor's in his, 20th game? Or, I guess.
I can't help it.
And I think I go back to Trevor Lawrence, even in high school, was this kid that was supposed to be the next.
I just think it's
he's
funny.
Always been there.
I just think it's funny how no one has said one word about Trevor Lawrence until the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I
just think that's pretty funny.
I'd take Burrow and Herbert easy over him.
The last 5 weeks, he and Peterson have been doing something special, man. They've been doing some really good work together.
Doug Peterson.
Yeah.
I do think he went to a
Not
horrible
Adrian
organization.
Not John
I wouldn't
Peterson.
bet against them next year. You know why? Got Calvin Ridley coming in, and you don't bet against Calvin Ridley.
No, you don't. You don't bet
knows.
against him because he knows. He knows.
All right,
That's a
guys.
good one,
So that
Mike.
was fun.
Yay!
Thank you, guys.
Good job, Mike. We're very creative for crosstalk.
You too. Picking the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, Bobby. Way to go. Way to turn against the Cowboys.
All right, I'll talk to you guys on Monday about it. We'll all discuss
Don't
this
it
again
feel
Monday.
good? Coming up, Jerry Jones at 10:30. Woo! Mike likes it at 12:40. And hey, if you like C blocks, Corey always has it at 1 o'clock.
When will Mike crash from this high? There's no way he can do it through the whole show.
3 o'clock.
Corey,
I mean, during Mike likes it, he's still got to have this energy. That's at 12:40, so I think around 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Around 1 o'clock. You know what, though?
Wait for the crash.
We got betting with Bassick today. We got Masterpiece
Watch
of
the
the Week.
Cowboys
I don't
win
think
like
he's going to crash
42 to
today.
0. I'm gonna be like, crap. Everybody's like, he's horrible. What a bust.
Bye, guys.
Your mom's a bust.
Hey!
Be a part of the Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reggie hanging out with you today. Kevin's out, but he will be back with us next week. Mike, I know you're going through the high school sports for, is it this weekend, the state championships?
Right. It's already been happening. The lower levels, your 6A. Last night was your 2A and 3A state champions.
Okay.
So you had six-man football, 2A on Wednesday. And I'm sorry, I don't know the schools that are six-man and 2A, like if they're from this area, like Mart. I don't know where Mart is from, or Hawley, or if I'm saying it right. But we have tonight, I think, a very big game. South Oak Cliff tries to defend their state title. So they were the first team to win a state title in forever because they don't count the Carter State Championship in the late 80s as a Dallas DISD state championship because of whatever they got caught doing.
Gotcha.
And so South Oak Cliff broke this decades upon decades streak of a DISD school never winning. And here they are again tonight. 7 p.m. The game will be, I believe it's on Bally's. It
Probably
might
so,
be,
yeah.
It might be on the second one.
Is it delayed a little bit?
I don't think it's delayed.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Sports
it's
Extra?
Yeah.
because the Mavericks, I believe, are on, for me, DirecTV channel 676, but your channel 677 or 676.1 or
Right,
whatever.
yeah.
I believe you'll get South Oak Cliff tonight versus Port Neches Groves, which I'm going to assume that's probably on the coast.
Okay.
Probably near the Gulf of Mexico.
Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
One of the Mexicos, all right.
A lot of fan texts coming in on the truckwreck.com text line right now. Mike Mart is close to Waco.
Okay.
From the 214, let's go Bulldogs. Scott, Surratt, and Carthage go for 9 and 16 years in an hour.
Okay. Yeah, they start at 11 a.m. versus Wimbledon.
Go
or
Golden Bears
Wimberley.
from the 903. Abbott versus Westbrook for 6-man. Holly is 10 miles north of Abilene. So, man,
Okay.
there's a lot of people super interested in what's going on, and they have very good geography skills.
Well, how
too.
about tomorrow at 11 a.m. Alito, very much part of our Metroplex versus College Station.
Mm-hmm.
And we know the Aggies have had a tough year, so that should be a game that Alito can win. Both teams are 13-2. DeSoto plays at 3 p.m. tomorrow versus Austin Vandergrift. And then Duncanville at 7 p.m. once again for the fourth time in 5 years takes on Galena Park North Shore for the state championship. And Galena Park North Shore is 3-0 in those games. So different things have happened. Obviously, the first one was, I hate saying this because it hurt my heart, but maybe the greatest play to end a high school football game ever, as I believe at the time, Galena Park North Shore was ranked 5 in the country, and Duncanville was ranked number 6 in the country. So you had two of the top teams in the country playing each other for a state championship, and Duncanville scores with about a minute to go to take the lead, and then Galena Park North Shore throws a Hail Mary with no time left and catches it to beat Duncanville. And so this will be their fourth time playing in 5 years for the state championship. And I know Coach Samples has never won a championship and has obviously been there with Duncanville for the fourth time. I believe he was a great coach, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting
That's Skyline.
Skyline.
Yeah.
And so it'd be really cool if
Really good coach.
tomorrow, I will say tonight, if South Oak Cliff wins back-to-back. That would be amazing for our Metroplex. And then Alito, DeSoto, and Duncanville all win tomorrow's games.
Man, lots of texts coming in. Really appreciate everything that's going on. Lots of support, and that's the great thing. Kevin and I, we cut our teeth covering high school sports. That's where we started. Was we were in all the Plano schools. Allen was always in the mix on those, so we were always going up to the final weekend, and it was one of those things where we just spent all day. Just hanging out watching high school football, and it was an absolute blast. And to see the amount of people that get invested in this and just the crowds. These crowds sometimes, Mike, are like college-level crowds with the bowls being filled up. It's a lot of fun, man.
There's usually tonight and tomorrow, there's usually about 40 to 55,000 people at the game. So if you're just moved into Dallas-Fort Worth area, hey, thanks for listening, because there's a lot of people moving into our Metroplex.
Yeah, there are.
And so sometimes you hear about high school football in Texas, and maybe you came from a place where it's not as big of a deal. But literally tonight for that South Oak Cliff game, there'll be 40,000+ people there. And there is the possibility of tomorrow there being maybe 50,000 people at that game for a high school game.
That is insane to think. Like, and because Mike, I went to Bryan Adams.
Right.
Dude, if we had a portion of the school show up, it was mostly parents there to see the band, and then at halftime, all the parents would leave because the band just played.
Right.
Like, that's what I grew up at, but then I went to go see like the Planos and all that while I was working covering the beat. And I was like, man, this is what high school football really is, especially in Texas. And to know, like you just said, 50,000 people. I remember being at an Allen game. I think Jeremy Williams got a ball on the sideline. He's running on the sideline. I heard it was the old Cowboys Stadium. I was like, this is like a real Cowboys game right now. It was that loud. So really excited for those kids to get that opportunity because, man, think about that. Think about playing in high school at that level. I mean, you played baseball at that level, at that high of a level. Basketball. Did y'all go?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
My junior year, we ranked number 2 in state and lost in the second round to Lake Highlands.
But not because of you, right?
Yes, honestly, because of me.
Oh.
I was 0-6, had a bad game. So that's honestly, in a weird way, that's my worst moment in my whole playing everything.
Okay, really?
It's like that. I felt
that
so bad.
Hurt you the most?
And I was crying 2 weeks later. I remember my dad coming into the room and going, Michael, are you okay? And I just started crying again, just bawling. And I felt horrible because all of my buddies on that team, they were all just basketball players. That's all they were. They didn't play football. They didn't play baseball. I was the only one who did another sport. And I just felt horrible because it was our goal, our dream, our everything to play in Austin at University of Texas for the state championship. That's where it was always held when I was in high school, is it would be played at
Frank Irwin Center.
Frank Irwin Center. And there was a team from San Antonio that had a kid named Stan Bonowitz or Stanley Bonowitz. He went to Texas Tech and had a really nice career there. And it was supposed to be that San Antonio team versus us. There really didn't look like there was a team that could beat us. Carter was very good my junior year too.
Yeah, I remember that team.
But it ended up, we were up and they went to zone and it just screwed us up. And we played our worst game of the year and got upset. And I just felt horrible because here I was going to my next sport and kind of going to my other team.
And they were done.
And all of my guys were done, and it just, that's my worst loss ever.
But you're still really connected to those guys.
I
Like I've
love
seen
those
pictures.
guys.
Like it's really cool that you're still connected. By the way,
I didn't play my senior year.
60,000 they're pushing for at SOC tonight. So like they're saying 60,000. Somebody said they played at North Mesquite when that stadium held 20,000, and that was insane. Like there is really truly, as somebody who's covered it, been around it, like talk to those kids, Mike, right after big victories and even after those big losses, and had to like let them have their moments of, hold on, it's going to take me a minute to talk to you before I can really get this out. And seeing, what their family, just seeing all those things. There's so many great stories that just come out of high school football, and it's happening tonight, man.
For most of those seniors, now they've made it to the state championship game, but this is their last game ever.
Probably
so.
Yeah,
they can play pickup football or they can play rec whatever.
Or they can coach,
This is it. This is the last time in their lives that they're really going to be competing for something. And I just remember that's just such a great feeling, especially I do think for public schools. And I know we're sticking on this and maybe we shouldn't, but I think you grew up and you got to know those kids through grade school and through junior high and through high school. And for Duncanville, we grew up playing baseball and playing basketball together since like second grade. And so that makes it really tight. I do think private school's a little bit different because then kids come from all over different parts of the city to then create your private school team.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the Chris Lott, Carson Meager, Rex Burkhead group at Plano that I covered, and then Zach Wolchuk was in that school. Like, they had all played Pee Wee football together, and they learned the Plano system all growing up, and by the time they became seniors, this was their opportunity for everything that they'd learned. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, do these guys deserve the franchise tag? Next on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
On 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Suter finds Miller, the wrister on the way, deflection score! Lightning in a bottle for Dallas. They grab a 2-1 lead.
Man, what another one that the Stars add on to it last night. Jamie Benn with a goal. Colin Miller with a goal. It's nice to add some more to that. This team, Mike, I really think that we're going to see some special stuff whenever we get to that other end of the season where the playoffs start. Now,
we need something in April, May, and June because I'm pretty sure that's the
dude.
only thing. Well,
listen,
and the Rangers starting to.
They are the Mavericks and the Stars. It's gonna. Here's what I hope. I hope that when the Mavericks pick it up, which they're going to, you believe me, Mike, on this. You just wait.
All right.
When the Mavericks finally start picking it up, I hope that the Stars don't go, okay, now it's time for us to slump. I don't want that to happen. I want both teams to be rocking along at the exact same time. That's the only way that this can make me happy because it seems like our teams in DFW, we can only have one. Only one good team at a time. And that always.
Do you think in our lifetime we'll ever be like the city of Boston where you just have a decade of like 10 championships? It doesn't have to be just football or like they just kept winning, whether it was the Celtics. Obviously, New England won a lot. You had the Bruins, who I believe won a little bit. The Red Sox won 3 World Series. Like it was every year they had at least one team win a championship for like a decade.
You want me to tell you the truth? No.
I don't think so either.
Here's the reason why. Everything here is too comfortable. And in that city, it is competitive. Like even people that just are living
their sports are life and death.
Like they eat at restaurants like they're competing. You know, like that is a competitive city. The Northeast is a competitive area. Here everything's comfortable. And you know, here's what's about to happen on the fan text. Well, that's because you guys are so soft on everybody. Okay, all right. Blame us. Don't blame the owners for not being competitive. Blame us. The owners are the ones that are out there doing the work. We're just part of the media. I get it. I understand. You can blame us. That's perfectly fine. We do have Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30. And also, I wanted to point this out. Next week, this station is giving away Cowboys-Eagles tickets.
Wait, when did you say that?
Next week.
Okay.
Next Monday and next Thursday.
Christmas Eve.
Cowboys-Eagles tickets. We're giving them away Monday, Thursday, not just on this show.
You get to celebrate the birth of Jesus with a Dallas Cowboys-Eagles game.
And maybe a victory over the Eagles. How awesome would that be?
So every time you yell JC at the game, you're celebrating. the birth of your Savior.
Exactly. I wanted to ask you about this. I saw this list from CBS Sports yesterday. The franchise tag logistics, and they're talking about next year's franchise tag.
This will be interesting for the Cowboys.
And yes, you kind of put everybody in a real conundrum this week with your posing your questions of forcing us to choose. And obviously Lamar Jackson's on here. Geno Smith has wildly made it onto this list because of his play this year that nobody could have predicted.
Except for some.
Except for maybe Reggie.
That's right.
Josh Jacobs on here. Saquon Barkley. Tony Pollard. And Dalton Schultz are on this list.
I just don't think you can protect Dalton Schultz. I maybe I'm wrong on this, and I know that Dak loves him, and we've seen as Dak has gotten healthy and Schultz has been healthy recently, he does like throwing the ball to him. He feels comfortable. He feels like he knows where he's going to be. He's not going to screw up routes on him. So I totally get why Dak Prescott would probably say, Jerry or Steven or whoever, I really need Dalton Schultz on my team for the next 3 to 5 years. But I just look at Tony Pollard and I don't know. And I know running backs hitting the market is not like the most favorable thing for them. But I just have this feeling that there's going to be a couple of very competitive teams that look at Tony Pollard and go, this is our Christian McCaffrey. This is our Alvin Kamara. And maybe they might overuse him and overwork him. Because if you do give a dude, let's just say $14 million, almost $1 million a game, you start going, we need to get our money's worth.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Tony Pollard, and then
you have a very valid point. It's not like he's rushing for 1,500 yards this year,
right?
And he's putting points on the board, and that's awesome. But he's not blowing things out. He's not setting records. Yeah. So are you sitting there going, "Hold on, that's not what I paid for." Whenever you actually do pay for it, I mean, look at Zeke. If we were getting the production we've gotten out of Zeke the last few years, and he wasn't making the money he was making, everybody would be like, oh, okay, well, that's fine.
And we don't have to worry. This is being brought up on the Twitch. We don't have to worry about Steele because he's a restricted free agent. Did I hear that correctly from Kevin this week, that you don't have to franchise tag him because you have a lot of restrictions on him anyway?
He does have I think I would have to go back and look at his contract.
This is where the NFL gets a little bit confusing to me on, like, I understand restricted free agency in the NBA versus unrestricted. I get a little bit confused on what restricted and I know what unrestricted means in the NFL, but I don't know all the things that you have to go through to try to get a restricted free agent away from another team in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where that stands either, and I'd be very interested to see how a lot of people approach that, considering where he is as a restricted free agent, kind of seeing what he's dealing with there. The only two people from the Cowboys that popped up on this list were those two guys,
Pollard and Schultz.
And I think that, like, the Schultz thing is, this is one of do you ask Dak, or you just say, hey, we're good? Or do you even leave the player out of it altogether in these situations? Because they have good relationship with each other.
It's not Dak's fault at all. Dak earned his money and got his money. At the same time, he has to understand, as a player who is now going to be costing you more against the cap. And I know that he's not 40-something million against the cap, but you eventually have to get all of it off of your cap, whether you want to keep him at 25 million on your cap next year and then it be 50 million on your cap a year or two down the road. It's going to eventually cost you a whole bunch of cap space to have Dak Prescott on your team. Is that sometimes you got to go, look, we drafted Ferguson. We have Hendershot. I can't remember if you drafted Hendershot or not, but you have two nice-looking young players that are tight ends that Dalton Schultz looked like a nothing his rookie year. It looked like, are we going to release him? After his rookie year, he's coming to camp to try to make the team. He does not have a spot on this team. And because Blake Jarwin could never stay healthy, it gave him an opportunity, and Dalton Schultz ran with it. But I think you'd have to look at it and go, Dak, as much as you love him, and I totally get it, we really think Ferguson or Hendershot can also do that job, and we're probably in the 3rd through 7th round going to draft another tight end to get our 3rd tight end on the team who we like. And so I think you have to make these tough decisions. Now, the only thing that I would say is wouldn't make it tough for me, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, if they win, I'm bringing back Zeke Elliott. I'm going to sign everybody back. I'm going to try to defend the title and screw the cap in 2026 or 27. Like, it's going to hurt, but I'm going to try to defend this title. If this team was good enough to win it all, then I'm going to bring back all the pieces that had us win it all, and I'll deal with the repercussions in 2026 or 27 in those years.
Was that a shot at Mark Cuban?
I didn't mean for it to be at all.
But at the same time, we know what happened.
At the time, I loved Mark Cuban so much that I was like, I get what he's doing. This is going to be great. We are going to get Dwight Howard. We are going to get Chris Paul. We are going to get Darren Williams. And obviously, Mark Cuban was the only person who read something the exact wrong way the other 29 owners read. And now we're dealing with the cheapest owner in all of basketball. So you were the one that brought up the Mavs there. I will take my shot. Mark Cuban has really changed who he has been, and it's been a long time now. Mark does not like spending money on NBA basketball players.
Coming up next, let's talk with Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Football Friday.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, next week, Monday and Thursday, the entire station will be giving away tickets for Cowboys Eagles. And I know you're going to be looking forward to that, so make sure you, Tolo, turn it on and leave it on right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And joining us right now is the owner and GM of your Cowboys. It's Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. And, boy, it's not only good to be where we are with our team and headed over there to Jacksonville, but it's good to be in the Christmas time of the year.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Jerry, you are on the cusp of back-to-back playoff appearances, and I think that this is like the first time to win like at least 10 games in back-to-back seasons since like 1996. How significant is that to you to be in this position as a franchise?
Well, it's very, very significant. It's important to everything we do. It's very disappointing not to have had consistency to basically accomplish a steady playoff appearance team. That's hard to do. And you can go with that with looking at our competition all over the league. So it's very hats off to Mike, our coach, McCarthy. Hats off to the players, and I'm proud for the fans.
Well, and you just mentioned that with Mike McCarthy, he seems like, and just kind of knowing the way he was in Green Bay, he seems like a guy that takes a lot of pride in doing what he's doing right now with this team. How much pride does he have in what he's accomplishing right now?
Well, he's first of all, I don't know that the pride thing. That's a good word. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know that that's what I think about when I see him. What I think about is his focus on the playoffs, his focus on having a team ready to compete under the circumstances of a playoff. In other words, he looks at the process of spring and training camp and, if you will, the early part of a season. He looks at it as a preparation for when the real football comes, when it's really down to, as Bill Parcells used to say, I would never quit coaching if it were I could just start coaching in the playoffs. So Mike does work that way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he dismisses any early game that we play, but it is about the playoffs with him, and I think that shows. And you're allowed to do some things that, frankly, where we are in the NFL allow us to do, and you can make teams better as you move toward the playoffs when you see that you're going to get a chance to be in it. That hasn't always been that way, but just because the nature of how players, the nature of where we are in the game, the skill level of the game, you can do like we're doing and pick up a Beckham or pick up a Hilton. You can do those kinds of things and make your team better at this time of the year. Why? Because there's some players out there that have also had their eye on the playoff situation, and they might not have committed to a team. They may be very capable of playing. They may be trying to get their rehab better and get to be a part of a team. We've seen it happen several times over the last few years.
Jerry, I know a baseball season and football season are very different, but I can remember when the Yankees were coming to town, the media would start talking about it, and friends and family all of a sudden really wanted tickets to come see you play, and you knew that they really wanted to come see the Yankees play. And I feel like you just talked about Christmas time a little bit, and already the national media, including us, are starting to talk about the Dallas-Philadelphia Christmas Eve game. And I think this is sometimes where you can overlook that opponent and you're not trying to as a player, but so many people are feeding you the next game. So how is this game not going to be accidentally overlooked from the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, that to me has always been a non-participant, which is the most important part of the equation, our fans. But the participant, the player, he's more down in the weeds. He's more having to think of. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're here.
Sorry, guys, I heard a click off.
Yep.
But in other words, the player, and for that matter, even the coach, which isn't as important, but that player, man, he's down in the technique of the guy in front of him. The understanding of his assignment. Then that's not only beginning when the week starts as far as this overlooking thing, but as you get closer to a game and when you get right up on the game, ready to go down on kickoff or getting ready to run out there, boy, all of that kind of periphery, that overhang of have we overlooked these guys, that goes away. What you're trying to do is not get beat or beat the guy in front of you, really.
Jerry, the obviously your offensive line and kind of where everything pieces together is on everybody's mind right now. Do you think the offensive line we see this week or even throughout the next couple of weeks is going to be the same one we see in the playoffs?
I think reality probably would take exception to that because the old word position flex or the ability to move around a little bit because why? You get nicked up. Hopefully you don't get seriously injured like we did with Steele and have to really make a more permanent move. But throughout the year, the O-line and the players themselves are moved around, and so that you can at least attempt to have some position flex. Now, I will say this, Peters hadn't spent any time out there at right tackle, yet there he was playing in the game, and really the most important drive that maybe we've had this year is going down and beating the Houston team. Peters, our right tackle that came in that hadn't taken any snaps there. But he had played right tackle in his time. And these guys do have some good recall. They put those wrinkles in there when they were pretty young. I'm talking about in their brain, in their recall. And they had a lot of reps back in their 20s usually, or for that matter, in Tyron's case, and when he was in college. You can get there pretty quick.
Well, and to bring up Tyron, when he started, he was right tackle after you drafted him. Does he still have that position flex? Are you looking forward to seeing him as a right tackle in the next couple weeks?
The answer is absolutely he does. Yes, sir. It's like riding a bicycle. Now, you do need reps. Don't get me wrong. The more reps you've got, the better you should play. And that's a fact. But still, you have the experience he's got, the skill that he's got, the physical attributes he's got, as well as the experience in years ago that he had playing this position. All of that will kick in here.
Jerry, a guy that we haven't talked about a lot on being such a contributor this year is Leighton Vander Esch. And his rookie year was amazing, and then he dealt with injuries the last few years. But this year, can you talk about his resurgence as a really quality player for your defense?
Well, first let me start with his mentality, or let me start with just who he is. And you couldn't draw a football player up in this league and have one drawn up better than what Vander Esch is. And you've got to watch guys, because sometimes what they're asked to do, the system really complements what they do the best, or sometimes it's all football, but still they can do some of these things better. Well, first of all, he's doing things that he's evolved into, but he's doing some things that really suit him. And so he's been able to go from side to side. And that's, to me, when he shows up the most. He's got terrific range. He's got terrific wingspan. So he's really troublesome for those quarterbacks when they're looking at those short throws over the middle. Boy, he's got a big arm span. All of those things we knew about. But it's sure good to see him moving and having the range that he's having. Now, he's had that, don't get me wrong, but it's good to see it. That game that I saw him play the other day was one of the best I've seen a football player play.
And then one of your other linebackers, I know he's played a lot of defensive end, Micah Parsons. He recently said his body's a little bit more beat up this year than last year because he's playing more defensive end. How are you feeling about that with a month to go till you guys get into the do-or-die playoff situations?
Well, of course, we're into such a critical time, and we want him to be available for all the pressure that we can have, And so that usually implies pressure on the passer, which usually implies from the outside. It doesn't have to. It can come from the inside. But, yes, there's no question that Micah takes a beating. And when you're, as the type of player he is, when you're as aggressive as he is, and so he does take a beating, and it would concern anybody that when you have as many plays as he has, as many physical plays, he's a space hitter, what we call a space hitter. And that means he's got a running start, or whoever he's trying to hit, sometimes, except the quarterback, has a running start. Those guys get dinged up.
Now, he also made a comment on the Von Miller podcast about Jalen Hurts. And right now he says, I'm sure that Philly hates me. And I was kind of curious, do you think there's a city out there that hates you, that are a fan base? It's like, there's Jerry Jones, can't stand that guy. And how do you handle that? Do you kill him with kindness?
Oh, first of all, do you really think that? I've never thought of it that way. I've always thought I get so many Valentine cards from those cities. Do you really think people don't like me?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know, Jerry. I don't know. Do you have a stack of Valentine cards in those cities?
Come on, man. It's Christmas.
That's right.
Lots
of love being thrown around.
Tell them I'm the most popular guy there is in the deal. Dress it up a little bit. Give me one thing to smile about.
Gotcha. I got you, Jerry. All right. You brought up Odell. You just brought him up in that conversation just a few moments ago. How alive is that, and how close are you with him?
Well, the second is I'm not going to go how close, but I can go very alive, very much on the first question. It's very alive.
Because he wants it to be alive, or did y'all reach back out? Like, I'm kind of curious at how that
play games. I mean, he and I want it to be alive, and we all want it to be alive.
Gotcha.
And so, yes, and so we're just working through things that are important to the future here.
Do you feel like T.Y. Hilton will suit out on Sunday and get live reps?
Listen, that's a little speculation. Obviously, some more to come, but he sure looked good at practice yesterday. And we have now an NOW vision of him, and so there's good likelihood he will.
Okay. And then
well, it's kind of an either-or decision and a place there on our roster that the other player, and not necessarily at the same position, but the other player will have something to do with the roster spot as well.
Okay.
At another position, the availability of another position.
Yes, sir.
If we get really jammed up on numbers at another position, that could bump his number out as early as the game against Jacksonville. But I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Yes, sir. So the game against Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, #1 overall pick, very hyped up, had a great career at Clemson. I was wondering what the Dallas Cowboys thought of Trevor Lawrence in the draft.
Just was right there at our first player picked in the draft. He was obviously a quarterback, which always gets bumped up, but still, just great skills, real rare skills throwing the ball. Boy, he's played well for them. Just every bit as good as we had him evaluated coming out, as he would make a great pro.
Jerry Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The San Francisco 49ers are on a bit of a roll right now, and I don't know if you got a chance to sit there and watch them a little bit last night. I know you take part in all the games. When you look at that team, their roster, their coaching, where do you put them comparatively to the Cowboys right now and what they're doing with that rookie quarterback?
Well, I would say they're adjusting with that quarterback is real impressive. Looking at the team as a whole, when you can bring in at that position and play like they played last night or played like they played last week, and balance it out with the kind of defense they're playing, that makes them an outstanding team. I'm very. If you look at competition and what we've got ahead of us, very concerned about San Francisco. They've got a good team.
Something else that popped up this week was the targeting rule. I know there were some conversations this week with some meetings and everything, and Stephen Jones said that he disagreed with the proposed rule for targeting on the field. And I was wondering, do you agree with Stephen on that rule?
Well, I agree with Stephen. Yes, I do. He spends a lot of time on that competition committee, a lot of time, and really gets into the nuances of very real data, not just opinions, but real data, filmed data. And so he gets privy to all that, and he's got that down every time the way that I think about it.
Well, and I was also curious. I've never known the answer to this question. That's a pretty important role. I think there are 9 people on that committee. How did Stephen get involved with that initially, Jerry?
Well, it's really a compliment to him to be in management as well as be on the competition committee. Usually that was a coach's role. It is the one committee that I wanted to be involved in when I came into the National Football League. And so I was honored to be the only general manager that was on it for years, with Don Shula, with some of the great coaches, Marty Schottenheimer, some of the very great coaches. It was all coaches. We did it differently. We'd go off and go for 3 weeks, and you'd go to Hawaii or you'd go to someplace like that and sit there and go through all the data and all the countless reams and reams of plays. Seemed like you looked at every play that had been played in the National Football League during that time. For me, I learned a lot of football, boy, sitting there in that competition. I think I was on it 8 or 10 years. And I really learned a lot of football sitting around in those meetings, looking at how officiating is done, how plays are run that would create compromising situation for officiating, and looking at what is sound and what isn't sound, and have really probably a litany of the greatest coaches that have ever coached in football, period, and get to do that. So Stephen's had the same opportunities around a lot of great coaches, a lot of great people that have really spent a lot of time in this game, and it's been a very educational thing. But Stephen is outstanding there, too. He's taken it well and spent a lot of time and gives us a great insight into the philosophy behind why they call some plays and why they don't on officiating.
Well, Jerry, as we're looking up at the TV screen, we're seeing some highlights from yesterday's high school football state championships. Tonight, South Oak Cliff tries to defend their title. Duncanville and DeSoto are playing, and Aledo tomorrow in your stadium. I can always remember John Stephen and your son Stephen celebrating the unbelievable comeback of Highland Park. How much do you still watch these state championship games?
Well, I go to them. I watch them only in Texas. I'll assure you we've got the greatest football in this country, and we have it beginning at that, not beginning, but we have it in full-blown excellence at the high school level, and there's no reason. I used to say this, and I still do. If we could have exclusively North Texas, the Dallas Cowboys, and we only got the players out of North Texas, but we were the only ones that could get them. Cowboys had exclusive to North Texas. I think we'd win the Super Bowl every year. That's how good football is in North Texas.
And it's an absolute pleasure to watch as well. Hey, Jerry, before we let you go, you were talking about the holidays. It is this week as we get ready for all that. Do you have music? Do you have Christmas music playing in the office? I know you got the fan playing all the time, too. Do you have Christmas music and the fan playing simultaneously? How's that work for you?
I can't get enough for Christmas or the trappings around Christmas. I like to see those fruit cakes, believe it or not. I like to see that pecan pie, and I'd like one open around someplace all the time. I've got lights everywhere I go, Christmas lights, and I hear that music. I'll have a blue Christmas without you. Mm-hmm. But seriously, I want it everywhere I go, and you've made a serious question to an opportune time. This is favorite time for me, Christmas and football.
Oh, yeah, man. And now at the Star, my wife was like, hey, we got to go out to Frisco. We got to go take part in what they're doing out there. You guys are starting to put a lot of effort into making sure that there's that celebration around the Star and around that whole complex there, man.
Well, thank you for mentioning it, but we are. There's no question. That's gratifying that it looks that way, but to have that Star associating with football directly, the Cowboys, the playing fields, and then to put all the kinds of trappings around, not just the lights, that's a big part of it. And we want to grow that, and we want, as time comes, it to be so special because we get a lot of visibility. That's shown a lot on national television out there at the Star. And so that's the kind of thing that tradition is really what it's about. And we rear back and fire at it now. We make it special and spend a lot of effort and money to do it. But we want to celebrate Christmas with football via the Star.
Well, you got one more week before you actually do have it on Christmas Eve. Looking forward to this weekend, Jerry. Best of luck in Jacksonville.
Thanks, guys. Enjoyed it today.
There he goes, Jerry Jones, Cowboys owner and GM. And man, the part of Mike for me,
yeah,
that here's where I'm like, okay, this is more of the show. This is where it is for me, is when he says, I want it to be alive, so does Odell. And I don't know if that's him saying that the connection between him and the team, that's what they want to be alive, or the story. I know Odell wants a market, and by keeping the Cowboys name in existence, just by keeping Jerry talking about it, you continue to have that market available if you want other teams to be interested.
Yeah. I'm super tired of the story, But
I understand.
What Jerry just did there makes me believe that they're keeping a close eye on him and they want his rehab to keep going on. They're not going to sign him until I think the Cowboys really do want to sign him.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to still wait another 3 more weeks, because if he said he was 5 weeks away and now it's 4 weeks away, I wonder when it gets to be 2 weeks away if he can give the Cowboys a workout and an idea.
Yes.
The way Chris Collinsworth said on that game of, you have to have an idea if he can play or not. And I think Jerry wants to sign him, but they have to have an idea that he can immediately help this team. He said it has to help the 2022 Dallas Cowboys. So I do think Jerry really wants to sign him, but he also needs to know he can help this year's team.
Yeah, and I'm very interested. Maybe we can go back next week with this conversation, but he said the way that the NFL is now, you can add players later in your season to help you focus on the playoffs. And I do see that the Eagles added players this year, and that here the Cowboys have added a receiver, if not maybe another one at some point late in the season. And I wonder if that's because some of the older veteran players are realizing that they don't have to be on a team for the entire season if they want to make an impact, and see where that kind of conversation goes a little bit next week. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Forgiveness Friday, everybody. College football bowl names, do they need forgiveness? Next on The Fan.
Well, it's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, getting set up for a big-time weekend. Cowboys, they can't sleepwalk through a game. They just can't. And, Mike, I really do think that the question you asked Jerry Jones, as we just had a little conversation about it, might deserve more digging into, because Jerry said, they're not thinking about,
right.
They're thinking about their opponent when they're on the field. And when people talk about the culture problem with the Cowboys, this could be something that maybe is a good point to point at. Where this week, the focus has been, and maybe I'm wrong, a lot of the focus in the media and every other conversation has been about the Eagles, not the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I wonder if that disconnect where Jerry's like, no, they're not wired that way. They're wired differently. Because these players, they need to be trained each week to be focused on one opponent in front of them and go defeat that opponent. And I think sometimes, like the coaches or maybe Jerry and the crew think, oh, no, they're fine. And that's when people get ticked off about what happened against the Texans, even though you won, you looked great to open the game. You looked miserable for the rest of the game until the last 2 minutes. They think, well, they overlooked them. They didn't prepare the right way against a team they should have blown out. And maybe that is something, and I'm hoping that this weekend doesn't turn out in that manner. Maybe I do hope that it kind of turns out that they suffer something that makes them go, you know what, we gotta focus better. We have to be a better prepared and focused team. I think you're onto something there, Mike.
Well, and here's the deal. And I know I tried to preface the question. Yeah, thanks a lot. I stink at this.
It's okay. No, you're great.
No,
buddy.
I tried to do this in that, hey, I know what it's like as a player. When the Yankees come to town, people start calling and you're playing the Tampa Bay Rays and you're playing the Florida Marlins. I'm just going to, and then the next series is the Yankees. You still have 5 or 6 games till you get to the Yankees, but people start calling you up for the Yankees tickets. People start asking you questions, especially when they had Jeter and Rivera and A-Rod and all that. It's all of a sudden, hey, the Yankees. You guys are getting ready to play the Yankees. And this whole week has been for both teams, including Philadelphia going to Chicago. I will be surprised if Chicago wins that game. I will not be surprised if it's close. Is that they have been focusing and hearing about the Cowboys. And you try to keep your mind on it, just like Jerry's saying. By the time you get on the field and you're warming up, when you get to Soldier Field or you get to, I don't even know what Jacksonville's called, but Jacksonville Field, when you get there, you're fine. You're ready to go. But throughout the week, you've been hearing from Clarence Hill or John Machota or whoever, or from whatever. You've been hearing from people talk about the Eagles, Christmas Eve, your parents, your siblings, your friends. They're not talking about Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a whole bunch of Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence questions to the players. I've heard about Jalen Hurts. I've heard about the Philadelphia defense. I've heard about Christmas Eve. This game is getting built up, and it should be getting built up. We're giving away Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles tickets.
Next week, though. Next week.
What did our bosses do?
We're already starting to promote it.
Our bosses told us, without telling us, don't concentrate on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. Start building up the Eagles game. What are you guys going to do for Eagles week?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Everything's built towards it. This is where Bill Parcells would say, don't eat the cheese. Don't start. And I think the Cowboys, one maybe good thing is they already did it. It was last Sunday, and they overlooked the Texans. Yes, they got ready to play and all these things.
But they won.
They won.
So can they – are they like, we'll be fine?
I think they got scared enough to be like, we had a horrible game, and we still beat them. That's the only team in the NFL we could beat playing that way.
Okay, all right.
And so I do think that maybe, and I'm hoping – that because of how bad they played against Houston and how they scored a quick touchdown, every play worked. I mean, the first 6 to 8 plays worked, touchdown, Dallas Cowboys, easy game. So it even in their minds go, man, we're great, they're horrible, and then they were in a battle, and they did find a way. 98-yard drive, great job by the Cowboys, great job by Dak. But this is not a game that has been focused on at all by the media.
You're right.
And so right now, I do think there is a challenge by the players to really focus on this game. Because if you lose this game, it's over.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia game really doesn't matter, except for can you beat them and believe you can beat them in Philadelphia in the divisional round? Because most likely if you lose any game the rest of the way, Philadelphia is going to get the 1 seed. And you're going to be the 5 seed, and you will most likely hopefully beat Tampa and then go to Philadelphia. That would most likely be your route. So you'd say, hey, we feel better because we beat them on Christmas Eve. But that's the only thing that game would matter at all. Right now, you got to beat Jacksonville to keep your hopes alive of winning the division. And I just think for both teams, this is a trap game because everything is being built up for that Philadelphia game.
There was another positive that came out of that interview. And Reggie, I hope it makes its way. I know this might be a quick turnaround. I hope it makes its way into Masterpiece of the Week for one simple reason. We started setting this up in Oxnard. Jerry Jones today, when he said Mike McCarthy, he said Mike McCarthy. He said Mike, and then he corrected himself and said Mike McCarthy, much like Mickey has done on his side of this. And I think that is a masterpiece in and of itself, is that Mike started this bit. And he's like, I was here before him. I'm going to be here after him. Thank you. And so, Mike, I give you a lot of credit. This is a long con bit, but even Jerry Jones has bought into the KNC Masterpieces version of Mike versus Mike McCarthy. What do you think, Reggie?
I mean, I'm glad that Mike's been able to make this happen.
All right, let's hit it for Forgiveness Friday. And we start, guys. Did somebody make a terrible pop sports or pop culture opinion that you're like, man, you're an idiot? That's kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah. Well,
you did something terrible this week.
Idiot.
You did something terrible this week.
There you go.
Maybe you're looking forward to doing something terrible next week.
What?
You're already starting to plot it out.
Can you get pre-forgiveness?
You can get pre-forgiveness.
I didn't
yes.
realize
Yeah,
that.
this has happened before.
Wow.
It's going to happen, but you know that. So you go ahead and get the pre-forgiveness. Come back next week and ask for re-forgiveness.
Okay, so should I ask forgiveness from Kevin Gray, who I gave him his Christmas gift. However, his was the first one I wrapped this year.
Oh.
And I haven't wrapped gifts in a while, so he got the janky wrap.
Oh, is it bad wrapping?
It's not very good.
I'm not good at wrapping anyway.
I'm decent at it, but my wife has made me wrap gifts ever since she's pretty much known me. Like, no, you're wrapping.
You can't put it in a bag.
You're wrapping. No, I can't. If it's a bag gift, let's say I'm giving somebody a hat. Obviously, that's going in a bag.
Yeah.
I'm not wrapping a hat. But like if it's in a box and it's a wrappable gift, she will help me out a little bit. But she's usually said, no, you need to do your own wrapping. If you bought me a present or bought the kids a present, you need to wrap that gift, whether you're good or bad at it. So I'm not bad at it.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to do it and do it somewhat correctly. But I will say on the sides, I don't get it as tight as I'd like.
All right. Mark that one for me. I appreciate that, Rick.
You just have to use sometimes a little extra tape to make it a little bit cleaner.
All right. Sounds like that sounds serious. My wife, here's how I cheated the system. She said,
Glad you said the system.
She said, I'll wrap she loves rapping. So she loves the spirit of Christmas.
Is that why Avery loves rapping?
No, that's a different kind of rapping for Avery.
DMC.
But she loves to wrap presents. She said, I'll wrap every present we get. I'll take care of that. All I ask is that you wrap mine. And now
so you wrap one gift a year.
Or two. Like I'll get her two things.
Okay, that's
but
nice.
what I've decided, this is how I cheated because I was doing so bad. I said, you know what? I'll just hide the gifts in the Christmas tree. Or she has a bunch of stuffed bears that she's gotten for years. The Godiva bear. Every year they have a new one. And I'll get her the new one and I'll just put it in the pile of all the bears, and then on Christmas she's like, oh, there it is, she sees it. So I just hide it in the Christmas tree or something. I make it a game for her, and so now I don't even have to wrap presents because she's always around anyway. So we don't even have time.
Wrapping's kind of nice once you get into the groove of it.
I love to sit next to her while she wraps presents, have a bourbon, and watch her wrap presents while we watch some lame Christmas movie. And I'm not saying it's lame because I don't like it. It's just lame. Like most of those Christmas movies are the same.
Things.
We know what these Hallmark movies are. Some dude in a red and black plaid shirt, and he's the one that she's eventually going to fall in love with in this small town that she used to live in. We know how it goes. Christmas in New Orleans. Watched it last year. Christmas on the Bayou. It happens. From the 682, can I ask for forgiveness for hoping to win those Cowboys tickets? and canceling Christmas Eve dinner with the in-laws. That's right, Mike. That's a great plan. Just say, you know what? We got Cowboys tickets. What are we gonna? I mean, we gotta go to the game. Sorry, in-laws. Bye.
Well, I do know that
Unless you like your in-laws.
We get to my parents' house around. We celebrate Christmas Eve with my parents. We usually get there around 5:30 to 6:30 because we would go to church. We usually try to go to like the 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock service.
Gotcha.
This one, I hate saying this, but it doesn't look like we're going to go to church on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
And I hate saying this, but because of the Cowboy game, so we're going to be at my parents at 3 o'clock. So the plan is my mom, who does Christmas Eve up big with a whole bunch of food and everything like that, is it's pretty much going to be a whole bunch of food while we all watch the Cowboys and Eagles game. Once again, see how we're not building up the Jacksonville game at all. So I do have little nieces and nephews because I said, it'd be great is if we just, all eat, have a great time, watch the game, and then after the game's over, I'll open up presents. And I forget, my kids can do that. They're 17, 14, and 12.
Right, yeah.
The more 5-year-old through 3-year-olds are not going to want to get there, see all these presents underneath a Christmas tree, and wait from 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock at night to open up presents. So I said, I get it. Hey, however you want to do it, Mom, if you want to open up presents at 3:30 or, I totally get it and understand because of the kids are going to want to open up presents and play with them while they're at the house.
Of course they will.
Yeah, so we are changing our Christmas Eve schedule
for the Cowboys
game.
Wow. You ever think that would happen?
Sure.
From the 2-1-4.
But I didn't. I can't even remember the last time. I'm sure they have.
It's been I think it's been a long time. From the 2-1-4, I need forgiveness for laughing, seeing 6 people in matching red and black flannels looking at Christmas lights. They were all in separate families. So yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'll forgive you for that one.
I think you're just appreciating the joy of the season.
Yeah, for sure. From the 2-1-4, please forgive the Cowboys for losing to the Jaguars as they fall for the trap game.
What just happened there? Are you okay?
So they're asking for
Gesundheit?
Yeah, they're asking for pre-forgiveness. But if it doesn't happen, then how do we take the forgiveness back? That's the question.
I think this is going to be a heck of a game this Sunday.
You think so?
I do think that the Cowboys are better. The Cowboys should win the game, but I do think this is the wrong time to be playing Jacksonville. I think the best time to play Jacksonville was the first 8 weeks of the season as they were learning Doug Peterson, as they were struggling more at times, very inconsistent. They can be very inconsistent on this Sunday, but I think the more you see Trevor Lawrence play, the better and the better and the better he's getting. And so this is where I saw this game on the schedule, and for the Cowboys, I thought, I wonder if it would have been better to play them the first 8 weeks. And now that it's come to this week, I do think it would have been better to be playing Trevor Lawrence earlier in the year than as he's gaining confidence and playing better and better and better.
Yeah, he and Doug Peterson are doing some special things.
It'll be the last time they missed
games.
the playoffs.
I think so.
In a while.
Yeah.
I think as long as Trevor Lawrence is healthy, they're about to run a whole bunch of division titles there.
Yeah, I'm very interested where the Peterson conversation goes from here. If they look back and go, oh, he actually is a good coach, or if he just is a mediocre coach that had a special season that one time. I got some names for the bowls this year, Mike, and I wanted to know if they need forgiveness for the way they name these bowls.
How many bowl games will you watch?
2.
Maybe
4.
Well, I feel like you'd have to have 3.
Yeah, I need to watch at least 3.
The semis and then the championship.
Yeah, I'll probably watch part of whatever one OU's in. I'll probably watch part of whichever one. Did UNT playing?
They're playing
Boise State, right?
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I think they're tomorrow. So, 5. I'll probably keep an eye on 5. And I will also say
I'm
this.
not going to watch Sugar Bowl.
Reginald, I will also turn on a TV and just leave the TV on whatever game it's on.
That's what they want.
But
that's
I'm not
why we have bowl games the whole Christmas season or holiday season because, more holidays. But, just they have a whole bunch of content for you to have on the TV and in the sports bar at this given time. That's what these are for.
Any general place that I'm at, I'll make sure there's a game on, even like at the in-laws. I go to the in-laws and I always will go to the back room and turn on a football game. And it just becomes
you just love hiding from your family.
It becomes the area where everybody congregates after they've had their discussion. They talk about things, and I don't know stuff. family stuff, older family things like that. And I'm like,
Stuff
okay.
things,
Yeah,
right.
and I could learn, but I pretty much know it all. I've been dating her since high school, so like I know everything. So this game's new. I'd never seen this happen before, maybe. So yeah, Mike, I think I'll probably watch 5. And then the rest of them will kind of be trickled in and filtered in throughout the rest of the time. You know what? We'll have to get to that list later because coming up next, it's time to talk to our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next on The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Sewell Automotive.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we are giving away tickets today in the noon hour, probably during the Expressway. That is 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports radio content right there. Coming up at 12:20. Tickets to see Brian Regan, the star comedian. So get ready for that coming up at around 12:30-ish. So be ready for that. But right now, before we get to Mickey Spagnola, Mike, I have the list of the worst bowl names. Now, I know that last night Kevin Gray and Reggie did the Creatable segment, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I've for years stumped for the idea that Scrubbing Bubbles needs to get together, probably with like the Oakland Alameda Coliseum, and have the Scrubbing Bubbles toilet bowl.
I love that. I love that idea. And like that's the great freedoms of working night, to be creative with those kinds of things. And I love that you're taking advantage of that, man. And here with us today. Appreciate you. This list comes from For the Win, USA Today. Number 10, Mike, the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Do you know what SRS Distribution is?
It's got to be a logistics company, doesn't it?
It's distribution, logistics.
Like a Sam's Club or
No,
Costco or
like
something?
a UPS kind of thing, maybe? Or maybe it is a Sam's Club.
I don't even know if it's
Let's go
quite
look
like that. I think it's just like one of these logistics companies that helps companies get
roofing supplies.
Stuff. Never mind.
They distribute roofing supplies.
Oh, okay. So they do but just specifically roofing supplies?
Yep.
Huh.
Then they have a bowl.
They're like shingles or nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Well, I guess you know what it probably is? It's probably like SRS stood for something S roofing supplies.
Sounds right. Standard roofing supplies.
There we go.
Do you think they called them? Or
they were like, hey,
how did this go?
We really, you think they got the name?
We can't find a sponsor. Call the roofing
Well,
company.
okay. I like this one then. From number 9, the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl presented by Stifel. I don't know, is Stifel or Stifel?
So Jimmy Kimmel
Stifel,
called and said, you guys are struggling to get a sponsor. I'd like to sponsor a bowl.
Well, what's funny is like the sponsor is Stifel. But like they started this bowl last year, I believe.
Yeah, I do remember
And it was
this.
just like, we're going to have an LA Bowl, and I don't understand what correlation Jimmy Kimmel has with it.
I'm going to run through a couple more of these real quick before we get to Mickey. The Tax Act Texas Bowl, because Texas loves to add taxes or
That's
something.
right. Sure.
The Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Not great, is what they say. The Wasabi Fenway Bowl. So is that played at Fenway?
It's played at. We have 3 baseball stadium bowls. There's the Fenway Bowl, there's the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl, and then there is the Guarantee Rate Bowl played at Chase Stadium.
When I was at Globe Life Park Field, the new one, it was a football field there.
Wait, Do we have one at?
Maybe. I mean, I feel like there should be a game there. I know Carter is the college football
Carter's right.
nut.
There's a regular season game, which was what, Air Force this year?
Yeah, I think that's what they
Air
said.
Force
'cause
and
I was
Army.
Like, I didn't even know they turned this into a football field, but they're like, yeah, we had it for, and I couldn't remember the names of the teams.
The Cricket Celebration Bowl.
The Celebration Bowl is a yearly institution. I am very upset that this is on this list. I don't like that at all.
The Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl.
I mean, what, you don't like mortgages?
And Duke's Mayo Bowl. I like
Oh,
mayo.
the Duke's Mayo Bowl is awful.
Yeah, mayo's good,
mayonnaise?
though.
Is that the dude that got mayonnaise thrown on him?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Mike. Good job, man.
Thanks.
There you
Charlotte
go.
deserves better than the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Okay, you know what?
Hellman's.
Yeah, Hellman's Mayo is what
Yeah,
they did.
I was not upset with the brand, but okay.
Oh, hold on. You don't like mayo?
No.
I can't believe
Not
it's
for
not
a bowl
mayo.
game.
You like Miracle Whip?
No.
All right, 877-881-1053. Text in Miracle Whip or mayo. I want to see. And
Mayonnaise is the most controversial condiment.
Is it really?
I think so.
I tasted terrible ketchup yesterday. We'll get back into
How?
that. Yeah, I know. That's
you
exactly
mess
what.
with
That's
ketchup?
exactly what I
100%.
thought. That's exactly what I thought.
If it ain't Heinz, it ain't right.
Interesting. All right, we'll get back into this battle in just a few minutes. But right now, it's time for our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Mickey, how are things going today, sir?
Mayo all the way.
All right, just regular. Do you have a brand that you like the most?
I could eat it by the spoonful.
Interesting.
It is eggs. It's kind of whipped eggs, kind of. And oil.
Is Hellman's or
You know what? It doesn't matter. Just as long as it's mayo and not whatever that whipped stuff is.
Did you ever ask David Hellman if his family could hook you up?
If they came up with the recipe, yeah. I don't think so.
Mickey, we finally got to T-Law week.
T-Law week.
T-Law game.
Say it. Say the full name.
Trevor Lawrence.
T-Law.
Yep, he's calling him
It's
T-Law.
It's sunshine time.
Oh, let's see. He's been hot.
What is it? What have they been doing that's like that he's been so good for the last 5 weeks that they weren't doing? Was it just him and Peterson having to learn together?
Well, or maybe incorporate everybody that they brought in this year, like the receiving core, the tight end. It was all new. What did they start off? 2-6, and now they've gone 3-2. But he's playing at a high level. The wide receivers are playing at a higher level, and they're protecting the quarterback. I keep saying this. He's not out there playing singles. They lead the league with most games giving up no sacks, and it's 6. The second place teams, there's like 3 or 4. It's at 4, and the Cowboys are one of them. The Cowboys have actually given up fewer sacks than Jacksonville. Jacksonville has given up 23. I think the Cowboys have given up 16, 9 of Dak and 7 of Cooper Rush. But they've done a better job of protecting them. And then that certainly helps a quarterback, and you get on the same page with 2 new receivers with Zay Jones and Christian Kirk, and all of a sudden things started clicking for him, especially, the amount of points they had been scoring compared to what they did earlier in the season.
I saw Dak say the interceptions just can't happen anymore, and I'm curious how he handles that. Is it, I just don't throw to places that I'm not comfortable throwing to?
That's not going to happen, and he's not going to quit throwing the ball down the field. So
what's the solution there?
The solution is for everybody to run their routes correctly and not have the ball bounce off their hands into interceptions, and for him to maybe recognize the situation when he thinks he can fit. I mean, every quarterback thinks he can fit a ball into the into the eye of a needle.
Of course they do.
And you better.
Yeah.
Otherwise, go play in the USFL. That's just quarterbacks. That's their mentality. And at times you have to decide, do I take that chance or do I not take that chance? And a lot of that has to do with where the game is going and where you are on the field, right? You don't want to throw an interception in the end zone when you're in field goal range, or you got another down. But if it's third down and you're behind, you're saying, well, the field goal's not doing me any good. I'm going to fit that thing in there. And that's just part of their makeup. I think it's part of the deal. And, and as he said kind of yesterday, well, not, he didn't say it, but somebody asked him the question, do you find it kind of, confusing that you just led a 98-yard drive for the winning touchdown, but everybody's focusing on your interceptions?
You had McCarthy this morning, and I know you had a little conversations with him afterwards, the walk-off. How are we feeling about where the offensive line is going to look this week? I know we heard 5 different combinations and all that. So
yeah, and I think that, I don't think anything's set in stone that one person's going to go out there and play 70 snaps. I think that's where that is. I think that it was a logical assumption that Tyron Smith would get snaps in practice at right tackle. I just think you don't want to upset the entire offensive line and then start somebody that hasn't started at right tackle when you've got a guy that's going to wear a yellow jacket at some point that could just step over there. But he's not going to, I would imagine he's not playing 60 snaps. And, who knows who starts and who rotates in. But I think that's the end, probably the end result they're looking at. I just don't know that you're going to get that, immediately. So you practice Josh Ball over there. You practice Jason Peters over there, and then see how it turns out. But I don't think anybody is going to be one guy on Sunday in Jacksonville play 60 snaps at right tackle. And if they do, I think it'll be shocking.
So instead of just giving the score here, Mick, I would like for you to give an idea. Do you think the Cowboys get a lead and just hold on to the lead throughout the game? It feels a little bit more like the Houston game. How do you see this game playing out? You can give the final score in the end, but I'm just wondering how tight of a game you think this is throughout.
I think it's a tight game. I think they're playing well. They're playing at home. They're 5-8, but you know what? If they should win this game, and the Cowboys beat Tennessee, they play the Titans the final game of the season, and if they beat them twice, they can win this thing. So you're not looking at a team that's looking to put their head on a soft pillow and go away. These guys, this kind of is one of their playoff games. So you're going to get whatever they've got. You're going to get their best, and the Cowboys need to realize that. And they also need to realize that if they don't win this game, Christmas Eve doesn't mean a thing, because you're going to be 3 games back. Chances are the Eagles are playing the Bears. You're going to be 3 games back with 3 to go. And what are the odds that you're going to make up that ground? I don't think Philadelphia can lose the final 3 games of the season, so they could tie, right? So I think the importance of this game for both teams is going to make this thing, I think, a dogfight. They're playing better. The Cowboys have played better. They're capable of playing better. And if they eliminate the turnovers, your rookie punt returner doesn't, fumble a punt for the second time in his career, because the first one cost him. If you don't get a couple double-tip passes for interceptions, and you don't get stopped on the 1-yard line on 4th and goal, then yeah, they're a very good team that should be able to go there and win this game. But as we know, the NFL is one of the greatest reality shows on TV because it's real.
Oh, except for the new one. Is it MILF Manor? Is that the one that's a new reality show that you haven't seen, Mike? We're going to have to talk about that
Zach
one.
Wilson?
No, it's a different. Yeah, maybe I'll talk about it more with you later. Mickey, what is your prediction for this weekend?
I believe the Cowboys win this game 27-18, and I don't know why I woke up in the morning and had 18 on my mind, but I'm going with that.
There it is.
That's how scientific this thing is.
See, that's what science is, what it's all about, man. Mickey, thank you very much. Have a great
All
weekend.
right. See you guys.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola. Mike, I know you're tired of it. I know you're tired of this story.
Beckham time.
Jerry Jones said Odell's going to join us.
To who?
We'll do it next on The Fan.
Holy cow. It's the holiday season, which means holiday deals.
of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Food. Just dip food.
You want some food, huh?
Yeah.
Mike's hungry,
I'm
y'all.
getting hungry.
I got some boiled eggs in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unopened bag and some cheese.
You call them just boiled, not hard boiled? Just boiled. Why do we call them hard? I guess you could soft boil them.
It's
so
the yolk. Yeah, the yolk is
has to
hard
get
or soft.
hard.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the difference.
Glad we found that one.
Diamond Factory, Dallas, brings you gridiron gravy,
That's
ladies
right.
and gentlemen. Also, we bring you the news. That's what we do. We like to report the news.
Is it news that you can use?
Maybe.
News,
Okay.
news,
All right, so
news.
this is amazing. This morning, we had Jerry Jones on.
Yeah, we didn't even ask.
I asked Jerry Jones. Well, you're right. We didn't ask.
just
He
threw him
brought
in.
Odell Jr.
He threw him in like we signed him with T.Y. Hilton. Like I was like, we joint signed these two guys?
Both Reggie and Mike's heads popped up like, hold on, what? Because he said we have the ability to add players like Odell and T.Y.
He said Odell first.
Yeah, he did.
Like we got him.
Here was the question. I asked him, is it still alive? Is that still alive? Is the deal close? And he said, very alive, very much. He and I want it to be alive. We all want it to be alive. They did not say how close they were. Jarrett Bell from USA Today reported this. He said that Jerry Jones told USA Today on Thursday, Odell's going to join us. There's a good chance he will, with the complete goal of getting ready for a playoff game or two, and then I'll look to the future, but most of it being about now. He was quoted saying, Odell's going to join us. So I do think, Reggie, you can use that in any way, shape, or form you want.
Thanks, man.
But I also saw that Jane Slater tweeted out an OBJ and the reporting of USA Today and Jarrett Bell, that is the reporter. Everyone I've talked to says Jerry Jones is driving the bus on this one, so stand by. So there you go. The full article is at usatoday.com if you want to check that out. But that is where...
Also, the Jerry Jones interview right here on 105 through the Fan is already on your Odyssey apps, on anywhere you get the podcasts. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Reggie.
Who interviewed him?
We did. You were there, Mike. You did great,
awesome.
too. Yeah, you were great. So... I know that everybody is saying they're tired of the story, yet can't stop clicking on links whenever they see them pop up on their Twitter
how tired it
timelines.
is. That's what Jerry said today.
I'll show you. Man, that is fascinating. I saw a story this morning that said that Mike White is
concussed.
Is fully confident that he will play on Sunday.
It's not what Adam Schefter said.
Adam Schefter is reporting that he has not been cleared from protocol, and that the MILF hunter himself, Zach Wilson, will indeed start for the New York Jets.
Guess who's back?
Against the Bills.
Back again.
In a snowstorm.
Oh, no, that's Miami. Is it
Detroit? Detroit.
It is Detroit?
Yeah. Because I remember I was listening to Choppy's
Detroit.
picks, and he picked Detroit.
Yeah.
It's even a better pick.
Because I have Jared Goff in my fantasy team, and I had to go with something else.
This isn't fair. You shouldn't just say he's finished after his second year, but I do feel like this is an important game for Zach Wilson. If he does play, if the report is correct, and he goes out there, and Detroit doesn't have the best defense. I know they're playing a lot better as the season has progressed, but my gosh, if you go out there and you lose, let's just say 27-10 or something like that, I don't know. I don't know how New York goes into the offseason and goes, we really believe in Zach Wilson and he's our guy. I think at that point they have a good enough team. I don't know. You guys can say something different. I believe New York has a good enough team to win 10 plus games next year.
I'm in the same boat.
If Zach Wilson is your quarterback, it's tough to pick that.
Yeah. There have been questions about what Zach Wilson's seeing. A lot of questions about, like, what is the kid out of college anyway? And then there's this idea of entitlement and so forth. I think you're right, Mike. We've talked about this at length. They added really good skill position players. They added better blocking up front. They added their defense is stout. I think they are a very ready team for that moment, but they're that quarterback away, and they haven't had any consistency at the position at all this year due to injuries and like, well, is Flacco really it? But that team's that close. But can they carry that over? Season to season? Well, that's where the quarterbacks stand. The quarterback's the big difference maker there. So you got a really good point, and they are that close, but they're still that far away. Brock Purdy, who I think is becoming Mike's favorite new young player. Is it because of the boss? Or?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you got a part of the family here at our station.
He is joining Aaron Rodgers.
Said possibly.
I know it's just Kevin's supposed to be here to say no, that's not possible.
Different person.
But I am definitely not gonna.
Family.
I love going with that thing.
That's what we were made to believe. How many Purdys are there?
Yeah, nobody knows, and there's no way to know that.
I can't say definitively how many Purdys there are.
Yeah. See, and then I think you made a great point, Corey, a few weeks ago. There's a person that also played Major League Baseball with the last name Bassick, same initial as me,
M. Bassick.
And then you said, "Are you related to that person?" And that's my father. And here we have B. Purdy and B. Purdy.
I mean, we just present the facts, Reggie.
Yeah, one of them has a dad. Really, both. Only
one of them has a dad. What happened?
I have a dad, and Brock Purdy has a dad, and there is a possibility that his dad's name is Brian.
Text in if you also have a dad. 877-881-1053.
Oh man,
I mean, it could be just like Shaq. His biological didn't bother.
Right. That's true. The Niners clinched.
Because we see a guy in the stands that claims he's his dad.
Now, wait, what is this conspiracy theory that you're doing now?
Have you seen him? He doesn't look like him.
Yeah.
He looks more like his mother than he does his dad.
I mean, let's put Brock and Brian together.
Why are you putting air quotes on that?
See.
Let's send them to, where do you go, Dave and Buster's or whatever, and they have that deal, like they take a facial picture of you and a facial picture of your girlfriend.
I've not seen this.
And they do like, here's what your child would look like.
Of all the places to try and get like that type of thing, Dave and Buster's is where we're going.
Yep.
All right, cool.
And thanks a lot, Reggie. Now a lot of people are texting in about how they don't have a dad.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, friends.
Yeah.
Somebody had to get that mom pregnant.
The 49ers clinched the NFC West with their victory. Brock Purdy has a 115-plus quarterback rating in his first two starts.
Is that good?
Only one other quarterback has ever accomplished this feat.
So is that good?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. Aaron Rodgers, his first two starts in 2008. Purdy is the third quarterback since at least 1950 with a completion percentage of 70%, with 4 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions through his career, along with Aaron Rodgers and
Dak Prescott.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, Jimmy G. I will say
insane.
This. For Aaron Rodgers, I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he'll be more Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But is Aaron Rodgers, that was his third year in the league. He was drafted in 06.
Yeah.
06, 07, if I have my years right. And then you're talking about, in 2008, well, he had sat behind Brett Favre for 2 years.
Kind of knew where the bathroom was in a lot of the stadiums. Like, those are the things that you're waiting for your moment to go, okay, finally, I get to do this thing that I know that I can do. I've been practicing. I've been ready to go. Tyler Lockett suffered a broken finger, may miss the rest of the season.
I hate it here.
How much does that affect Geno? Because that dude catches so many footballs. Like, he's a really good catcher of the football.
Yeah, it's tough. They have a really good wide receiving core with Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and the like. So, losing that, you never get better losing talent like that.
That's for sure.
I'm sure that's tough.
Man, and, there's...
Seattle's falling apart.
You think so? You think this is the half year that
they
Geno
lost
Smith
to Carolina? I'm not putting it on Geno. I think last night, let's face it, nobody's going to score 20 points against San Francisco. If you score 20 points against San Francisco, that's like scoring 40 points against other teams. So their defense is unbelievable. So I don't blame Geno for last night's loss, but losing to Carolina, and I forget who they lost to, but they're dying. And it's kind of setting up that, I can't believe this can happen, but it's setting up that Philadelphia, Dallas, Washington, and New York are all going to make the playoffs. But that being said, there's the Detroit Lions.
I'm looking. There have been Man, there has only been 2 teams that have scored 20 points against them this year.
What games were they?
Do you know who those 2 teams are? You don't.
I have no clue.
The Falcons defeated them 28-14.
Sure, everybody expects that.
Which we all knew.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chiefs beat them 44-23.
Okay.
Other than that, nobody else is putting 20 points up against the San Francisco 49ers this year.
44 of them thing.
I mean, even when the Bears beat them 19-10. And then the Broncos beat them 11-10. Like, the scores just aren't crazy. But yeah, Kansas City put, as Reggie said, 44 of those things up on the board against them. Saquon Barkley says, I've been lacking the last couple of weeks. His status for last Sunday was in doubt due to a neck injury, but there's no question like his availability for this Sunday is very crucial game against the Commanders, where they are playing the very well-known back-to-back series against the Commanders. Which how often does that happen in the NFL where you play back-to-back against a team?
I think almost never.
Yeah, I think they had the bye week in between.
In between, that's fine. But even still, they prepared for an opponent, played the opponent, tied the opponent, and then said, we'll decide this one next week.
Or they'll tie again. You don't know.
Maybe they'll tie again, and we won't even see anything real happen. So, I don't know, man. And then Myles Garrett, I thought this was interesting for Myles Garrett. He said there's a painful memory from earlier this season while he was discussing the team's slim hopes of making the playoffs. And he said he heard a stat that our chances to make the playoffs right now are greater than the chances the Jets had to win with 2 minutes left. And the Jets won that game with 2 touchdowns in the final 82 seconds of play. And that's why Garrett said he's still pushing for the team to advance despite long odds. He said, look, I might be having a good season. I might be stacking up some things personally, but none of the individual great season stuff works for me if we're not going further, if we're not making it to the playoffs. That's the only thing that matters. That stinks. That stinks for them to have the kind of thing that they've had going on, but even still, a lot of people will look and say, yeah, but you got that. You put yourself in that situation with your quarterback situation. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Cowboys win, Cowboys lose. We hit it next to the fan.
Listen.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget that we're giving away tickets to Brian Regan in this hour, probably during the Expressway. Keep your ears open, though, for the Let's Give Something Away. We'll be hitting that. Plus, next week, Monday and Thursday, the entire station giving away tickets to Cowboys Eagles on Christmas Eve. And don't forget this either. On Sunday, 9 o'clock, Chiafalo and Broadus hit the beginning of the pregame show. They'll have McCarthy, Brad Sham, Babe Christie, the entire cast, as well as our insider Bobby Belt. And it's Chris Arnold sitting down with Tony Pollard for his player profile this week.
One of the best running backs in the league.
That's interesting. He is one of the best running backs in the league, the way he's playing, but I mean, he's not going to be a guy that's rushing for 2,000 yards.
This season's highlight reel will be Along Came Polly.
You think so? All right. Okay. All right. Now it is time. 877-881-1053. Text in. Cowboys win. Cowboys lose. And you know what? We could also do this. I wanted to do this because the Cowboys are interesting. Why? 877-881-1053. This is a segment we've been trying to fit in. We had it planned yesterday for this time. And then Texas Rangers pitcher Andrew Heaney said, hey, I want to talk to the KNC Masterpiece. By the way, dude's awesome. I really enjoyed talking to that guy yesterday. Mike, I hope he pitches well because I want to root for him and get to know him better. He was really easy to talk to yesterday.
I really think that is the Kyle Gibson. They see him as we're about to unlock something that LA did. He talked about how LA unlocked it, but maybe keep it there where he is a guy who can have an ERA in the threes.
And I don't know. I keep asking this question because, Derek will tell you that it's a big factor. The Mike Maddox effect, I think, is going to be a huge thing for Rangers pitching this year. And maybe, just maybe, that's one of the reasons they haven't gone and said, let's go get bullpen. Maybe they say, well, Mike Maddox can help us in that respect a little bit too. All right. The talent has to be there, but you still gotta do it. All right, for Cowboys win, Cowboys lose. Why do they win or lose this week, Mike?
I only have one thing here, and it's Trevor Lawrence. And I guess I will say this. If I want to go, I'll go to the Jaguars win because I can come up with plenty of ways the Cowboys win but the Jaguars win because Trevor Lawrence throws for 70% or better completion rate. Last game against Tennessee, 30 of 42 for 368, 3 touchdowns, ran for a touchdown. He's not much of a runner. The thing is, he is fast and ran the ball well at Clemson, but he just doesn't do it in the NFL. But that was a 71.4% completion rate. The game before, 54.8. They lost and got blown out. The game before, 29 of 37 for 321 and 78% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns. They beat Baltimore, 28-27. So you just start looking at it and you go, now he has been completing a high percentage besides that Detroit game. But you just look at it. When he does this, they win. The team that they lost to when he completed a high percentage recently, they lost to Kansas City, at Kansas City. He was 29 of 40 for 259 yards and 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And they lost 27-17. So there is an exception there in the last 5 games. But for the most part, he's completing over 70%. They are winning. So Jacksonville wins because Trevor Lawrence completes 70% of his passes. If he does that, you're in big trouble for the Dallas Cowboys. I'll say Cowboys win because they don't turn over the ball. I'm just going to go with
which Dak's done a lot of
the
lately.
Fumbled punt. Dak has been turning over the ball a lot. I don't think the Cowboys in the last game, they almost lost and probably should have lost, but they didn't. And they turned the ball over 3 times, right? Muff punt, 2 interceptions. The Cowboys can't lose the turnover battle here. If they lose the turnover battle in Jacksonville, I think Jacksonville wins this game.
Because, to keep a bad team from having more opportunities, you can't be giving the ball to them. Like, that's how the Cowboys steamrolled the Colts. That's how they did what they did against the Minnesota Vikings. They said, we're going to get the ball from you. I mean, they did it right out of the gate. Micah Parsons comes around the corner and says, go to the ground. I got you. Now our football. And then the Cowboys have an extra possession that they weren't supposed to have earlier than they should have. I mean, you got a really good point there. I do, when I hear Dak Prescott say they can't happen anymore, that's why I asked Mickey that earlier. I just don't know if I trust Dak Prescott, if he trusts himself with some of the things that he's seeing. And there are moments when, there are moments when Dak is awesome. But I watched last week against the Texans where how many times did he pump fake before he threw a ball that really didn't even look good anyway? And you were like, why is he looked like he was afraid to let it loose.
To your point, and it's not that Dak has bad arm strength, but do you notice when he doesn't, this is why the Tom House and getting his legs into the throw is so important. He doesn't have the strongest arm. He can't throw off balance or without using his hips and his legs and throw the ball hard.
There's some runs like on the run where he'll do something special, but you're right. He wants to be planted a certain way.
Yeah. It's just that a guy like Trevor Lawrence or these guys that are these premium guys that have powerful arms, at times they can get their legs taken out from under them or not have a pump fake, but like a pump fake where, oh no, and then they only can throw with their upper body or their arm and they can still put some zip on the ball. Dak will struggle with that, and that's why it's so important that he has proper mechanics, is that he needs all of it to throw those bullets. And he does have a good arm, but he has to have his whole body in position to have that good arm that you see from Dak.
I think Cowboys win because their running game it's what they hang their hat on. Okay. And they can do it again this week. I think this is a defense that isn't that great at making stops when they need to.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville. I was saying that Tony Pollard's not going to get you 1,500 yards. He's got 894 right now. Do you think there's a chance? And I know he got a lot of carries when
Zeke get over 1,000. I know that.
Well, that's what. Do you think that he can get to 1,200? That's a tough
300
goal to get
more
to.
yards and change
in 4 games.
Yes. That being said, there is when we go off of how much can a guy get, I start looking at the Cowboys and Eagles schedule, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to try get week 18, I guess. The last game of the season, the 17th game of the season.
You'll see some Malik Davis.
I think will mean absolutely nothing to the Cowboys, so I do think Cooper Rush will be the quarterback. Malik Davis will be the running back. I think that you almost have to look at it as he only really has 2 more games. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Because you have 3 games left, or 4. You have Jacksonville, Philadelphia, Tennessee, and then Washington.
Yeah.
So I think he has 3 games left to get those stats. I don't think he plays in the last game of the year. So I still think it's possible, right? Because you're looking at averaging 100 and in just a little bit more. He has a chance. I would lean towards a no. If they had to play the 4th game, if it meant everything, so the Cowboys would have to win out, right? The Cowboys win their next 3 games. That last game means something because if Philadelphia loses the last game of the year and you win the last game of the year, you overtake them and you win the division.
Do you know who leads the team in rushing touchdowns this year?
For the Cowboys?
Uh-huh.
Is it Pollard?
This is a trick question. Zeke and Pollard are tied with 9.
Okay.
So you got 18 touchdowns out of the running back, rushing this year.
That's very good.
That's
And
very good.
That's more than one a game.
Then Tony Pollard has added 3 receiving touchdowns. Zeke's added 1. So that's out of that position, you've gotten 22 touchdowns. They're very important for the season. The big plays, this is something interesting, Mike, because we were trying to keep track of this a lot with Ezekiel Elliott the last couple of years. Zeke has 4 20-plus yard rushes this year. And I don't know, that I've seen this kind of Zeke that we've seen the last few weeks in a long time. And maybe it's because he had a couple games off in the middle of the season, early in the season. He was able to kind of get a little break because he was injured. But that break now, you're seeing, I think, a different runner right now. And that's where I think Cowboys win, because what their running game is doing is effective, and I think they'll continue to be effective. Dak's going to probably have like 265 yards. He's going to throw for 2 touchdowns, maybe an interception, and that's kind of where Dak is going to be at this point. And I think that that's going to be enough to get a win. Now, from the other side, Jacksonville wins because they can't stop Travis Etienne. And I'm not saying he's a world beater. He's a good running back. 814 yards this year. He's got 6 big plays. That's 20-plus yards. He is a dynamite receiver out of the backfield as well. And that's a relationship. We talk about the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. Trevor Lawrence and Etienne, they know what they're supposed to see. He had trouble holding on to the ball early in the season. He's kind of had those moments where you're like, whoa, this is the NFL, buddy. You can't be giving up the ball like that. But I do think that Travis Etienne is a huge factor in this game this week, and that's something that they're going to have to take care of. Also, JaMychal Hasty. And then somebody said Malik Davis did run for a touchdown also, so you got another touchdown from your running back position as well.
What's weird is when Trevor Lawrence has a really good game, like last week, Etienne doesn't fall. They rarely have good games together. It's either one doing something or the other, and when Trevor Lawrence doesn't have a good game, they've literally lost every game. Travis Etienne last week, 17 carries, 32 yards, and they had a great game. That being said, when you look at Etienne, can destroy the Cowboys. He can be a guy out of the backfield that can literally take over a game if he gets the right matchups. They get him in space, this and that. But if you look at some of his bigger games, 14 carries for 114 yards against the Giants, loss. 24 carries for 156 yards against Denver, loss. They did 28 carries for 109 yards. They did win, and they beat Las Vegas. But it's interesting, some of his bigger games, they haven't won.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear what you're saying. I don't want if Travis Etienne to start the game, let's just say they drive the ball down the field to start the game, and Travis Etienne has, let's say, 5 carries for 40 yards. We're going to be like, crap. But at the same time, that hasn't ultimately led to success for Jacksonville winning the game.
For Jacksonville specifically, yes. Yeah. And that's where it's the balance of where the Cowboys are bad at and what they're good at. And the Cowboys aren't great at stopping the run. So if a team can run the ball against them, we saw it with the Houston Texans. They were like, we're going to just keep running the football and not give you a billion opportunities to go destroy us with your passing game. And that's where I think it is they try to limit the ability of the Cowboys to have productive offense.
I'm super surprised with this. Travis Etienne, 25 catches for 214 yards this year. Wouldn't you think what we saw from him from Clemson, that would be better and more?
Yes, but the fact that Christian Kirk has now turned into a more productive target, the fact that Zay Jones, who isn't great, has 600 yards. Evan Ingram's actually catching some footballs.
He had a great game last week.
He's so weird. Evan Ingram's just the weirdest.
If he's healthy, he's good.
He should be dominant. And he just has not been. Marvin Jones Jr. is okay. But I think the fact that Christian Kirk, who they really overspent on, has been productive lately, I think that's one of the factors is they do want to try to take advantage of the downfield stuff as opposed to just chipping away with Etienne underneath. But the other thing too, Mike, is with the Cowboys defense, they're at their best whenever they can say, all right, we're going at you, quarterback. We're going to take you down today. And whenever good teams run the ball well against them, they don't get that opportunity as much to force those kinds of turnovers and sacks and stuff like this. From the 682, Dallas wins because Micah pretends T-Law is Jalen Hurts. Dallas loses because T-Law goes Joe Montana on us. I think a lot of people are pinning this game on Trevor Lawrence, which is rightfully so. Like he's the quarterback that has a lot of hopes.
He's completing 66% of his passes. If you hold him to 66%, he hasn't won a game this year. Literally, that's just a crazy stat. Because 70% is a high percentage. And if he doesn't complete 70% of his balls, they haven't won a game this year.
From the 817, Cowboys win because Micah is due for a breakout game again. Micah, he
might be getting tired.
The whole defensive line looked a little meh last week.
He mentioned wasn't it to Von Miller where he said, I think it was in the Von Miller podcast.
Yes.
It might have been just an interview.
It was with Von Miller.
He's like, dude, I'm beat up right now. Like playing this defensive end, the majority of the snaps is wearing me down, and I wasn't as wore down last year at this point because I was playing more linebacker.
Yeah, he said he was fresh. He said somebody touches you on every play when you're playing defensive end. You know, when you're playing linebacker, you may not get touched for 6 or 7. You may not get touched for 2 series.
And remember, Dan Quinn and the Dallas Cowboys are learning more and more about their Micah Parsons, the best defensive player in the NFL. I do believe he is, but they were like, hey, look what he did last year. Let's put him at defensive end a little bit more. We had these discussions, right? And it seemed like, yeah, let's put him at defensive end more. But now they're going to get another season under their belt and go, hey, maybe we shouldn't put him at defensive end that much because we did wear him down. Or maybe he has a great playoff run and you're like, hey, when it was nut cutting time and it was time to do it, he was once again the best defensive player in the NFL.
Dude, he gives up like 70, 80 pounds in a lot of situations to the guys that he's going up against. While he has speed, you know, the body is taking that toll on him. And I totally get that part of, like, that was different than last year. I was a little bit fresher at the end of the season, and I'm just trying to – he said the other day, Mike, you got to build the calluses. The muscles have to learn how to do it. So he's in a mindset of, I'm just like, I just have to deal with it and overcome it, and that's just the only thing that can happen, rather than give me some rest or let me do anything else. But I think if the plays don't continue to happen, Cowboys got to look into some other things. Mike McCarthy does a pretty good job at that. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, would you rather try to get a generational player or try to get into the playoffs? Plus, Mike likes it in the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Yeah, that is.
I do, but not in the same room.
Well, what would Reggie do?
Reggie's not married.
Reggie,
he's right. I'm not married.
Would you take the other TV and move it to the living room for
I've
tonight?
done that before. Like, you know what's a good time to do this for?
Mm-hmm.
March Madness.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
round up 3-4 TVs, get them in the same place.
Yeah. There you go, Mike.
I'm not unmounting them.
Okay, all right. Mike will
Just buy a new one.
mount. Mike will mount, but he will not unmount. So there you go. That's something we've learned.
That's a very weird thing to say there, Corey.
Don't forget, we're giving away Brian Regan tickets in the next few minutes, so make sure to keep your ears open for that. Now, Mike, the Mavericks play against the Blazers tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, where do you stand on what you can see from this game? Because I know I said this the other day, and I don't say this in a bad way, and I don't want it to come across in a way that makes you mad.
Okay.
You watch the Mavericks regular season different than me.
I watch it like people watch the Cowboys.
Yes, absolutely. And when I say roller coaster, you ride. If they lose, this stinks.
Yeah.
If they win, this is awesome. But in
a weird way, I don't think Mark Cuban appreciates me, but he should, because I am watching it the way that he really wants his fans to engage. The rate, if you had 1 million of me's, you would have unbelievable ratings for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's only maybe 20,000 at most of me's in the Metroplex, maybe only 10,000 that really watch every Maverick game and enjoy watching it and would break it down for 30 minutes to an hour after every game. I mean, they're an
Cuban,
average team.
I think he kind of wants everybody to be just happy.
Right, just watch it. Be like, they're my favorite. I love them no matter. I'm going to watch it all, and no matter what happens, they're great. And no matter if I spend the least amount of money in the last 5 years on a team, they're great.
Yeah. And I think...
And don't look into that.
And that's where even Jerry Jones, he's just like, hey, as long as you're watching, I'm happy. And that's essentially what you are, is you're watching because you love the team, you're passionate about them. Tonight's game, what does it mean to you?
Okay.
They need a win, man.
It's a very even matchup. The Mavericks are favored in this game. If I was betting, I'd bet on the Blazers because I think it's a coin flip game. The Mavericks now without Maxi Kleber for a minimum of 6 weeks, which would be very optimistic that he makes it back in 6 weeks. I think that it's probably going to be more like 8 to 10 weeks, and hopefully he comes back healthy in 2 months or 2.5 months.
Have we found out if he's going to need surgery? Because that also is a situation where if he does need surgery, you can go ahead and chalk that thing up.
No, to your point, no. It just seems like at least the Mavericks and Sham Charania and Mark Stein, who seem to be the closest. Adrian Wojnarowski does not have major insight to the Dallas Mavericks. If you've noticed, it's more Shams and Mark Stein who have the insight into the Mavericks more than, and Woj is unbelievable at his
He's very
job.
good, yeah.
But they're reporting, hey, 6 to 8 weeks, and kind of we'll see from there. But to Reggie's point, we really don't know the exact direction they're going to take with Maxi Kleber. But it is a major injury, and here's why. Because Jason Kidd has lied to us multiple times this season. And he said, well, we have so much depth. I mean, God, we have so many big guys. What do you expect me to do with Christian Wood? Well, now that
they don't play the depth,
and we see now that they actually have no depth. I mean, it was a complete and total lie by Jason Kidd, but I understand why he had to say that at the time, because he's trying to defend why don't you play Christian Wood more than 20 or 25 minutes a game. Well, now let's see, Jason Kidd, because you said we're so deep with our big guys, which we're not, and he knows we're not. He just doesn't want to play Christian Wood it's going to be interesting now when you're going up against these teams. You do not have Maxi Kleba to play those 20 to 25 minutes that you need. And he did. Maxi Kleba does help out quite a bit with Christian Wood's defensive deficiencies. And now Christian Wood is going to be out there a lot on an island defensively.
Or maybe playing with JaVale McGee, but that will also offer its own challenges.
Great point. And here's the deal. And I put this out on Twitter, and this is what I really wanted to discuss, Corey and Reggie, is there a disconnect in this organization right now? And I know they made it to the conference finals, and we gave Jason Kidd a whole bunch of credit for that, and I do think he deserves a lot of credit for that. Nico deserves credit for maybe moving Kristaps Porzingis off a team that Luka didn't want him here. Porzingis didn't want to be here. And he did get Spencer Dinwiddie in the deal, and he has helped out this organization tremendously throughout the playoff run last year. He's very inconsistent, but helped, and he's helped out a lot this year to a team that's 14-40. Without Dinwiddie, you might only have about 7 or 8 wins. And I know that sounds weird, but literally you don't have another ball handler on the team, so you can't play Luka 48 minutes a night, even though they're getting damn close to that. I look at it and go, so you got JaVale McGee. And 4 games into the season, Jason Kidd said, I'm never playing you again. And then you got Christian Wood. You traded 4 players that you didn't really want in the 21st or 23rd overall pick. I can't remember, but it's in the 20s. You traded a first-round pick for Christian Wood. And immediately, Jason Kidd in Vegas during the Summer League said JaVale McGee's going to start and Christian Wood isn't. And then reiterated that to start training camp, Christian Wood is not starting. And then you drafted Jaden Hardy, and I get he's kind of a high school pick. He did play in the G League last year at 19 years old. But he's gone down to the G League, and he's literally the best. He's literally the best offensive player in the G League. There's no player in the G League better than Jaden Hardy through the time that he spent in the G League. And he doesn't play Jaden Hardy, even though Nico Harrison was on our station. We interviewed him, and he said, no, he's about to play. We've called him up to play. He's done everything, and we are calling him up to play basketball. And then Jason Kidd said, no, you're not. I'm not playing him a damn second in the NBA. And then Christian Wood was traded for, and you thought, gosh, after losing Jalen Brunson, this is miserable. He could be our second best offensive weapon. And Jason Kidd said, no, I don't like him at all.
Okay, so you're asking where the kind of a disconnect is.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, there were discussions that at some point, Chris Young, who I will not call CY, was talking to Woodward after games. Hey, why did you do this? Like trying to, hey, I want to try and see why you're doing certain things.
I need to talk to you right now. Before you do interviews after the game, we need to have a discussion on why this game went this way.
Nico and Jason have to be having these conversations too, right?
I don't know. I think it's a great question. I think you just posed a great question. But I would wonder, as a general manager, how many mistakes did I make and who did I listen to?
Good point.
You don't like JaVale McGee. Why did we even and I do think Jason Kidd, I love people have given me feedback on Twitter, and I do agree with this. Jason Kidd wanted JaVale McGee because he saw what JaVale McGee meant to the 2020 world champions in the LA Lakers.
Well, and he saw him compete against them with Phoenix last year too.
Yeah, and yes, in that 7-game series, he saw what JaVale McGee could do kind of in a 12 to 15-minute role backing up DeAndre Ayton. And so Jason Kidd, I think, said to Nico, I want him. He's the guy I want to give me, let's just say, 5 points and 7 rebounds in 15 minutes and be a guy who plays the first 5 minutes of the game, the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, and I'll mix him in another 5 minutes in this game. But now he's 0 minutes. I don't think Jason Kidd wanted Christian Wood at all. And I don't know this. And this is where I don't know. This is why I'm asking the question. There's a major disconnect here. Because it also seems like Jason Kidd has no time or interest for Jaden Hardy, yet Nico just said before they went to Detroit on a 2-game road trip, I believe it was, if I have my facts right there. But I remember it was going into the Detroit game. Josh Green is hurt. He's out again. And we're playing Frank Ntilikina, who in 2 games, literally if you were to go back and watch, and I know this is what I do, and I know 99% of the people listening don't do.
There are a lot of texters that say, and they're Mike too. And they also said,
awesome.
They said, Corey, if there were 1 million Mikes, would they all strangle each other? And I was like, I don't know. Mike seems to listen to himself.
Oklahoma City and Cleveland, I like what you just did there. They don't guard Ntilikina. Literally, they tell their team, don't guard him. And they're not. He hit a three-pointer against Cleveland in the corner, and I'm sure there's some people going, that's why I like Frank Ntilikina. It didn't matter. Cleveland didn't guard him the rest of the game.
And
guess
they
what?
blew him out.
Or
yeah.
Oklahoma City didn't. They never guard him. And so I get Ntilikina is a better defensive player. He understands the NBA better than Jaden Hardy. There's a huge talent gap between those guys. And I don't know, Jaden Hardy might flop and fail tremendously if you play him at 20 years old in the NBA. But maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's Jordan Poole. Maybe he's Anthony Simons, who you're going to see again tonight for Portland. And that might be too much to put on a 20-year-old, and he's probably not the answer to all of these Maverick issues. But you do have a major injury right now in Josh Green, not in the rotation for his 20 to 25 minutes. And Jason Kidd has said, not only, Nico, did you call him up to play when Josh Green was here and I didn't play him, I'm not even going to play him when I have an injury to my team.
That's interesting. I will say, though, like he does have this, and I wouldn't say the last year is a good thermometer for it, maybe is the right word. Barometer. But last year in the playoffs, I mean, that rotation was slim. Like
Right.
you had
Seven players.
Finney Smith and Bullock playing almost the entire game, the entire way. And some of those guys are back and they're not playing again.
Literally, he only played Dinwiddie and Kleba off the bench. Literally, those were the only two players he would play off the bench for the most part.
And I think you expressed this a lot last year. It's because the other guys can't play.
Right.
I wonder if this is just a Jason Kidd thing, where maybe he's just like, I only trust these guys, this group, and that could be wrong. Like that could be a very wrong approach to it from Jason Kidd. But it just seems like he has, in the 1 year that we've had him, and now going again with this, he only has certain guys that he trusts to be out there.
I think that's a great point. And Reggie, I think you made a great point when we were discussing this segment for the show, is that you need to go back and look at this. I don't know this either, but this sounds a lot like Jason Kidd in Milwaukee. His second year is what's happening here with Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to this wonky point where, it just doesn't feel like it's readily understandable what Jason Kidd's doing. And again, I need to go back and double check it and revisit why it was that it did not work out in the second year with Jason Kidd with the Bucks, because the first year they did have success, and that does mirror what he did with the Mavericks here, right? So that's another one of his coaching jobs that kind of looks the same. But then the second year, this thing is looking a little shaky, and I don't want to immediately jump up and say, well, aha, this is the same thing happening, but I do wonder what made that season go wrong. So I will actually be going back and trying to figure that out.
That'll be interesting to know, kind of how, because obviously it seemed like everybody in Milwaukee hated Jason Kidd except for the Greek Freak. Like he had ruined the relationships with all the other players because he was so tough on them, or I don't know if like he kind of kept effing with everybody's roles. And then they're like, we don't know what you want because you keep effing with us.
Well, I mean, Hardaway did tell us that the other day, where they're relearning roles right now.
Yeah.
He did mention that with us. So, maybe even some of them that thought they had a specific role last year, maybe Kidd looks at it each year differently too. Maybe he's like, I'm coming into this year and this is a new season. Last year doesn't matter anymore. This is a new year. I have to find this roster and see what they are. Maybe this team is completely different from last year in a way.
But he seems to almost stick too much to last year's team. Like, I don't care what Reggie Bullock does, he's going to play. I don't care what he does, he's going to. But Christian Woods, you weren't on this team. And I do think there's a little bit of this, and I've seen this with teams before that's been somewhat successful, because the Mavericks weren't that successful last year, but they had a overachieving great year. So I don't want to take anything away from that. It's almost like, oh, well, you know what, Christian Woods, you weren't here for our super successful team, so you don't fit in. Dwight Powell fits. We all know Dwight Powell if you make the real playoffs, which I don't think this team will. I think they are probably a play-in team and one and done. Dwight Powell averages 2 points and 2 rebounds and just gets completely and totally destroyed. Just like that Cleveland game. Cleveland's a playoff team. And when you play playoff teams in playoff environments, Dwight Powell can't play 1 second in those games. He's totally overmatched. He's trying his hardest. He might be in the right spot. He can't get a rebound in the right spot because he's not talented enough to get a rebound. He can't score in the right spot because he's not talented enough to score in the right spot. And I'm not blaming this season on Dwight Powell. I'm not trying to blame this season on one specific. I'm not blaming it on Jason Kidd. But there seems to be a major disconnect on what they wanted to accomplish in this offseason and what they're doing. And I get Jalen Brunson's not here, and it's killing the team. And that being said, I think the Mavs have no trade assets. I don't think the more I read,
this is 2 years in a row.
Right, but
they even had KP last year and couldn't trade him for much.
Nobody wants Tim Hardaway Jr. Yeah. Nobody wants Davis Bertans. Dwight, I will say this. Dwight Powell is tradable only because of his contract, but nobody wants him. Now Maxi Kleba, who is kind of untradeable because he signed the extension, is also untradeable because of the major injury. Dorian Finney-Smith, I believe, is tradable, but he can only get you so much. He's not a very valuable piece around the NBA that's going to get you something major. So you start looking, there aren't really tradable assets for the Mavs to try to get better. Your probably two most tradable assets are Josh Green and Jaden Hardy, and they make such little money. Remember, you have to match money for the most part in the NBA. If I trade Josh Green at $2 million and Jaden Hardy at $750,000, I can take on a $3 million player. Well, how many great players are there that are $3 million players? And if they are great, they're recently drafted, and the other team's not trying to get rid of them. So I'm wondering this. I hate saying this. I don't want it to go down this path, but I think it might be best for the Mavericks to start losing. And I'm not saying Jason Kidd to coach to lose. They're not going to do that. They're going to try to win 45 games and make the real playoffs. But it might be best if this season keeps playing out, if this team's fighting and clawing to win 41 games. Maybe if they only win 30 games, it might be best for this organization, because it looks like the only way you're going to get another really great player with Luka is to draft that great player. And you don't have a pick this year unless it's in the top 10. And it goes to the New York Knicks. If it's the 11th pick, it goes to the New York Knicks. But maybe, and I don't know the exact player that, obviously, if you were to get lucky in the lottery and you get Wembanyama, and I know I say his name wrong, but
say it, Reggie.
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama. Did I say it right that time? Or I got really,
Yeah, that was pretty good, dude.
That would be the most unbelievable thing to happen to the Mavericks. Like, that's the only way you turn this into, like, oh my God, it could be a dynasty, is if that guy, Victor, is as good as projected and Luka is as good as he's playing, and they play together for the next 10 years. Then you have a little bit of, let's just go down to San Antonio. Then you have a little bit different, but you have David Robinson and Tim Duncan. You've now created a dynasty. The Spurs weren't trying to lose that year, but injuries happened. David Robinson got hurt. Sean Elliott got hurt. And all of a sudden, they found themselves with a very bad team, and they got a generational talent in Tim Duncan to go along with a very good team. Well, if maybe you get him, Scoot Henderson's interesting, because I don't even know if the Mavs would draft him, because
he needs the ball, doesn't he?
I think so. And I do think the Mavericks need somebody else who can handle the basketball, but I don't know. Nico's kind of said, I don't want any other human being who can handle the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, well, he said it's just difficult for people to get those minutes because we have Luka. And I was like, but Luka doesn't see that can help him too?
But maybe, I do think Cason Wallace is going to be a star in the league, and people might know him from Richardson High School. He's at Kentucky. He's the best defensive player in college basketball today. He is a guy that looks like he can be a star without having to have the ball in his hands all the time. He could be like that two guard who plays unbelievable defense, can knock down shots, can get to the rim, can draw fouls, can maybe do everything off of Luka, where Scoot Henderson might not be the perfect fit with Luka, which then goes into Luka. You should be able to play with a guy that great.
I have three thoughts, Mike.
So I'm towards, I hate saying this, they're 28 games in. I'm not rooting for them to lose tonight. Don't get me wrong. But maybe the best thing for this Maverick team, which will be very tough, if not impossible to do if Luka stays healthy, is go 32-50 this year.
Yeah, if Luka stays healthy, that's the thing that keeps that from happening for sure. Three thoughts. Number three, this came from a fan texter. Okay. Imagine all the moths if there were a million Mikes. That's a very good point, because Mike, we'll have to get a moth update next week as well. Number two, I just saw Mark Cuban say, hey, if gambling is legal here, I want a casino and a resort next to our new state arena. Does that frustrate you that he's focused, his mind's there as opposed to, because that's who he is?
It is weird that Mark Cuban has been such a small spender. Now, there is a major article on this. There's been multiple. If we just take, 5 years, he's the least spending owner in the NBA. Mark Cuban can really destroy us on that argument. Here's where he really messed up, is when they traded for Porzingis and they immediately sent Harrison Barnes away for nothing. This is where you got to know the CBA and stuff, and I didn't know this at the time. You could have kept everything and re-signed, because he is now your property, Porzingis to the max contract. That takes them into luxury tax. Mark Cuban said, I do not want to do that. I want to stay below that number. And from that point, they have paid the least amount of money in the NBA to NBA players. So he has worked very hard to not pay the players. And if you look at it, you're like, Mark, I thought you were the big spender. I thought winning meant everything.
He pays stars. He pays his star.
He only wants, I do think he'll pay a lot of money. And believe me, there's an agency out there that believes this.
Yeah.
That if you get the Greek Freak and you get Ja Morant along with Luka Doncic, you've created a dynasty that would win probably 3 to 5 titles. And Mark will pay a lot of money for that. But if you're asking him to go into luxury tax for Jalen Brunson, if you're asking him to go into luxury tax for kind of nice players that probably won't help you win it all, but just keep you at a 50 to 55 win team and give you a 15% chance of winning the championship, he won't do it. He's going to stay under the luxury tax. And there's also, real quick on that, I know you're going to get to number 3, is they pretty much believe he's going to let Christian Wood walk, and he is going to then sign Dwight Powell to a very small contract, which he's not going to get much interest, so he can get right below that tax again.
My number 3 thought, I think All Things Mav on Twitter is actually you, and you were having
100%.
You were having a conversation with yourself this morning on Twitter. Okay. I'm convinced of it, Mike.
All right, it's not me.
It's good content, though. It definitely is. All right, you know what? Let's give something away.
What's number? Was that number 3?
That was number 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Caller number 10 right now wins a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan. The star comedian is going to be performing at the Will Rogers Auditorium on January 20th. That is part of the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo Auditorium concert series. Get tickets and info at livenation.com. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 now. Now, Mike, as we're in Mike Likes It, if you had another thought that you wanted to drop.
I want to ask you a question, and I know this isn't like an easy question. It's all opinion-based. I put out there on Twitter, I think the Mavs have a 33% chance of finishing in the bottom 10. I don't think it's a high percentage, but it's higher than I thought going into the season, which means I'm giving them a 2/3 chance of they're not going to be one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. But I'm now starting to push towards, hell, maybe they'll be, and not like bottom 5, but like the 8th, 9th, or 10th worst team. What do you think right now, kind of taking in 28 games of this season? Where do you think they're going to finish? Where do you think they're going to kind of be the more we watch this team play?
You know, last year I used the strength of schedule coordinator a lot.
Okay.
And I'm going to go check out the power rankings guru for the NBA right now so that I can kind of have an understanding of what their remaining strength of schedule was. Because they were pretty accurate last year. Their strength of schedule played. They're ranked 4th.
They played the hardest.
Fourth most difficult schedule this season so far. Ahead of them, Pistons, Bulls, Rockets. All bad teams. The remaining strength of schedule for the Mavericks, according to Power Rankings Guru, says they have the easiest schedule for the rest of the season from today.
Okay.
From today. So
that might not help because we lose a lot of games against teams that don't play their players.
And you know this thing doesn't stay consistent all season. It fluctuates throughout the year.
Right.
But they say they have an easy schedule from here on out. I don't know, man. Like I don't know exactly where Jason Kidd's sitting there looking at it. I think by the end of the season, I think that they are right around 7. Somewhere in the 7 to 6 range. I think they have plenty of time. They haven't had one of those, hey, we're going to go on a run. We're going to cook for a little bit, and it's going to be like a 6, 7, 8 game win streak. And they could have a number of those at some point. The best teams, Mike, I mean, you go back and look at Pop's teams, you would have 18 game win streaks at times, multiple times
they go on
throughout
that
years.
Rodeo road trip and destroy on the rodeo road trip.
And I'm a lot more patient over time with the Mavericks, and I've been this way my entire life as a Mavs fan.
Yeah.
And I'm hopeful. This is a bad part. I am hopeful that Jason Kidd has a plan, and that it's not that he's just sitting there going, I don't know what to do, and he's just freewheeling it. He spent so much time in the NBA. Yeah. He spent a lot of time with really good coaches. Coach K, I do have a lot of respect for, and he has a great relationship with him that I think he learned some things, but I am getting a little more concerned as they go along because of Luka's frustration. Luka is you. Luka is as competitive as you are with this team, which is why he was eyeballing Mark Cuban the other night. And because that's every night he's like, I want to win. I want to score my points. I want to win. I want to walk away from it going, I'm the best. And so that is, I don't want him to get frustrated. But I do think that Jason Kidd has a plan, and it will come together and on the other side of the year.
To your point, and it's nothing Luka has really done, except they have lost, and they've been horrible in the clutch. Like, that's part of that is on Luka. Luka has been a bad clutch player this year, taking bad shots, making bad decisions, having bad turnovers. Some of it has led to loss. A few times they've been able to overcome his bad play late in games to win.
They're not good on the road.
No, horrible on the road. He is now 6th, according to, it's NBA.com, but they now have him as 6th in the MVP category because they're not winning, because his stats, which are great, are not leading to wins. And I'm sure that's very frustrating to Luka that his stats aren't leading to more wins. Now I have this next question for you guys, and I'll be done with Mavs. Sorry I'm spending so much time on it, but I am passionate about it. Is Golden State has a worse record than the Mavs. Do you think at the end of the year Golden State will have a better record or worse record? They just got Steph Curry news that he's probably out for a month.
Oh, then I'd say they have a worse record.
Okay.
I know they have a lot of young talent that they're trying to incorporate and get going.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, Steph Curry is a different player. Like, that's a different dude to have on your team, and Steve Kerr has reaped the benefits of having that legendary type of player on his team.
He hurt his left shoulder, so they're expecting it to be 2 to 4 weeks. And then Minnesota Timberwolves have a worse record than the Dallas Mavericks.
I expected the Minnesota Timberwolves to be like top 5, and to see them do what they're doing right now is bad.
It'll be interesting. Obviously, the biggest surprises right now ahead of the Mavs are Sacramento and Utah. Everybody thought Utah would be one of the 5 worst teams in the NBA, and that Sacramento would be around a 500 team, which they're 3 games out. Hey, 3 games from now, maybe the Mavs win their next 3. A couple of teams go on losing streaks that are ahead of them, and the Mavs are in 5th place. But I'm looking at it now. I just make my last comment on this and move on. I just think that maybe getting a top 10 pick would be better for this organization than making the play-in and losing in the play-in situation.
I will also add that 2 of the teams that I thought would be in the top 4 are actually the number 1 and 2 in the Western Conference. Mm-hmm. I thought Memphis was going to be really good this year. Here they are at number 1. And the Pelicans, I said, watch out for the Pelicans. They're my new Phoenix. And here they are at number 2 right now in the Western Conference. So I am excited to see that, but the Mavericks have a lot of work to do. It's fun basketball right now, though.
Yeah, it's jumbled up. Obviously, the Mavs are 5 games out of first place and in 9th
so
place.
Weird.
And they're 1 game out of not being in the playoffs and 2 games out of getting their pick back from the New York Knicks. All right, so I guess bad reporting by me, but all I was doing was reporting on what we saw yesterday on all the MLB.coms and ESPN. Yeah, Carlos Rodon and the Yankees are far apart. And then hours later, Carlos Rodon signs with the New York Yankees, 6 years, $162 million. So Carlos Rodon is off of the table. It's not going to be kind of the unbelievable offseason if you got DeGrom and Rodon, which I understand they're taking it. DeGrom is better than Rodon, and really it's not even close if he's healthy. And
no, they would. The idea is they would be an amazing 1-2 punch. Like, that's what you wanted out of them.
Right. And so the Rangers keep the offseason moving on. I do think the Rangers are kind of done spending money. They spent $13 million on Heaney. They spent $40+ million a year on DeGrom. I do think they are looking at, they can add salary, but I do think they're looking at moving the quantity that they have in the minor leagues. I'm not saying the quality. They're not trying to move Jack Leiter. They're not trying to move Kumar Rocker. They're not trying to move Evan Carter. They
have middle infield log jams, right?
They are, from what I understand, they are talking to teams, and it doesn't mean anything is close, but they are talking to teams about Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, Justin Foscue, Davis Wenzel. They bring them up. Teams aren't really that interested in the kid from Baylor who was taken in the 2nd round after Josh Young was taken. But see, they have all of these guys, and Leody Taveras, Bubba Thompson, all of these guys, even Cole Winn now, they're kind of like, hey, could we put together a package of maybe 3 or 4 of these guys and maybe get something done in our outfield and maybe adding 1 more starting pitcher? So they are active. Right now the Rangers are active, but it's more on, hey, the quantity that we have here, is there any way to take 3 or 4 of these guys and add a really quality major leaguer to our team? I don't know if it's going to play out. I don't know what they're going to get, who they're going to get, but they are active in those discussions.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block, where I ask Mike about the Barry Zito curveball. Next on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we're discussing finances around the holidays right now. Mike is very good at his accounting, even though Kevin claims to be the most accounting when it comes to that.
The most whomps?
The most accounting.
Okay.
Yeah, he thinks he knows the most. Yesterday, Mike's
It's amazing that Kevin said he wants to further his family to have more kids, and then he took a day off to try to have more kids.
That's the theory that's been floated out there amongst some people. Reginald.
Okay.
Good to have you here with us today, Reggie. 877-881-1053. Send Reggie your favorite memory of him, because he loves to hear about himself a lot. Actually,
God, that's so true.
I will say this, Reggie. I don't know how you're going to incorporate it this year. Every year, I look forward to working with Reggie because the music he plays, the Christmas music that he plays, like for intro songs and stuff like that, are the best. Like he has the list. I actually ask him, I'm like, hey, what's this one? Hey, what's this one? And then I made a little playlist because I got tired of listening to the same like Kelly Clarkson album over and over that my wife makes me listen to. And so I always appreciated that about Reggie. He knows some good music.
Thanks.
Time now for the C block, where I have a question.
Okay.
Mike, what happened? Why does nobody throw the Barry Zito curveball? And I have a lot of other questions here too. That pitch was insanely stupid. It looked too easy to hit.
Yeah.
But that guy executed it for a few years like nobody else.
I hit
could.
against him. He threw me the Barry Zito curveball.
Okay, like, does it look like you can hit it, or are you like, oh, that's out of...
Yeah, because everything closer to your eyes looks good.
Okay.
So
and you're a lefty hitter.
It's lefty on lefty.
Okay.
Obviously, it's coming at me and then breaking away. And that is a different look. That's why lefty on lefty. Some people that may not follow baseball that much or played baseball, like, hey, how come righty on righty doesn't bug a right-handed hitter as much as lefty on lefty does? Well, because 75% of pitchers are right-handed. And so when you're growing up, whether it's grade school, high school, even college, if you're left-handed, 3/4 of your bats for the most part are against where the ball is away from you and coming towards you.
Yeah.
And so the ball feels far away coming towards you. And then when you get a lefty throwing, the ball is at you and you have to hang in there and let the ball travel away from you. As a right-hander, they're so used to seeing the ball starting at them and then going away from them that you just get used to that because you've seen hundreds upon hundreds of pitchers and pitches that do that. So lefty on lefty, when that curveball, Barry Zito curveball is thrown, it's head level and it stays head level for a while. So you kind of want to bail out your first, and I'm not a true hitter, as in what I mean by that is I'm not hitting every day like an everyday hitter. I'm hitting once every 5 days. And now you don't have to.
Did you ever look at a scouting report when you went up to hit? Okay.
Not really. You have an idea on what they do, but really your job is you're hoping that there's runners on base with less than 2 outs and that you can move them over, that you can get them in scoring position for your leadoff hitter to knock them in. Is that it's not, you see it early and you're like, oh, I can hit this. But then the ball keeps going down and down. Like it's just going down more than all the other curveballs that you see. And it just has such a big break that you're just like, dang, that ball broke more than I'm used to any other person's ball breaking, even though you see it better because it's slower and it's at eye level for a longer time maybe. Is you're just like the ball's just breaking so much. It's tough to, in a weird way, and hitting coaches might say I'm saying this wrong, honestly. It's tough to get underneath that ball because the ball's breaking down. You know, trying to get on top of a curveball, I would think, well, you're going to miss over the top of it because it's breaking down more. So you're trying to
really
see
scoop underneath
where
it.
is the ball going to get to, because if I'm trying to hit on top of this ball and the ball's moving down at such an angle, I'm just going to hit at best the top of the baseball and hit the ball directly somewhat into the ground and get like a really soft ground ball, where with a curveball, not that you're trying to get underneath it, but you got to go, well, I see it, I know where it's going, the ball's going to be here when I'm hitting the ball. So for Barry Zito, here's one of the reasons that not many people throw that, because Clayton Kershaw does it occasionally.
Okay. Clayton Kershaw's curveball is fantastic too, but he mixes his
it's more of a rare pitch, right? Where Zito, that was kind of his out pitch. That's what he went to a lot, where Kershaw has multiple things that he goes to. Is, first of all, it's tough to throw that pitch for a strike because it has such a big break. To get the ball into the strike zone where you want it is going to be tougher. Not impossible, but tougher. The other thing, most coaches, and I believe this to be true, will tell you umpires have a very tough time calling that pitch for a strike. So if the hitter takes it,
like historically or recently?
And I also think recently,
okay,
because the umpire is not going to see that ball a lot too. So he has to adjust to, was that ball too high? And you're like, well, hey, it broke into the zone late. And they're like, no. I saw it at shoulder level to the hitter when it was crossing by the time the catcher caught it. Yeah, he caught it right below his chin, but that ball was really high. Well, what if the catcher catches it and it doesn't bounce, but it's close to bouncing? The catcher is actually catching it just like, let's say, 6 inches off the ground. Now the umpire's like, man, I can't call that a strike. The ball almost hit the dirt. Like the catcher is almost taking the ball from off the ground. And I know catchers are taught to work from the ground up and pull the ball up, but still the umpire should be able to see when the ball almost hits the ground and the guy pulling it up a foot to try to make it look like a strike. So now, which one are you saying, umpire? Because if you're telling me that it's not a strike because it was too high, then when I throw it and the ball's a little bit too low, you're saying it's too low. And that ball is breaking maybe 2 feet near the hitting zone. And so a lot of times coaches will say, we don't love that one because it's breaking so much that we really have to get swings and misses, because umpires don't really like calling that pitch a strike. And the one that they like calling a strike is more of a hanging breaking ball than a good breaking ball.
Like Nolan's was nothing like that, but he had an effective,
so hard.
Yeah, he threw everything hard. And we talk about like pitchers now are throwing their off-speed pitches at like 4 miles an hour less than what their actual fastball is, or something like that.
That's another one, is changeups. Is sometimes changeups you really want to have at least 8 miles an hour difference off your fastball. Some guys could take 15 miles an hour off. Some guys only 5 miles an hour off.
Maddox, was he kind of...
I played with a guy, I know this isn't a great example, Chris Hammond. We called it the parachute change, and it was because he could take like 15 to 17 miles an hour off. He really, what we call choking the baseball, is you really get the ball way back in your palm.
Okay.
Almost like trying to choke something. Like you really got to get, your grip where you're getting into it. Because if you're trying to choke something with your fingertips, it's not going to work as well.
Yeah.
Where a lot of times fastballs, you want the ball coming off your fingertips. He would throw this changeup where he would really get it way in the back of his palm. And when he would hit, his front foot would hit really hard. He'd want to slap his foot really hard on the ground. And it would like generate less energy into the ball, because he's like generating all this energy into his front foot. And then the ball would lose a lot of the energy that it would have getting to the plate. So he could throw 90 and then throw a changeup 70.
Parachute. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just kind of floating in.
Yeah, and the hitter would be like, man, there's so much being taken off of that pitch. It's very tough. But for guys like Zach Greinke, didn't take a lot off of his changeup. Great pitcher, maybe a Hall of Famer, but he had such great movement. Dane Dunning at times runs into issues. He'll only take 5 miles an hour off of his changeup, and it's by accident. He probably wants to take more off, but he's got to get better movement. You can throw a changeup. If you want to throw the ball 90 and a changeup 85, you can, but that bastard better break. Because if it's not moving and it's just 5 miles an hour off your fastball, you didn't fool the hitter enough for him to not barrel that sucker up. So that's why you really want, if I'm throwing 90 and I'm throwing, what sometimes you'll hear a straight change, where you're kind of, guys will throw 4-seam changeups that don't move that much. You got to fool them by velocity. You got to fool them by taking speed off. You can't fool them by movement. So Zach Greinke might throw a ball in his heyday 95 and a changeup 88 or 87 or like maybe 90. But as long as that sucker's sinking really hard, sometimes the hitter will go back, did he just take like something off of his fastball and just throw a bastard sinker to me? Or did he throw a changeup right there? And so some guys are able to get away with not taking a lot off their changeup, but it has to move a lot. It cannot be straight if you're only taking 5 or 6 miles an hour off.
The Mark Lowe fastball was
hard and straight.
Very hard, very straight.
Straight in the bedroom, not on the mound.
Right, yeah. And that's why, did we lose the World Series because of him? No.
Right.
But he did give up some booty sometimes. Like, that did happen. Now, he threw some home run balls.
But yeah, so pitching, there's so much that goes into it. And I do know, maybe leading towards your next question, Nowadays, it seems like they want pitchers and pitchers thinking less and just throwing harder.
Okay.
Because I can't teach in a weird way. I know that Driveline would say something different, and I think Driveline has some good things about it, has some bad things about it. But they're almost like, it's like teams now are just going, hey, I can't teach him to throw 95. I can't take Mike Bask and say, now we're going to throw 95. God didn't make me in a way to throw that hard. He made me somewhere between 84 and 90 miles an hour. And so I have to make my fastball look harder. If I'm throwing 87, I have to make my fastball look 92. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to have a really good changeup. I'm going to make sure that sometimes when they think I'm in an off-speed count, I'm going to throw a fastball. When I'm in a fastball count, I'm going to throw off-speed, and I got to mix and match that. I can't stay in the same routines or same type of sequences of pitches because my stuff isn't good enough to just get you out. I came up with CC Sabathia. You could know a fastball was coming, and you're still in big trouble because he's 6'7" and he's throwing the ball in the upper 90s, and you can know it's coming. But if he locates it well, you're still in big trouble.
That's what I've found is more of a key than anything is the ability to locate inside, outside, up, down. Just all over the box of where you're throwing, because that really does. Nobody can key in on things.
Yeah. Mike Piazza would say, I can't cover the whole plate.
Yeah.
I just can't. Now, Mike Piazza is one of the greatest, if not the greatest hitting catcher of all time. And he'd say, I can't look in and also cover away. I am going to eliminate one side of the plate. For Mike Piazza, he would tell me, taking out the cuss words, and he's a great guy. And he's about to be on some show where he works with military people. Have you seen that?
No, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, so he's about to be on some show, or maybe it's already started, but he would say, look, if you throw 3 pitches somewhat perfectly on the inside corner for strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, I'm going to just tip my cap and say, you got me. You executed that pitch perfectly 3 times. I'm done. But I'm looking away. He's like, I'm looking middle away. And if you throw the ball inside and you miss inside, I'm taking it. It's a ball. So now I've put myself in a more favorable count. You try to throw that ball inside and you miss to middle in, I can handle that. I'm kind of giving you about 4 inches of the plate or 5 inches of the plate that I'm giving up and giving away.
That's fascinating.
But the other 12 inches of the plate, I got. And if you miss there, I'm hitting you and I'm hitting you hard. And he was kind of like,
he's betting that pitchers will miss.
Yeah. And and he's like, I can cover another inch outside. Once you get 2 inches outside, that's too tough to cover. But he's like, I'm giving up the inside part of the plate. And I don't mind telling you I'm giving it up, but you got to execute that pitch. And if you miss a little bit inside, it's a ball. If you miss a little bit onto the middle of the plate, I can handle that pitch.
Do a lot of hitters go up with that mentality?
That's a great question for today's hitter. And I don't know. I played with Tony Batista.
That makes a lot of sense that you're giving yourself some percentages that work for you.
Tony Batista was the opposite. Remember, he had the crazy stance where his chest would be facing the pitcher and then he'd close it off. I played with Tony and he was the opposite. He said, I want the ball inside. Not only do I want it inside, I kind of like it off the plate. Like he wanted the ball. Sometimes he's like, I want it on the line. The line that the hitter can't cross over. That's not even a strike. That's where I want it. I'm looking to pull everything. I'm not looking to take the ball the other way. If for like me, I could throw a changeup sinker on the outside of the plate 3 times out of my 3 or 4 pitches, Tony's like, you got me out. I can't hit that pitch. I'm giving that part of the plate up. So no matter how great I think like Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs, today's guy, like let's say Luis Ariz, who just won the batting title, they still do have to give up a little bit. You can't, with how hard guys throw, and even back in the day with how hard guys threw, you can't at a major league level cover the whole plate. You do have to give something up. Or at times you're like, I'm not going to give it up. I'm just going to battle. And what I mean by that is now I'm not trying to put a good swing on the ball. I'm just trying to put the ball in play. And that is where a 2-strike approach comes in. Or a runner on third with less than 2 outs infield back approach comes in. You know what? I'm not trying to hit a home run. I'm not trying to get a base hit for the most part. What I'm trying to do is, as long as I don't hit it right back to the pitcher or right to the third baseman, we're going to score a run. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sacrifice myself. I think this is what's beautiful about baseball, which has been given up through analytics, is there's this beautiful word in baseball called sacrifice. There's sacrifice bunts. There's sacrifice flies. Sometimes you don't even get it counted for a sacrifice, but you sacrificed yourself. Runner on second, nobody out. You hit a ground ball to the right side. That doesn't count as 0 for 0. You sacrifice yourself to get the runner to third with less than 2 outs. But because analytics say sacrificing is bad, and I think human nature, I know this, I don't want to get into religious stuff, but human nature says sacrificing is bad. but yet there's a lot of things that say sacrificing is one of the greatest things you can do.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
But numbers, human nature says sacrificing is actually really bad. But in the game of baseball, we've taken out a lot of sacrificing for the betterment of the team because they think over 162 it'll work out better. But in certain situations, sacrificing is good. I do agree with this because I know we didn't get to this question.
Hey, we got plenty of time.
Is that
some other day?
Sacrificing early in a game is probably not a good idea. I do agree with it's a basic thing. But the first 3 or 4 innings, just moving a guy over early on in a game, if you're hitting a guy, hit him.
Yeah.
Like if a guy doesn't have his stuff and we're hitting him hard, let's not give him a free out. Let's not try to steal bases and get thrown out on the bases, and let's not try to just hit the ball the other way for a ground ball to second. Let's try to score 3 or 4 runs here because this pitcher doesn't have it today. But I think that there's some things in baseball. It's a great question to current hitters. I think when we go to spring training, asking a Nate Lowe or a Marcus Semien or somebody that we interview like that, or maybe Josh Young, when do you sacrifice your game for the betterment of the team? When do you sacrifice your at bat? When do you take a negative stat for yourself to possibly create a positive? It won't even maybe add to a positive. If I hit a ground ball to second base with nobody out and I move him to third and my next guy strikes out, my sacrifice is 0 for 1 and we didn't even score. So my sacrifice doesn't count in any way, shape, or form. But sometimes sacrificing is the most beautiful thing to do for the team.
Man, I'm glad we did that. The C block was sacrificed for Mike Bassick baseball talk today, and it was freaking awesome. Coming up next, it is Betting with Bassick, and maybe, I'm not really sure, some masterpiece of the week. Next on The Fan.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Bobcat of North Texas and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Reggie Atatula, all hanging out with you today. We'll turn things over to the G-Bag Nation coming up here in about 15 minutes. A conversation with them and head into our weekend as the Cowboys and the Jaguars get rolling. Plus, man, next week we're going to be having full content for you as we prepare to give away Cowboys-Eagles tickets Monday and Thursday. You'll be able to Tolo all week long right here on live radio and also be able to potentially win Cowboys-Eagles tickets for Christmas Eve. That could change everybody's holiday. But right now, it's time for Betting with Bassick. Mike, take it away.
All right, so last week we went 0-4, by the way.
But I balanced out even, so I was pretty happy about that.
So you're down $120.
Yeah.
Kevin and I are tied.
Doesn't sound like even.
I mean,
right now. And I get to pick this week. You guys picked first last week. I picked first this week. I have two games. I forgot to text Kevin, so I don't know if he wants to pick a game or not, but I'm picking a game against him because I'm going to be honest. I love multiple games this week.
Interesting.
The first game I love, I'm going to tell Kevin, he has the Tennessee Titans on the road +3 at the Los Angeles Chargers. I know that there's no home field advantage, but I don't believe Tennessee Titan fans are traveling to Los Angeles for this game either. So there'll probably be 20,000 empty seats. But the Chargers are coming off a big win. The Chargers are fighting for their lives in the playoffs, and the Titans have just been miserably horrible. They got blown out by Jacksonville last week. I believe they got blown out the week before. They fired their general manager. That hasn't seemed to help at all. So I am going with the Chargers -3 at home against the Tennessee Titans. I love that game. I think the Chargers win that game by a touchdown or more. Now, I'll probably be completely and totally wrong, but I do love that game. Another game that I really like, Corey, that I'm going to put on you is I like the Cincinnati Bengals traveling to Tampa Bay. That's a 325 game. Tampa just looks horrible to me.
I don't 4 points.
They're horrible. I just don't. Is it 4 or 3.5?
I got 3.5.
Yeah. So that's what I have right now.
So I got to take Tampa Bay.
You got to take Tampa Bay. They're home dogs. So a lot of times, like Gavin Dawson loves home dogs.
Okay.
They are underdogs by 3.5 at home, Tampa Bay. But Tampa Bay to me is just playing horrible. The Bengals are playing great, and the Bengals are fighting with Baltimore to win that division, to get a home playoff game to start the playoffs off. There's a small possibility. It's small, but there's a possibility if the Bengals win out, they can be the number 1 seed. Remember, they have the tiebreaker over Kansas City. In fact, when it comes to the 2 or 3 seed, right now the Bengals have the advantage if they can tie the Chiefs' record. So I think there's a lot that the Bengals have to play for. The Bengals are playing much better. The Tampa Bay Bucks are just horrible, and I get it's tough to win on the road, but I think the Bengals can win this game by more than 3.5 points. So those are the two games that I like the most.
All right. How's Carthage doing? Oh, my gosh.
They've only scored a touchdown in the third quarter.
Well, that's nice of them.
So
Man,
42-0, and I haven't really gone and looked at a lot of this game, but I'm probably sure they're being pretty nice here in the second half.
I do hope Wimberley gets a couple of touchdowns here to make it, not just to make it close, but Kevin or Mike, you talked about losing in a basketball in your basketball playoffs.
Yeah.
You like being here at this moment and not even getting you're good enough to do something, and then you don't.
Yeah.
Like that'd be frustrating. But
I wonder if my buddy Easy Craig Thompson's listening. He went and played baseball at Stanford and played a little professional baseball. He was on that Lake Highlands. We were buddies playing baseball and played basketball. I wonder if he's listening right now. Yeah, I remember upsetting you jokers.
You do have to tip the lid though to Carthage for what they've accomplished today.
Dude, they're about to destroy this. They've won multiple championships too.
Yeah.
This isn't their first state championship, but yeah, for those kids at Wimberley, just to have a touchdown to celebrate a little bit today, just to be like, man, I scored a touchdown in the state championship game. I scored a touchdown at AT&T Stadium would be nice for those guys.
All right. I never do this.
All right.
I am taking the Cowboys -4. I don't think I've bet on the Cowboys this year. I think maybe you gave them to me once. Nope. I have not gotten the Cowboys at all this year. Kevin likes the approach of.
Yeah, I don't have you written down for any Cowboys plus or minus.
Kevin likes the approach of if they lose and I make $20, then I'm happy. But if they win and I lose $20, oh well, it's the price of commission. I want double happy. All right. Give me 2 happies in one moment, Reggie. That's all I'm asking for.
How about this?
If I get my money and the Dallas Cowboys win, that's double happy right there.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Kevin has only had the Cowboys one time this year, so I've been the one that's had the Cowboys a lot because Kevin had them. I bet against them against the Bengals. The Bengals were 7-point favorites against the Cowboys. This was right after losing 19-3 and Dak Prescott being out. The Bengals were favored by 7, and I took the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Cowboys won that game outright. So far, the Cowboys are 1-0 when Kevin or Corey has them.
All right, so maybe we can keep this thing rolling.
Have you picked real quick the score of the Cowboy game on the air?
No, I have not. Do you want me to do that right now?
I'm going to pick 27-24 Dallas. As much as I love Trevor Lawrence, I think he's a future great quarterback in the NFL. I think the Cowboys find a way to win this game.
I will go 28-24. That gives me the cover right there.
That gives you a tie.
I will go 28-22.
All right, that gives you a win.
I will take that. And somebody said, how many times has Corey called Mike Kevin Day? I think that was the first time.
Yeah, that was the first time.
I
didn't even notice it.
It does happen a lot sometimes.
Yeah, I think you do it reflexively because you've been doing that show with Kevin for over a decade.
Yeah.
I think you just reflexively, as you're making a point, just want to pose it to someone, and so Kevin is your default.
And a lot of times I do talk to Mike through Kevin, because of the conflicts and everything.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Mike, this is the first time my lips have been chapped all year. I have licked my lips today, and I've been like, I hope he's not looking.
I offered you chapstick a month or so ago.
I know you did.
Said no.
I was fine. I was good then, and I was like, I'm going to be okay. So I said, no, I'm good.
Didn't plan ahead.
The one day me and Mike are working together without Kevin, and we have to look at each other a lot, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Is Kevin your chapstick?
Don't ever ask me that again. Ever. All right. Now are you texting Kevin to see if he's going to give you
I'll text him while we're listening to the greatest segment ever created.
Masterpiece of the week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hello,
Nothing.
Reginald.
I'm texting.
Okay, fantastic. Are you one of those people that, like, if you're texting while trying to do something, the words will end up in the text?
Yes.
At times, yeah, because there's no such thing as multitasking. You're concentrating on. You can keep changing your focus back and forth. Kevin doesn't understand that. He thinks he's better than every human.
Sure.
We have a segment called Better for him, but you can only do one thing at one time.
I'll also add this, Reggie. I am and have always been turn volume down so that I can see better.
Absolutely.
While I drive.
That's just science.
That is, it's not because I've gotten older. Even when I got my license, I had to do that.
That's right.
If I was playing video games, I would turn like Sonic the Hedgehog down so I could focus. Because if I heard the dings too much while I was collecting rings, it'd screw me up.
You can drive and text at the same time, but just remember, you're really only doing one of those at the same time.
So don't drive and text at the same time.
Yeah,
don't take what he said as an endorsement of what you're. Don't do that.
You know what? I'm going to leave it alone.
Because when you are doing that, you're concentrating on one or the other.
Sure. All right, I feel like I should start the segment because Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. Now, we could talk about, the guys on the show and, of course, let Mike do his thing because he runs this. But because Kevin is not here, I kind of want to antagonize him because he had a fantastic guest. I mean, we all did. That he loves so much. And I don't think he's going to be able to enjoy this. Sting said a funny thing.
Hey, I'll let you put it on me. How's that?
Okay. Now I support that a little bit more.
So
he loved it.
I just want to point out.
He didn't want to put it on Sting. He wanted Sting to put it on him.
That's right.
It was like the flying toe grab too, I believe is what it was, which that sounds wild too.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm laughing in the background, not because I'm excited for Kevin that he gets to wrestle with a wrestler. I'm excited. I'm laughing because I immediately knew that was going to go to Masterpiece of the Week.
Well, we fulfilled that for everybody.
Congratulations, Sting.
Now, there's just a lot of Mike in here doing Mike stuff.
Oh, no.
So we're just going to go at random.
This is a good week.
I haven't heard a lot of it. Yeah, apparently.
Joey was busy this week.
He was. And this is one of the things that Joey turned up.
Absolutely.
He must have had a lot of heavier girlfriends. Because to put in that word, like he wanted
You don't
to make
think he
sure
was just
to tell
trying
him,
to-
like, you
okay.
girls are overweight that are dating my ball players.
Oh my God! All right, so here's cut number 9.
Usually that's not bad. We call those slump busters.
Mike, did you? You have to see how.
What? I see how what? We're talking about Mike Leach, man.
He called their girlfriends fat little pigs. But the
Which is not a
slump
good
buster thing, I think, is where a lot of people they don't understand that concept.
I don't understand it either, but it's that
Because you never had one.
if you're, I had plenty of slumps, but no busters. Is
all right. Okay. All right.
You're supposed to maybe, I don't know. They just say like maybe if you go get a heavier person to have relations with, you'll get out of that hitting slump or pitching slump.
Could it just be like anybody though? Why did it have to be a heavier person?
I don't know. I didn't make up the rule. I didn't see somebody bust out of a slump doing it, but they say you can do it, and it should help.
I use that a lot around the house. I didn't make up the
What?
rule.
Oh, I was about to say, I hope you're not talking about slump busters around the house.
Nah.
All right, fantastic.
Who would I talk about that with?
Your wife.
Which one of the people that you live with would that be most problematic for you to talk about with?
Lucy.
Okay, fantastic.
Because she'd run around saying it. And then
Yeah,
I'd be
that's
in-
true.
I'd be
That's
like,
very
oh
much-
no.
Yeah, you'd be
I need a
called.
slump
Get a
buster.
call from the school.
That'd be weird from a.
Mr. Majors, your
11?
daughter's been saying something concerning. All right, that trend continued because, of course, Mike couldn't let it go. This is how he does advertising.
Do you need a slump buster? It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. You guys dared me to do it.
I did.
I didn't know how to work it in, so I just said it.
What?
That's what they told me. They're like, I dare you to say
I did
that.
dare. I was
I'm
like,
all right.
ask if you need a slump buster. And he did it, and it was so funny.
Or DFW Security.
I love that he immediately goes into it's the most wonderful time of the year. What's the insinuation there? Or that like this time is you're set for a slump in the wintertime?
I don't know. I couldn't work it in. I just said it and then went on to the first sentence of DFW Security and the holiday season.
You know, like when we do the Frankles and we'll slide something in, occasionally with our content. Mike was just like, well, I'm going to get the joke in there.
And he did. He did. We have a continuing question on this program, in this section of the program, which is, does Mickey know what he's doing? And he tried multiple times to make sure that we heard this.
They were
10
hoping
yards to
for
the
the
left.
tip. They were hoping for the tip, right?
Yeah, it was just funny. Kind
So
of.
many
You saw
people
all.
do.
What's Kevin doing?
He knows what he's doing.
What's Kevin doing
That's right.
there?
That's right.
I actually know because Kevin looked at me and winked. I was like, why are you
Yeah, but
winking?
I didn't hear him say wink.
No, I know, because he only does that when you're around.
Oh.
Whenever you're not around, he just does the wink.
Oh, so the wink is for my benefit?
That's for your benefit,
I
yeah.
think Kevin's winning. Him and Sting.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up because Kevin said something else ridiculous.
It's too far.
What?
Too far.
What?
He was like kind of spanking it with his towel. Well,
Thank you, Reggie.
son of a
We're
gun.
still not going to beat you and Sting doing each other.
Mike, you pre-voted. You pre-voted right there in that.
When I heard it in the moment, there's no way Sting and Kevin getting it on wasn't going to win.
I don't know if Sting's ever going to want to come back now.
Oh, he's definitely going to want to come back on the show. He sounded like a fun guy. And finally, whatever the hell this is.
Okay.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I
What
always
has more caffeine?
I always put a couple ice cubes in it and just drink it as fast as I can so I can be done with it. Like that's what I don't want it to be too hot, but I don't want it to be too cold.
So you're just looking for the caffeine
I just try
aspect
to
of it.
Make sure it's not hot so I can chug it.
Yeah, I need it hot.
What were you talking about?
Coffee.
But I will also say there have been other occasions through the week where he has said that same line intentionally when it wasn't about coffee.
Yeah, I need it hot.
Some like it hot.
I like it hot.
Sure you do.
Who wants it cold?
Cold coffee? So iced coffee's
Well, I know,
fine.
a lot of people like iced coffee.
Iced coffee. Now, cold coffee that has been hot, bad.
Like,
Bitter,
what about
gross.
today? It's 38 degrees when you wake up. Do you still want it cold?
I cooled my. I don't want it. I want to be able to drink it fast.
All right.
So I did put some ice cubes in it today, and because it was so hot, I didn't even finish it. It's still in the car. So yeah, I don't want it cold.
You're gonna get in the car and drink that coffee?
No, I won't. I'm gonna pour it
okay.
out.
All right.
Gross.
Wasteful. What y'all voting for?
Sting and Kevin doing each other.
Hey, I'll let you put it on me. How's that?
Okay, now I support that a little bit more.
Just a little bit more, not
I
a
think
lot
he
more.
threw Kevin off there.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
listen to Kevin
thought
stutter.
it was going to be putting him.
All right, okay. All right.
Kevin
we do need to
stutters
calm down
though.
now.
He stutters because he was like, "Hold on." He wanted to be like, "Hey, Sting, guess what? You just made Masterpiece of the Week," but he couldn't call it because then Sting would be like, "What are you talking about? I have no clue." Or maybe he would be like, "I've been trying to get on Masterpiece of the Week my entire life."
Oh man, that'd been a great turn.
You know what? I was gonna vote for the towel thing.
Yeah.
But now I've changed my mind because I think Sting, much like Mickey, wants to be part of Masterpiece of the Week.
Hey, I'll let you put it on me. How's that?
Okay, now I support that a little bit more.
He does stutter a little bit there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he threw Kevin off, man. It was a curveball right at him.
All right, we've got a winner, so I just want to play this one more time.
Do you need a slump buster? It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security.
And that's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
That is fantastic, Reggie. Very good job. And I also give some accommodation to Joseph as well for some good work there this week. All right, coming up next, it's time to chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads and check out Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Yep, KNC Masterpiece is what I intended to say, but I wanted to make sure that I can let y'all know that the D&M leasing crosstalk is happening right now. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Excellent, Majors. How are you?
Man, it's been a really good day. Had band practice last night and sang a lot.
What are you playing these days?
Vocals and guitar. A lot of Robert Earl Keen music last night. Throat's getting a little dry today, so I got to work that out over the weekend, see if I can.
This is something I didn't know about.
Move it up there, buddy.
This is the second practice. This is second band practice. But it's actually you've played Warzone with two of the guys in the band. They're buddies I've known since middle school. We were all in high school band together. One was a drummer, saxophone, and everything. So we were just chatting one day while we were playing Warzone and said, hey, let's see what we can do.
Let's rock.
We're not that great, but we're better than we thought we would be. So we actually can play and complete songs. And
can we get a recording?
Not yet. But whenever I feel like it's ready, I will play some stuff.
Be sweet.
Maybe I'll even see if Spittle will book the band for an event sometime.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Maybe so. Or maybe
Wait, so you're going to make us listen to it?
Yeah. Reggie, it's going to be great. If I'm not going to let you listen to it if it's bad, all right?
That's fair.
It has to be quality that I'm okay with, all right? Otherwise, I'll be like, what are we even doing here? Why are we even putting this up there? Or it could be a funny bit where everybody just gets to laugh. So
I don't know why I'm feeling confident about betting, but I am. So after betting 2 games, I'm betting a third game. Gavin, you say that you don't want to bet me, but I want to bet you.
Bring it on.
I am going to take the Lions. They are hot. They are playing great. They just beat the Jaguars 40-14, and the Jaguars are one of the best teams in the NFL. Huh. So I am going to take Detroit -1.5, going to play. It sounds like the MILF Hunter is back. Zach Wilson looks like he's back at quarterback because Mike White has the brain injury. So I'm going to go with Detroit staying hot. And I think Detroit is, I couldn't believe this.
Is this game in New York or
it's
Detroit?
in New York.
What's the temperature?
It's probably going to be bad. Well,
it's going to be chilly.
It says 40 degrees.
And is there something with golf and cold weather? Do we still ride in that thing?
No, it's little hands.
It's little hands. Yes.
But he tends, when the temperature gets really.
He does do bad. Well, I bet it anyways. I'm sticking
with
it.
I hate that you did that to me, Mike. It's not very in the Christmas spirit of you, but I understand. Okay. I just hate having money on bad football teams. That's the way I look at the Jets right now.
Jets bad football team.
If they are 7-6
with a good quarterback. Are they a good football team?
Oh yeah, they'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, you put a good quarterback on this team, like Jared Goff, and even that level, you'd be getting it done.
And Zach, you wanted to bet a game against me, right?
I did. I'm going to go with the Patriots +1 against the Raiders.
Zach's been good against me. I know you lost your hair on your back, which doesn't sound like it's turned out great.
No, it's been really bad, actually.
But you're up $50 on me this year.
Yeah, I've been okay.
Double up. Go for it. Yeah, do it. Just double.
Pick another
game?
50.
Like 20 or nothing?
Yeah,
double or nothing?
Put 50 on this game.
You want to bet another game?
Bet another game?
I dare you to bet another game.
Bet another game. What should we do?
I'd bet on the Bengals going to Tampa.
I did.
He's already taken that one.
That's one's against me.
Let's go. I'll go. Ooh, should I do this one?
Cardinals Broncos. That sounds like a great game to watch.
2 backup quarterbacks going
at it. No reason to watch that game.
I'll take. Oh man, I hate that game. Which team do you want to go? I'll let you take that one. Pick whichever one you want. I'll go against you.
The Cardinals and Broncos?
Yeah.
I'll take the Broncos.
-3.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take Cardinals +3 then. Right,
do you have any money on the Vikings and Colts?
I don't have any money on that.
I'd definitely take Minnesota -3.5.
All right.
Can I get even with you on that one? I'm down 40 to you, right?
Yeah, but if you win both these, we're even, right?
Okay. Yeah,
right,
you're
so
right.
we got $40 on the line.
Okay.
Guys, I'm kind of curious about.
That's a good. See, I like too many games. I like your game too.
You took the Bills, right?
I haven't bet that game.
Ooh, I'll go Bills Dolphins. Let's just go 3.
Are we doing? Now you got a thruple going.
I got a lot of betting going on.
I'll go with the thruple. I'll take the Bills -7 against the Dolphins too.
Look at that.
All right, now I'm done.
Who has a bigger impact against the Cowboys Sunday? Is it Trevor Lawrence or Etienne?
You guys were talking about that.
Yeah.
In your show
and
earlier.
Mike has a very interesting number that I'm kind of curious about.
Because what happens when you watch them play, he's absolutely right. Etienne when he does well, they don't win.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a weird combination they have. I kind of feel like that Doug Peterson's going to look at all the things that you've done on defense and take a little of what the Texans were able to do, what the Packers were able to do, what the Giants were going to be able to do. I think they're going to come out and try and run the ball. I think they're worried a little bit. They're more worried about Micah Parsons than they are actually Dak Prescott. You know, when you start to talk about how, hey, which is your biggest concern? They'll tell you their biggest concern is Micah Parsons. So they're trying to figure out ways not to have to deal with that. But I kind of think that the guy throwing the ball is going to have the bigger impact in this game, especially with what you have going on at left corner, you know, and you know you've got a couple of backups playing. So I would think that they're throwing the ball well. The kid's doing a great job. I think since week 9, with 10 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah,
you watch all the big plays they make. The Detroit game was kind of a weird one, but man, when they really get going throwing the football, it's a lot of play action. It's a lot of movement. Evan Ingram is playing pretty well. Evan Ingram was not great for the Giants, but he sure plays well for the Jaguars.
So, like for Dak, and Dak's having a good year. Dak, his last 2 games, they've won both games, and he hasn't thrown a 70% completion, which is a very high completion rate. But for Trevor Lawrence, if he's under 70%, they haven't won a game. They're over. But if he throws a completion percentage of 70% or better, they're 5-2. They've still lost games when he's been over 70%. But then I think it goes to show Trevor Lawrence, if he's on and he's just popping the ball, completion, the Cowboys could be in big trouble.
Yeah, we got to get back to having the quarterback scared to throw against us. Remember that narrative?
That was great.
Yeah.
All right, what do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. It is a Friday, so we'll have what you drink and what you thinking at 5:20. But we also have Stephen Jones coming up on the show at 3 o'clock. We'll try to get confirmation on that USA Today story about OBJ with Steve coming up at 3.
Yeah, we just talked to Jerry, and then all of a sudden, there's that one looking at us.
He brought it up. It was like we signed him already.
Yeah.
He's like, when you get guys like Beckham and Hilton on your team, and I'm like, wait a second. Like, we looked at each other like, did they sign Beckham in this 30 minutes that we've been on the air so far, and I don't know about it?
Well, Mike, thanks for working with me today and not punching me. Y'all have a great weekend. Right. We'll talk to you on Monday. Until then, we're the KNC Masterpiece. Bye.
Say good night, Corey.
Good night, Vicky.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on a Football Friday. Welcome into the show. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Krusty's Corners coming up at 2:40. Zach Wolchuk is here. You have Joey the Jet at Master Control over there filling in for Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video back there, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to get to some predictions, guys. But wow, has this story evolved. You know, Wednesday night, late in the show, Broaddus started hearing from his buddies that the Odell Beckham Jr. thing was actually possible. And, the text and Twitter was like, oh, come on, guys, you're trying to bring this story up again. And so then we talked about it again yesterday. And, like, everywhere we turn, people are like, nope, it's realistic. And, then shortly after Jerry was on with KNC today, the USA Today had a report with a quote from Jerry, Odell's going to join us. There's a good chance he will, he then said. So it is kind of weird. Contradicted himself immediately after. He said, but with the complete goal of getting ready for a playoff game or two, and then I'll look to the future, but most of it being about now. So I guess I interpret that as more confirmation this is going to happen. Hasn't happened yet, but Jerry did say Odell is going to join us. There's a good chance that he will. So I don't think we can take it to the bank yet, but it is damn close.
It's close. It's close, right? It kind of felt like it might be a done deal as soon as next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. The whole idea is that he needs to get with the team now.
Right. The longer you wait, it's like, what's the point of this?
And you've got people over there that they know that they're going to be a part of the rehab and things like that. And so they're counting days and they're trying to think like, okay, how quickly couldn't we get him ready? And this is going to be like all hands on deck. And, Britt Brown, we've talked about him a lot, but, this is going to be about, will Odell Beckham come in and want to get ready and want to work hard? Because that guy over there is not going to take any crap. We saw what happened with him and Dak. They worked to the point where Dak had to get like a second surgery. If you look at it, that's how hard that they work over there on those rehabs, whether it's Gallup, Tyron Smith, all these guys. You have to be willing to do that. And I know Britt Brown. I've worked with him for 14 years, knowing him well. I guarantee you the conversation he's going to have with Odell Beckham is, when he gets in, is you better be ready to go, okay? Because my job is to get you ready. This owner and general manager expects me to get you ready to go. And that's that, and if Odell wants to do that, then, maybe it'll be quicker than the 7 weeks. But I know over there they're counting days for availability and, when they can potentially have him for what game.
You have to be. There's 4 games left, including Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So after this, it's like, all right, you can get him in the building. And Britt Brown, the track record speaks for himself. Look what he just did with Damone Clark, getting him ready to play. Yeah. There were question marks on, is that dude?
I didn't know if Tyron Smith was going to play either.
100%. Yeah. Damone Clark's playing football and playing it at a pretty good level for you right now. And he's starting games. And Tyron's about to go out there and possibly start at right tackle for you on Sunday. So OBJ can look at it and say, look at what he's done for these guys. He's got them on the field. If I can come in now, I got 3 weeks, and maybe I am good to go to start at the wild card round of the playoffs. We'll see. But the longer you wait, it's like for the Cowboys, if this is a for this season move, you don't have time.
Yeah.
You're running out of it.
You're 30 days from wild card weekend right now. Is that right? Something like that. So, it's interesting that you wouldn't have decided to start this process a week and a half ago. But the fact that you're doing it now is exciting, and it could give the Cowboys an opportunity to have players available that can help this struggling passing game find chunk plays again. I think that's what this is all about. Jerry added with KNC, the discussions with Odell are, quote, very alive, and, quote, we're just working through things that are important to the future here. So, I don't know. That's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, Zach. Would Odell Beckham Jr. be just signing for the rest of this year, or are future years in the discussions as well? Is this a compromise like, Odell wants long-term. The Cowboys only want to do short-term, and they're, negotiating around that. Is there a way that, they could have a team option for serious money if you play well? Is there something that Odell Beckham Jr. could agree to? It sounds like Jerry Jones is very confident that they're close enough that he can start talking about it and using the kind of words that he chose to, again, with the USA Today. Odell's going to join us. Do you take this to the bank right now, Brian?
I would say, again, when Jared Bell being a national writer, I was hearing stuff during the week about, that because we were I know I was putting it as the percentages were way, way, way low for me as far as him signing. And then as we're talking about it, you get a text and it's like, listen, this thing's going to happen sooner than later. And I'm like, okay, so, and this is a guy I really, really trust. And so, yeah, I'm with the owner coming out and saying what he did to Jared Bell about it. If it falls through, I think that, I would think that Jerry Jones is going to be asking a lot of questions. Like, okay, if this thing falls through, why? Why did it fall through?
Yeah.
What did we not do? I don't think there's anybody over there in that building that wants to let Jerry Jones down if he's interested in signing this guy.
And Jerry's using all of his powers as a speak it into existence guy or a negotiator to find some common ground that can motivate and satisfy both parties to make this happen. And it's clear Jerry wants this to happen very, very bad. So I believe it's going to happen now.
I do too.
I don't know if he'll be healthy enough to play in games, but they're going to make a run at this for sure.
If he's smart, we've talked about this a bunch. If Odell Beckham's smart, if he's looking, okay, right now, maybe it's a little murky for him. But if you're looking at 2023 to come in here and work with one of the best rehab guys in the league for how many weeks ever, you're here, that is only going to set him up when he wants to take these tours and people are going to ask him, hey, we need you to work out. Sure, no problem. That's the only thing right now that's probably holding teams back from giving him any money.
Yeah.
It's because he's not healthy. And so you get that squared up by your rehab. Nothing against the folks out in Arizona working him out, but this guy in Dallas, I know could get him right.
Oh, it's totally different.
Also does give the Cowboys probably the best play if it's not a long-term deal for 2023. You now know exactly where he's at. Well, you know how that leg looks. And you've got the insight track on. If you do want to add him for 2023, you've probably got the ability to do so.
Oh, and also, too, like I said, the guy working him out, it might be that Odell Beckham sees and works with Britt Brown, and he's like, my God, my knee's 1,000% better than I thought. And here, I want to be here because I know guys like this are going to take care of me. Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Taking a look at the text. Where is Chiafalo? Asks the 940. He had his baby last weekend, so he's been out with paternity all week long. 732 says OBJ's on a tweeting spree.
I'll check on that for you.
Could you go ahead and check into that?
Let me
That would
check
be great.
on the tweeting spree.
201, you guys fall for Jerry Bull too much.
Yeah, we definitely do.
But that's not what this is.
This is legit. I mean, we're following sources. And shout out to Nick Eatman, who's been all over this for DallasCowboys.com. Went on the morning show. And Nick's plugged in. He's only been working in that building for 2 decades.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim in Carthage is in at the 903. Says, Zach, how about them Carthage Bulldogs?
9-time state champs. 42-0. They win 4A D2 state title over Wimberley. Carthage every year, man. They're a Texas high school football powerhouse.
Yeah, but if you're doubting this text, you got to realize that, Broadus is freaking dialed in. He's talking to people. And like Wednesday night when we came out with this, we saw 10 times the volume of, oh, you guys are being stupid. And like since then, so much confirmation has come out that this is realistic. And Jerry wouldn't stick with something this long if there was no possibility on it. And the way he's talking about it, like after decades of covering and watching Jerry, you don't need us to decipher it for you. You can tell when he's got different energy and when something is serious and has a possibility to come together. And that was obvious Wednesday afternoon. And then you match that up with everything that Brian is hearing from his sources. And it would be a huge surprise if Odell Beckham Jr. does not end up with the Cowboys at this point. Okay, apparently they had 5 different offensive line combinations with the first team in yesterday's practice. Brian, and I guess the conclusion was that Tyron Smith looks best at it because that's what everybody's saying now is Tyron's going to be out there at right tackle.
Yeah, they're looking at a situation right now, and when we get to the sports mix, I got a question for you guys about that when it's Tyron Smith. But they're worried about Jason Peters having to play a whole game over there. So a good opportunity. This is a team, as we've seen before, is really big into the ramp up. And again, we'll get into that with T.Y. Hilton as well. But they're really big in the ramp up phase of it. And, they're interested in splitting those reps out there with Peters and then with Tyron Smith. And so, that's what you got going forward. I was hearing it late, last night, towards the end of the show, you always get these text messages and things like that. But, it started to kind of materialize that Tyron Smith was getting work at right tackle. And, he was a guy and that was, and I'll give you my comments. He's going to the coaching staff and saying, listen, that kid on the left side's playing pretty well for you. I ain't been around here all year. I'm willing to do whatever I have to do. And that, again, that's going to be one of my questions for you guys in the sports mix. But yeah, the fact that here's a guy, a Hall of Fame type tackle is identified that, hey, this team has been good without me being in the lineup. I need to do whatever I can to help. And, this is, once that Steele got hurt, this is when Tyron Smith kicked it into gear and said, I'll do whatever I need to do. Jason Peters, I'm sure, said the same thing, as far as them trying to, solidify that right tackle spot.
Well, this is good. I do think there's a pretty good chance Tyron Smith is better than what Terrence Steele was giving you with a combination of being able to, run and pass protect. So we shall see. It is prediction time, and it's very difficult to get an accurate gauge because of, I think, the chaos that the Cowboys are inviting with these turnovers. I just don't know how this is going to go. I thought we had settled into a game plan where you weren't going to risk the football. I thought Dak Prescott had built an entire career off of not risking the football, and they've kind of turned that on its head. So, if they don't turn it over, I see the Cowboys winning 31-17. That's what I see. But you got to take away a touchdown for the Cowboys, I think, and add a field goal at least for the Jags. I'm going to go 24-20 Cowboys. Brian, how about you?
I think this is going to be a game where both defenses are in big trouble. I really do. I'm going Dallas 35, Jacksonville 31. And I've gone back and forth about this, but I think that both defenses are going to be put under a lot of stress in this game. And, wow. I'm hopeful that Dallas doesn't turn over the ball, because they're very capable of doing that. But I went 35-31 Dallas.
Say it ain't so. Is this defense falling apart? Zach Wolchuk, what's your prediction?
Yeah, man, I'm feeling a little bit of disrespect towards this Cowboys defense right now.
That's what I felt.
I think this Cowboys defense will put the clamp down late in this football game. I think you might see some early success from Trevor Lawrence, but much like we've seen in the second half, I think you'll get a good performance. Ultimately, that leads to a Cowboys victory. 30-24, but I got to technically say Jags, but it's Cowboys win.
We got some truckwreck.com fan text going on over here. Dallas version of All In looking much smarter than the Rams version. Yeah, well, the Rams got a Super Bowl. Cowboys are getting T.Y. Hilton and Odell Beckham Jr. I think that's,
we're
pretty
a little
good
iffy
upgrade.
on T.Y. being able to go on Sunday.
This week, yeah. Okay, what else is going on here in the world of sports? G-Bag Nation. Of course, the Niners beat the Seahawks 21-13. Brock Purdy, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He was 17 of 26. The Niners are coached incredibly well. They know how to limit risk for the quarterback, and they know their game plan. And they love their game plan. I don't know why that game plan is so bad for the Cowboys. Like it's the I think the Cowboys' ego is the story here between Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott wanting to pass and do big offense, where there's a game plan, a tried and true one that you have used this year to save you from having a backup quarterback, and the Niners are using to take Mr. Irrelevant and look more formidable than you right now. That's what the Niners are doing with Brock Purdy.
Well, the 49ers are having to take Cowboy 2016 game plan and try and make it work for them, because to me, I remember talking to Sean Payton about this, and he says, I really do admire what Scott Linehan has been able and those guys have been able to do with Dak. And I said, well, why is that? And he says, because I coach a guy that he wants to change every play. He wants to change, and he's talking about Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Because I send plays in and he changes them, and so I'm just saying, when you get veteran quarterbacks, they tend to feel like, oh, well, hey, I have an idea what needs to go here. When you get a guy like Brock Purdy, if he's changing plays, Kyle Shanahan's looking at him like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I thought Dak realized how simple the game could be.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
But that could be a situation you're in right now that, the 2016 game plan for Dak Prescott was
the one they need right now.
It's
a great game plan.
Yeah.
It's the game plan for 2022.
Their defense is so damn elite, though, with the Niners. I mean, they've got every level of that defense is simply outstanding.
It is. You're right about that. They get up early and they just like put that baby in cruise control. We're just bringing it in from here. G-Bag NFL Survivor. How easy is it to pick a game with a guaranteed winner?
Not easy.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about the Frankels, though, before we do that, because, boy, if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to want to call the Frankels.
or injured online. Mullen and Mullen.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. We got some G-Bag NFL Survivor here. To me, there are really two games to look at if you're trying to find a game that is a lock, an absolute no doubt about it. We throw out the spreads. There's no spreads on this. You're just trying to pick a winner. The Eagles are 9-point favorites at Chicago. To me, that's lock city. I guess Philly could have turnovers. The Chicago defense isn't that good, though. But Justin Fields could go crazy. I guess special teams, a turnover, Justin Fields rushes for 175 yards, and maybe Chicago could beat Philadelphia if
Micah
they have
Parsons has them rattled.
There you go. Yes, the Chicago Micah Parsons show up. But then the Chiefs are 14-point favorites at Houston. I like that game even better because Houston doesn't have the weapon that Fields is, who can change the game on his own. So call me crazy. And call me a genius, by the way, for still having the Chiefs available this late in the year.
I will. You're a genius, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to take the Chiefs, Brian.
I am looking at the Green Bay Packers in their game. And this is one of those times where they're playing the Rams. And I kind of feel like, you could talk about Baker Mayfield and stuff all you want. I just kind of feel like the Packers at home, they're still in the hunt. They're still in the hunt. Now whether that will mean anything, I think they've kind of figured out some things with Watson at wide receiver.
Yeah.
The Rams emotional off their victory. Playing in Green Bay probably won't be easy for them this time of year with the weather conditions. Give me the Packers to get the victory over the Rams.
So you already used Philadelphia and Kansas City?
I used Kansas City last week, and I used Philadelphia in week 2.
Wow. Okay, so the Packers, other than the Cowboys and the Bears, they haven't won. They lost to the Titans. They lost to the Lions. They lost to the Commanders. They lost to the Jets and the Giants, Brian.
Yep.
You're putting it on the line. I think you want to do a show bet payoff. That's what I'm thinking.
I really don't.
I'm eager for one. Let's go, Brian.
I just kind of feel like there's a lot of emotion going on with the Rams. And when reality sets in, it's going to be they're going to open the door to that airplane when they send on the tarmac, and that cold air is going to hit them right square in the face.
Yeah.
And that's when reality sets in.
Won't bother Baker. That guy's a competitor, man.
He is a competitor.
He'll be focused on getting that ball in the end zone.
I think Green Bay, they might not have. If Green Bay loses this game, they have absolutely no pride at all because they technically are still in the hunt. So need to find a way to win.
How the hell are they in the hunt? That is crazy.
That's the way it goes, man.
That's the way she goes, huh?
It is it's a wild time now with the 7 playoff teams. It's pretty hard to get out of the running. It's pretty hard to get buried.
It is.
Here are the Lions as well. All right, Wooly Bully, who do you like?
So I'm going to give my radio wife Eric Chiafalo's pick real quick. He's going to go with the Vikings at home against the Colts. He also owes a bet payoff, and he'll be back next week. So he said if the Vikings lose, he'll have to owe 2 bet payoffs, and he said bleep himself. So he'll have to do a bet payoff next week. We'll have that to look forward to 100%. Let's all root for the Colts to beat the Vikings then. So he'll have to double up on that. I'm going to go with, I hate them doing this, the Eagles over the Bears.
That's all right. This is business. Yeah.
Yeah, well, after the month-long effect that my back is still having after the waxing, I'm really taking
not to the fault of the waxing.
No,
the way it was done. You're just a weird dude.
My body just didn't cooperate. My body is telling me no.
That body's not meant to be hairless.
It isn't. It's woolly for a reason. But I'm going to go with the Eagles or the Bears. Now, this is a fantastic nugget. Jalen Hurts just needs 3 touchdown passes to join Cam Newton and Kyler Murray to become the 3rd quarterback in NFL history with at least 25 passing TDs and 10 rushing touchdowns in a single season, and I think he's going to get it in Chicago against the Bears. So if the Eagles lose, I'll be very happy, but I'll rock with the Dirty Birds this week.
I think you should be safe with the Bird Turds. I do think we'll get at least 1 bet payoff from Chiafalo next week, and maybe 2, although Colts over Vikings seems like a pretty long shot. But I am predicting Broadus will be paying off, and I think maybe like a Christmas mystery mix Maybe we can have take 3 on a mystery mix and actually get this one right.
I forgot to wear. I was going to wear an ugly Christmas sweater today.
Oh,
Is it National Christmas
It is.
Sweater Day?
I had a Frothy the Snowman sweater.
There's a big party going on at Twin Peaks, as a matter of fact.
So you think the Rams are that much better than the Packers?
No, I think the Packers are probably better than the Rams, but it's too close to call. It's too close for me to put a survivor pick on it.
I think
you're crazy.
We're kind of to that point though. We're running out of teams. So that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about taking the Lions against the MILF Hunter and Zach Wilson. He was going to crap it down his leg.
I love it. All righty, it is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Joey the Jet in for Lucius. Joey.
Happy Friday, guys. How are
Happy
you?
Friday. Thank you.
Those Stars, Joey.
Hey, the Stars are rolling right now. A couple big wins on the road. Let's keep it rolling tomorrow against the Hurricanes. So hopefully that happens.
Hurricanes are pretty good, right?
Yeah, Hurricanes are good.
Yeah.
Good young talent. Good, well coached. Rod Brindamore.
Oh.
That's a tough guy.
Now, Joey, do you think you're the most knowledgeable hockey person employed at 105 through the Fan?
I'll put my brain up there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Better than Spittle?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, shots fired, the boss.
Joey, I've got a lot of confidence in you. I think you know a lot of hockey. I really do.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Are you a Wisconsin fan, Joey?
I am not, but my girlfriend is from Madison, so I went up there actually the past month. I went to a Badger game. Which was I jumped around.
Yeah,
you jumped around.
I jumped around. It was awesome.
There you go.
I've heard it's an epic experience.
Well, who's our champ, Joey?
Our champ is Shaq and Chuck had their own little Skip and Shannon moment.
The reason, Kenny.
Lucky you the Godfather. I'd smack Chuck right now.
You won't smack me on TV.
I bet you I will. Say I won't.
You won't?
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Christmas season. Christmas.
Chuck, I will smack you right
Christmas.
now.
All right. Christmas,
Hey,
man.
hey,
Look funny.
we're
heading into Black History Month. You're going to look funny with Inside the NBA on your
2
damn
months
forehead.
away, man. 2 months away.
Hey, like it's too
Disrespect me again.
Hey, man. It's too much away. Chad, what are you doing?
I'm trying to figure something.
Hey.
Disrespect me again.
Insult me again.
Put your glasses back on.
That's what you do.
Put your glasses back on, Chuck.
That's what you do.
Can we hear your point? Can we hear your point?
Every time you don't insult me. 30 seconds.
You got 30 seconds, Chuck.
This guy's great.
Hey, they're making fun of Skip and Shannon, but they've had those moments themselves where they lose their cool a little
They
bit.
do. Yeah, they do.
It gets
But
real sometimes.
a lot of fun on that show, though.
Yeah, it sure is.
Worth the watch.
That's why it's the best show in sports.
This one I found. This is great. This is a homie right here. You know those Ring doorbell cameras or whatnot?
Yeah.
So this neighbor went to his neighbor's Ring and had this to say. Some pretty important news.
Hey, I live in the neighborhood. My Wi-Fi name is 1744. Your wife is cheating. I don't know how you did not catch on. Your address is 1744, but every day when you leave for work, a Nissan parks 3 houses down, walks up the side of your house, goes in your back door. I'm assuming you don't have cameras back there? Okay, your wife is smart, but she is unfaithful. I'm going to walk this way, but I don't live this way.
What a guy, though.
Yeah.
Woo. Yeah, I guess he wanted to pick a brother up, help a guy out.
Do you think he just hates the guy's wife?
Maybe.
You think she
Because he tried and she wasn't interested?
I don't know, but there's got to be some. You wouldn't do that normally, would you?
It's a little bit of.
I think some people would. They think they're doing something virtuous. Like, yeah, I'm a really good guy. Let this guy know his wife was cheating. Maybe that guy's happy. Maybe that guy knows. Just wants to be left alone. Doesn't want to, have to move across town in a crappy apartment, not see his kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Doing an awful lot.
You guys were speaking of the MILF Hunter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard about this new show coming out, but it's called MILF Manor.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to stretch this one out.
Yeah. I figured I'd play you guys a little bit of the trailer. See if it's something you're interested in.
Perfect.
Life has given me some curveballs. I think it's my time to find love.
I was married for 14 years. I want to get a chance to do me a little.
Young men have much more energy. They think out of the box.
I want that. Especially in the bedroom.
I am in this amazing, beautiful mansion here in Mexico. This is a perfect place to find love. Welcome to the villa. You're about to embark on a dating experience like none other. Let's go!
They all sound 30 pounds and 10 years too old.
This reminds me of the
They're all
time.
pretty hot.
Are they?
Yeah, but very plastic surgery heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This reminds me of the time when I was flying to the Rolex 24 car race, and I was sitting behind all these ladies, and they all sounded just like that, and they all took their rings off at the same time when they landed. When the wheels hit the ground, they were all taking their rings off, and especially that one that sounded like real smoky voice. What was that one lady like?
Like Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Yeah, I was like, okay, what's going on here? But I would be totally out on this show.
I was going to throw that out for biggest L, biggest dub. Like, is this an L or a dub? I'm not really sure. But
it's an L for those guys that have to do stuff with these gals.
Joey,
probably.
Isn't this going to be on like TLC?
Yeah, this is a TLC show.
And isn't that a learning
Very
channel?
tender.
I think it's all reality.
I mean,
pretty much.
What the bleep has happened to that?
I don't know. The History Channel went downhill as well, Wolchuk. There's no integrity with these cable channels.
We do have follow-up from the Tolos on that previous audio you played. There's a part 2 to this, and the guy that was sneaking over to the house was actually for the husband.
Oh, what?
Yes.
Oh.
And it might be a
goodness.
bit. It might be like a parody thing.
Okay.
But either way, this is incredible. We're going to need to follow up on this.
The wife's like, I'm not cheating on you.
What are you Am I being cheated on? What the hell?
Okay. Any other nominees, Joey?
Yeah,
before
one
we vote?
more.
Okay.
Since, we got to talk hockey. And we're speaking of the Hurricanes. This is Seth Jarvis from the Carolina Hurricanes.
Okay.
And he told the media he really loves naps.
I take a lot of naps. I love naps. I'm a big advocate for naps. So anytime I have time to just shut my eyes at like 2 p.m., sometimes I take them later, like 7 p.m. It's guys don't like it because they think it messes up my sleep schedule, but I love naps, so I just take as many as I can.
Yeah. I don't mind a nice shorter nap, but once it goes into like 2 hours, I feel like the waking up's a process that takes a long time. I don't want to waste part of my day having to wake up again, Brian. I'm all groggy and like... and then later on at night, I'm like, I'm not ready to go to sleep at my normal time.
What's the perfect amount of time for a nap?
I think 35 minutes.
See, to me, I don't think I could go to sleep in 35 minutes.
I can't. No, it's going to take me an hour to get there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I feel like that I'm just, because I end up looking at my phone or something like that, and I don't feel
napper.
like it. Yeah, I don't think I can do that.
Seth Jarvis is a good napper, though, from the Carolina Hurricanes. He'll nap right and left. A lot of athletes do because they're up late at night and then they want to get fresh before the
nap
game.
on the bus.
I think it makes a lot of sense for the pro athlete lifestyle.
Yeah.
Is it MILF Manor? Is it the neighbor went to a doorbell ring? Is it Shaq and Chuck had a Skip and Shannon moment there on inside the NBA? Yeah, I think I want to go with the MILF Manor promo there. Joey, how about you?
I'm gonna go with the neighbor. Shout out.
Okay, we're tied at 1. Wolchuk.
I'm a big MILF guy.
All right, we're tied at we're at 2-1. Brian in favor of the MILF Manor.
Yeah, I'll vote for the MILFs.
By a score of 3-1, and
guy.
your new G Bag of the Day champion.
Watch.
It's the ladies heading to MILF Manor looking for some love.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Man, the smoky voice gals know how to party, don't
that's
they?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She's going to be the first one voted off if we're doing that stuff.
She'd be my number one choice.
All right, there. Cancer lady, get the heck out of here.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. Okay, it's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Hey, how about this? We got the sports mix. We'll do that next.
All righty, I want to chat about.
Matchup against the Texans, who also are not very good, and you were very close to losing that one. So that should have gotten you refocused. Like if you thought, okay, we can just show up and beat a bad team, last week should have been the scare of your life. So you need to go in, not only is Jacksonville playing better, but now you realize, hey, we've got to make sure we're on our A game and play good football because we can easily get defeated. But yeah, I do, because I think that you have to play well because Jacksonville's firing on all cylinders. Their quarterback's playing really, really well, and they've got an offense that can score some points.
Gavin, you happy?
Yeah. This is a good test, and it's not a team you can overlook now. So after the Cowboys lost to the Packers, it sharpened them up. I think last week's almost loss should sharpen them up, and especially with Jacksonville being a respectable opponent. And I do anticipate we're going to get a more focused effort from the Cowboys this week.
When the schedule came out, I was you always play that game, win-loss. And I felt like that this could be a loss for the Cowboys, no matter what.
When the season started?
Yeah. And I felt that because I looked at the way the game fell before, like you were talking about, Zach, it fell before the Philadelphia game. And I was kind of feeling like, well, Dallas is probably going to have the division lead. The Philadelphia game is going to matter, that kind of thing. And maybe it would be a game. You've already really seen something. Philadelphia and Dallas have already had conversations back and forth about players. The game's, but now, it was 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm grateful because of what happened last week in the game. I think you're right about the focus aspect. I was really close to picking Jacksonville this game.
Me too.
I really was. And I
didn't have the cojones, huh?
I really didn't. But
is that because you actually think the Cowboys will win?
I don't know. Because I feel like there's some things that Jacksonville does on offense. Their defense, I don't think, and they're going to likely Walker. We'll see what Walker plays on defense for him. I mean, he might not play. So I kind of feel like that. That maybe their defense is going to struggle stopping the Cowboys. I just worry about some of the things that Doug Peterson might and it's not because I'm friends with Doug and all that. I just feel like that he's going to look at their team and go, okay, I can attack this, I can attack this, I can attack that. And he'll do it. And he's got some of the personnel to do it.
Too. I think it could be very interesting. The reason I ultimately decided to go with the Cowboys is even when they struggle, they're usually not so bad that they lose to a team like Jacksonville. It's rare, you know?
Yeah, they usually bounce back on teams like they look bad. They usually come back big.
Yeah, they lost to Denver last year. They blow out the Falcons. You know, they lose to Arizona the next week, total blowout. So I think there's a pretty good pattern with this team getting complacent a little bit. And there's also a pattern that they just don't lose to mediocre or below average teams.
They tried last week, though.
They did.
All right, Gavin, bad game against the Texans. Are you worried about the Cowboys' pass rush?
Yeah, I think it's more than just the Texans. It just hasn't been there as much, I feel like over the course of the last month or so. So, yes, and I think it's a result of having more of an emphasis of stopping the run. And now I think what we're seeing is they can't be that aggressive against the pass and also stop the run. So it's kind of a thing that challenges their identity, but they got to get back to forcing mistakes from the quarterback one way or the other. So it's a big challenge for Dan Quinn, but I think they got the right guy for the job.
Zach, bad game? Or are you worried about the pass rush?
I think that this week the pass rush starts to click because I know that these tackles are playing better for Jacksonville, but I think that they're able to get after it. And I think you're going to have an inspired Fowler this week playing against his former team. Sure. I think that there's something about it. We saw that with Hooker against Indianapolis. He had his best game of the season. He was flying around all over the field. I think Fowler this week, even though he's missed a couple of days of practice for personal reasons, I think he's going to play some inspired football. Micah, the last 2 weeks really has been a little bit off. I think you'll see Micah click back into it. I think that he's due for a big game as well. I think you'll see the pass rush bounce back and have a good game this week.
I think last week was, you look at the Texans and the struggles that they've had moving the football and, the pass rush, the pass protection not always being great. But, man, they did a good job. And if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm trying to kind of move Micah Parsons around to more. I'm not sitting there and letting him rush, If you determine who that guy is, determine who the guy is you could take advantage of, which tackle you could take advantage of, And I think rushing against Laramie Tunsil last week, you're kind of wasting reps on him. As good as Micah Parsons is, you're wasting reps. You should find ways, put him on the guy that, and Mike have even admitted it, that all the work he's getting at defensive end is starting to take a physical toll on him.
Yeah, he was talking about, banging in the trenches.
Yeah.
Like you're getting hit every play as opposed to off-ball linebacker. There's some plays you're not being contacted.
Yeah. So I'm kind of trying to move him around a little bit more and figure that all out. All right, Zach, your thoughts on Tyron Smith going to the coaches and telling him to keep Tyler Smith in his spot?
I love it. The future's now. And while I am a little bit concerned about that rookie wall, which I don't always believe in. I think it's situational with players. Some players, they're built for it. It doesn't apply to them. Tyler, I have noticed he's struggled the last couple of games. There's been some issues a little bit in pass protection where he's given up a little bit of pressure where he wasn't earlier in the year. But I love it because Tyron believes in this kid, and I don't have any hesitation or lack of belief that Tyron's going to be able to move over to that right side and man it. And I can't wait to watch Zach Martin and Tyron Smith play side by side, two future Ring of Honor members and two future Hall of Famers and all-time great Cowboys linemen on your right side protecting Dak Prescott. That gets me freaking giddy, man.
Yeah, and I think Zach had the right term in there, which is Hall of Famer, and the elite guys, they can learn things quicker. Their muscle memory is faster, plus having the experience prior at right tackle. I think that's a veteran move. That's a Hall of Famer move. And, Tyron Smith is probably the most equipped when it comes to experience, the athleticism that is left to go over and handle new challenges. Well, I think Tyler at left tackle, you're saying he's struggling. Maybe we should move him out of here. I think maybe the best thing to do is to leave him in a place that at least he's got a lot of experience over the last 3 months trying to figure it out.
I think it's a big-time move by Tyron Smith saying, listen, he could have been very selfish about this, and he sees the direction the team's going. He's seen that Tyler's playing pretty well. I agree with you about the last couple of games. I felt like the Giants game, the lack of preparation really hurt him, but neither tackle last week, and I'm including Still on this, pass blocking wise, I thought there was a little bit of some struggle with those guys. The run blocking stuff has been fine.
Sure.
But I think it says a lot about Tyron Smith and his willingness to say, you know what, hey, if you need me to play right tackle after our guy went down over there, I'm all happy about doing that.
He's a legend.
He is, absolutely. And, okay, my final thing here real quick with you guys is, Zach, what are you expecting from T.Y. Hilton, if anything?
This week I'm not expecting a lot from T.Y. If he can get you a couple of catches, I think that's great. If he can just get involved a little bit, if he's able to make a couple plays, take some pressure off of CeeDee Lamb, really, I'm expecting him to give a ton of information and help to CeeDee Lamb and the rest of the wide receiver room. Where I'm expecting him to come up big could be next week against the Eagles. Down the stretch here, Eagles, Titans, Commanders. I'm not expecting a lot because I don't know if he's even going to be active for this week. But I'm expecting later on in the season, you start that Eagles game, and then especially against these zone coverage teams, that's where I think T.Y. Hilton's going to be big for you because he has that knack of kind of finding holes in the zone. But I think him lining up outside, allowing CeeDee Lamb to kick into the slot a little bit more, get some advantages there, moving around the formation, get him in motion. That's where T.Y. Hilton's going to be able to be big in this offense.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really helpful. Maybe not this week, but eventually around 3 or 4 catches and 40 to 50 yards per game, I think is the kind of production I expect from T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah, I think you're on to some. I think you both are on to some, but I think, Zach, you're on to some. They're really big on the ramp-up stuff. We might not see T.Y. Hilton this, because they got to look at things about special teams and all that. So they're really, really big on all that ramp-up stuff, getting guys ready to play. I think it's important to them. So we might not see very much from T.Y. Hilton. He might not be active as you're talking about. So worth keeping an eye on for Sunday for our pregame show. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. What does Stephen Jones think about this report in the USA Today and the likelihood of OBJ signing on the dotted line for the Cowboys? That's next in the nation.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
Hellos, what it do?
Every Thursday afternoon at 5 right here on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On the flip side of the 49ers, it seems like Geno Smith and Pete Carroll have already gotten all the credit they deserve this season and all the credit they're going to get because they don't deserve any more credit. I'm telling you, Geno needs to start writing back, and Pete needs to focus less on murdering bubble yum. I'm Jim Rome.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS
chance he will, with the complete goal of getting ready for a playoff game or two, and then I'll look to the future. But most of it being about right now. So Jerry Jones heading this thing up and taking charge of trying to make sure Odell Beckham Jr. gets on the team and that it makes sense for the player and for the organization. And we are tracking this story pretty good for you. And Stephen Jones is going to join us here in just a minute. Congrats to the Stars last night, beating the Capitals 2-1. Ottinger with the season-high 45 saves. Carlos Rodon and the Yankees did a 6-year contract. Mavs are going to host the Trailblazers tonight at the AAC, and that is another game against a really good team, as the Trailblazers have won 5 of 6, and Damian Lillard has scored 35 points or more in 4 straight games. So there's a lot of fun to be had here with the basketball situation tonight, and the Mavs in another high-profile game on a Friday night. So looking forward to that. There are a number of notable NBA names who could be on the move, though, as the trade deadline approaches. And I thought, as I wait for Stephen Jones, we could go over some of these names, and you tell me if you'd like to get these guys on the Mavericks or and what it would take to get them. But story in the Ringer, here's the names, Wolchuk.
Okay.
Danilo Gallinari, always hurt, seems like always of interest because he's talented and big and all that. Patty Mills, the Australian.
Yeah.
Josh Green would love that probably. JaVale McGee recently signed. They say this is one of the big names that could easily end up with another team before the end of the trade deadline. Dante DiVincenzo, John Wall, who's having a resurgent year with the Clippers, but apparently they're not against moving on from him because they feel like when they get healthy, they won't have enough minutes to keep him happy. So you might have a new destination for John Wall. Bunch of players in the Lakers. Who knows which ones they'll decide to trade. And then Kyle Anderson of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And our old friend Colin Sexton, who we talked quite a bit about last week and over the summer. So those are the top names that could be available. And the first one that jumped out to me for discussion is JaVale McGee. I mean, could you imagine being able to flip away from that? I guess teams, especially playoff teams, are always looking for an extra big, a third big man they can bring off the bench and stem the tide. I mean, maybe the Warriors don't win it last year if there's guys like JaVale McGee to get in Kevon Looney's way.
I wonder what happens when and if Kevin Durant gets dealt, because I do think that that's looming as well in the background. And I think that that might be the best opportunity for the Mavericks to get involved as a third party to help facilitate that trade. And Brooklyn was a team that was interested in JaVale McGee. And I wonder if that's a way, if the Mavericks do want his JaVale McGee's not an expiring contract like a Dwight Powell is, or even a Christian Wood.
3-year deal.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare situation.
So that's not exactly you have to like the player in that situation. It's not like, all right, we don't really love Christian Wood, but we'll take him on because he's going to be off our books. Same thing with Dwight Powell. But maybe Brooklyn still sees value in a JaVale McGee, and you can maybe get like a Karis LeVert or something like that, just to throw out another option for you in these trade discussions. But a John Wall is intriguing because you're right. That's another ball handler. I've always enjoyed watching Colin Sexton play, and he's young, much like Colby White with the Bulls. But I remember when we were trying to talk with our Maverick sources, it seemed like they don't really think that Sexton or a White would be a great fit. It's weird because we never really have our pulse on what the Mavericks like or value, especially when it comes to guards. They seem very picky on what they want out of a guard to complement Luka, because they don't want somebody that's too ball handling heavy.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to play off the ball.
Sexton scores a lot, but he doesn't get a lot of assists, and that just means he's attacking. And that's great as a sixth man, and that's the role that Utah has moved him into, but he's not happy in that role. And it's now 2 teams in a row, Cleveland and Utah, that don't want Colin Sexton. I would be surprised if the Mavs wanted him, but if they got him, I'd be excited about that. John Wall might be the most excitable one, though, because he's still so damn fast. And if you had a role for him, now the problem is he's only shooting 29% from 3. He's never been a good 3-point shooter, but he's making the same money as JaVale McGee. $6.5 million is what John Wall is under. So, I was just thinking, man, McGee for John Wall, that could be incredible. And then Kyle Anderson with the T-Wolves, really good all-around player. I would love it if the Mavericks could trade for Kyle Anderson because he gives you offensive skill and defense. The Mavs have defense and maybe 3-point shooting. They don't have their wing guys enough skill, if you ask me, if you really want to play a good, passing and motion offense, which would further accentuate Luka's skills. All righty, still standing by for Stephen Jones here. Got you some NBA trade deadline talk going. That's going to be a big story here over the next couple of months. How about I throw some Cowboys questions for you guys? Okay.
All right.
And let's start with a question about this defense. They are giving up 21 points on average over the last 6 games, Brian. Those 6 games include only 3 against Minnesota. So you take out the Minnesota game, and it would be 63 points over 5 games, which is significant. Even more than that. It'd be a lot more points, like 123 points over 5 games. Whatever the case, is this still a great defense, gentlemen?
It's still a really good defense. I don't know, great's a strong word. I think like San Francisco's a great defense. I think the Cowboys are really good. I don't know about great because the pass rush we've seen the last couple of weeks been a little bit non-existent, and they're banged up at the number 2 corner. So you're getting a little bit of inconsistent play there.
I think that they're I wouldn't call them a great defense, but the thing about it is I think that they've been robbed that personnel like you're talking about. They're down to their 4th, 5th corners right now, and I think that's
Brown and Lewis hurt that bad.
Yeah, that's to me that at least the confidence in maybe what the coaching staff was going to try and do, but they've fixed some things. I feel like with the run game, especially the perimeter run game, and maybe that had to do with let's see how big of a loss this Hankins thing is, because Leighton Vander Esch is playing really, really well at linebacker. And you wonder if he was playing well because guys like, a guy like Hankins was able to take blockers up in front of him.
And they weren't willing to do next man up, which tells you they really liked what they saw from Hankins.
Yeah.
Over the last month.
They need Gallimore and they need Bohannon and those guys to not be just sometimes players. I tell you what, Watkins, that goal line stand was as good as I've seen him play in a long time. Those 4 plays that he played, if that's the kind of guy that you can get, but I think the issues at left corner has got him a little skittish right now.
And they got that goal line stand without Hankins, so they can have success without
That's what
him.
I'm saying.
It shouldn't kill you if you lose Hankins and Anthony Brown. This team played great defense while Anthony Brown was getting torched and Jonathan Hankins was still in street clothes.
Sure.
I don't know, but our offense is figuring out, how to take them out of what they do best.
Well, I think what makes them great
they haven't rushed the passer. They haven't rushed the passer.
Yeah, that's the best attribute.
Nobody's letting them rush the passer. You saw what happened when the Colts, that Colts game was tight, and then the Colts got behind, and then you saw what happened. They were able to rush the passer. That's the thing that I think the biggest difference is right now.
And Houston was ready to bail as soon as the pocket was breaking down. They were already on the move.
Houston knew that by playing with a quarterback that can run and a quarterback that can throw, that was going to be their only chance.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nations here. I have some Cowboys questions for you if you want to participate. TruckWreck.com fan text is out there. You can either answer a question or ask your own. How much of an issue is right tackle going to be? Do you think we'll have a drop-off?
Might be better there now, in my opinion. If you talk about playing Tyron Smith there, and no disrespect, but, that's a Hall of Fame tackle. Yeah. And whether it's left, right, whatever. But to me, Steele has played outstanding. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong. He's a much better run player than he is a pass blocker. That's when you watch the All-22, you see that. You might be even more solid at right tackle now with Tyron Smith likely stepping in there.
I know the combo blocks of Martin and Steele were a big hit. Is Tyron still athletic enough to execute those like Steele was?
Absolutely. I think he's, the thing about Steele is he is really a light-footed guy. But when you start talking about just sheer power and get movement and the ability to get out in space and all that, Steele's good at that stuff. But you look at Tyron Smith, that's his game. The movement aspect that's his game.
Cowboys questions for the guys. You got to move a team forward from this point, okay? Assume that the contract stuff is equal. Would you rather have a team built around Dak Prescott or Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, jeez.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Trevor. Well, he's younger, and I think there's more upside, but I think both are pretty damn good.
I mean, Trevor hasn't put together as good a football as Dak did his rookie year. You're really looking at like 3 or 4 good weeks from Trevor Lawrence. That's it.
I think Trevor Lawrence is now benefiting from a guy that knows what he's doing as a coach and knows how to develop him.
Okay, we can continue these conversations a little bit later on in the G-Bag Nation because it's time now for Stephen Jones to join you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing on this Football Friday?
I'm doing great, guys. Hope you're well.
Yes, sir, we are. Hey, I thought we were done with the Odell talk, and then Jerry really got it going again this week. Is this going to happen or what?
Well, we'll see. I mean, you never know, and certainly, it's obviously been a journey, and we'll just see where we end up there. But we're always looking for ways to improve our football team. Thought we did made a nice move in terms of getting T.Y. Hilton, especially for that wide receiver room where it's predominantly a young group of guys, and to add a veteran like T.Y. Hilton, I think it's a huge plus for this offense. I think it's big for Dak, and I think he'll be a big move for us in terms of really helping this team.
What is it that you imagine T.Y. is going to share with the group or provide on the field that you didn't have already?
Well, first of all, you're talking about a guy who's predominantly been a great player, year in and year out, consistency. He knows he's a pro. He knows how to play the game. But when you look at his game, I think he still's got the juice to take the top off. But, he's also an excellent route runner in terms of, consistency with his routes and what he can do there. But in general, if you just look at his full body of work, what he knows about this league, what he brings to the table with that young room, I think is going to be a big plus.
Stephen, can you walk us through the decision with the Tyron Smith getting some work over there at right tackle and the possibility of him and Peters sharing some work until you kind of get that position solidified?
Well, I just think you look at Tyron's career, he was predominantly a right tackle at USC. His first year with the Cowboys, he was a right tackle. And, of course, Tyron being the ultimate team guy, seeing that we had lost Steele, knowing, at the end of the day, you like to make as few moves as possible in terms of consistency and to leave Tyler out at left and keep Connor rolling, who's done a great job this year, not to have to make those moves. And yet you still have Ball and Peters and, at some point, maybe Farniok coming back. It just seemed like the right thing to do. I know Tyron, certainly had big conversations with Zach Martin, who's a huge plus in terms of being right there next to Tyron. He hadn't done it in a long time, but being able to, work with him, have those two work together, I just think is, obviously that's where the coaches are leaning, and we're certainly supported.
You made a couple other additions with Anthony Rush, the defensive tackle, with the loss of Jonathan Hankins, then Trayvon Mullen at corner as you try and add some more depth there. What do you like about those two guys?
Well, first of all, you take the big man. You lose the big man, you want to bring another big guy in. Certainly a lot of people, if they want to attack us, we see it week in and week out. They want to run the football. They don't want to have to, throw the ball with our pass rush. So, we're going to continue to see a lot of, people running the football against us, and to get another big body in there, as Dan Quinn likes to call it, another big, was important to have him here and being available maybe to help us if we need it. And then, of course, the corner is just what we look for as well. Great length. We had him in the third round when he was coming out of college, coming out of Clemson, and, obviously, you lose two corners. We started off with a lot of depth when we started the season. We kept 7 corners, certainly down to 5, and thought it was a good move for us.
Sir, guys, Stephen Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Micah Parsons was in the news this week for some comments about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles on Von Miller's podcast. Now, I don't think any of us thought Micah said anything wrong, but we had Tank on yesterday. Tank said he had a little word with Micah about maybe not talking so much out there. Well, what did you think about Micah's comments, and do you mind if your players are vocal like that?
Well, I just think, Micah's going to be Micah, and everybody has their own way about how they go about their business. day in, day out. At the same time, we've got a great leadership team, some veterans in the room like D-Law, I'm sure, who certainly like to share information and have great visits with these young guys. And, I think it's just great the way our team interacts. And, I certainly don't have any problems, with players who make comments, and especially guys like Micah who can back it up.
Yeah, that's awesome. Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, how do you look at it when a game goes closer than how you might have hoped or drawn it up, or what a contender should do against a one-win team? I know Jerry was super focused on the greatness of the goal line stand and the 98-yard drive and how amazing the finish was. How'd you feel after that win?
Well, I thought we started off the game great, had a great drive to get a touchdown. Certainly the defense did their job right away and stopped them. And, we had the unfortunate turnover there on special teams, and they capitalized on that. And, in between our fast start and our fast finish, there's some things we have to clean up as a football team. And, I just think I always, I just roll my eyes when people say, hey, you're supposed to roll a team in the NFL. They pay their players. They're spending to the cap. They've got great coaches. They've got great personnel group people who scout these players. And, it's not like, high school and college where you come up against guys that you totally have outmanned. These are great athletes we're playing against. We're going to go against another good group against the Jaguars, and we'll have our hands full. And we got to go out and play really good football. I think that was a great experience for us, making the big plays at the end to stop the Texans, and then turning around and having the big drive to win the game. I think that's a great experience for our football team.
Do you need to see that wire-to-wire dominant game to be confident, or is this just, what you get in pro football?
No, I think, you're going to have games where you do play well, start to finish. And as we move toward the end of the season, certainly that's your goal, is to be consistent throughout a football game. And certainly we weren't against the Texans, and we know that. But it's like everything. You want to clean up the penalties. You want to clean up the turnovers in terms of giving the ball away, and you want to clean it. You want to get better at taking it away, and then you want to be consistent. And certainly, as we move toward the end of the season, you want that consistency to really come together. And certainly Mike McCarthy and his coaching staff are striving for that, and I think it's a great learning experience for our football team.
Stephen, we've heard Jerry come on our station here and talk about aggressiveness with Dak when it comes to the interceptions. Just interested in your thoughts of how you see, not so much how Dak's playing, but where you are with the turnovers and then the amount of aggressiveness that you see in him as a player.
Well, we all know Dak knows it better than anybody. You can't win football games turning the football over. If you lose the turnover battle, it's pretty historic. If you lose that turnover battle, you're not going to win a lot of football games. So no one knows this better than Dak Prescott. Historically, he's been great at protecting the football, and I'm sure, it's at the top of his list. It's at the top of, anybody in the organization as we move forward. You got to protect the football. At the same time, on defense, you got to make plays on the ball. And, the other huge thing, which Mike's been stressing day in, day out, week in, week out, is you got to clean up the penalties. So you can't do that, and then you got to go play consistent. Those are all things down the home stretch as we play these last 4 games that we have to sharpen up as we go into the playoffs. If we want to have success in the playoffs, and certainly we do, you have to do those things.
Stephen, watching your All-22 and just watching the way Leighton Vander Esch has played, it looks like that to me there's not a lot of people have given him credit for how well he's played. How are things through your eyes, the coach's eyes, what you guys talk about with him every day?
Well, I just think that's it. Leighton's a prime example of a guy who just keeps getting better. He's had a great year. He had a tough week. He, had illness that he had to work through and stayed laser focused and played one of his best games of the year. So, it's just so important that we, continue to sharpen our consistency. That's what we need as a football team. We certainly feel like we've got a great roster. We've got a deep roster. We continue to look for ways to improve that with guys like T.Y. Hilton, and we'll continue to look for ways to improve it, but feel good about our team.
Big week at AT&T Stadium with the state championships going on. We got South Oak Cliff tonight, tomorrow DeSoto, Duncanville, Aledo. It was fun getting to catch up with you and John Steven out there reminiscing on Highland Park's runs when I got to visit with you out there in Oxnard. But how special is this every year? I tell everyone, hey, if you haven't gotten to go out and watch the state championship games at AT&T Stadium, it's a special, special atmosphere. Are we going to break some attendance records with all the DFW schools?
Well, that's what I've heard. I mean, there's people projecting we may have 60,000 people for some of these games. And, of course, some of the best times of my life that I can point to were watching my son, John Steven, win 2 state championships out there in front of a whole lot of people. I don't know the exact attendance, but nothing better, nothing more pure than high school football. And, you know, like I said, my son had a great experience in terms of bringing 2 home to Highland Park. And whenever these Dallas schools are in these finals, it's going to make for an exciting atmosphere out at AT&T Stadium. We're certainly honored to get to host those games. And these are games that kids never forget. A lot of these kids are going to be, young men are going to be playing in the pros. And we have them come up to us all the time and, you know, see us when we're playing the opposing team and said, hey, I played for X school. And one of the greatest times of my life was winning a state championship right here in AT&T Stadium. So it's memories that are never forgotten by these young men. And certainly we're honored to get to be a part of that.
It was so much fun, you know, following along as you guys were following John Steven throughout that entire process. That was outstanding. But, you know, since you brought up Highland Park, I've been wondering about something with Matt Stafford. Last year had the 17 interception season. This year we're making a big deal out of Dak. He's got 9 in 8 games. Is 9 and 8 still in the range of what a Super Bowl season looks like for a quarterback? Is this still at an okay level for you guys?
I don't think I'm not one to judge on that. Certainly, I know Dak strives for perfection. I know our coaching staff strives for perfection. You want to eliminate them all, but Dak does so many great things, and no one's going to work harder at perfection than Dak Prescott. So I think we're playing at a championship level as we head down the home stretch. I think this team can accomplish their goals, and we all know what those are, which is to bring a championship back to Dallas for our fans. And I got a ton of confidence in this football team. We got great leadership at our coaching staff level. We got great leadership at the team level, and just feel like we can get the job done.
Well, I'll drink to that and give them hell down there. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Great to be on. Great to have you. Thank you, sir. Stephen Jones with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3. The Fan will be back to react to that. Biggest L, biggest dub is around the corner as well. It is a football Friday. And, hey, if you're day drinking, you want to set a reminder, 5:20, what you drinking, what you thinking. We want to hear from you then. That's around the corner as well right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Hey, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 7:15, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi guys, it's Mark with South Valley Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now, and not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 214-937-5000. That's 214-937-5000. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your life back. Call South Valley Medical Clinic now to qualify. 214-937-5000.
Hi, this is Earl Ron, president of New South Window, and we would like to manufacture and install your windows. Every single New South window is custom manufactured just for your home. Now you can buy 2 windows.
games coming up this season.
Maybe 5.
You know, the topic is, how much would you be willing to give up for a top outfielder in his prime? Because his first question of this piece is, will the Pirates honor Reynolds' request? And Reynolds, of course, the Pirates outfielder. Last week, he requested a trade. He's under team control through 2025. He's a damn good player. But the Athletics, Ken Rosenthal, quoting one executive who says they are looking for a Soto-type package.
What?
Yeah. The Nationals fetched 5 young players plus Luke Voit in exchange for Juan Soto and Josh Bell at the trade deadline.
There's a big difference between Juan Soto and my guy Reynolds, man. Stop.
Reynolds is a nice player. He's no Soto. But would you be willing to go like 3 young players from the Rangers system? What are you willing to do, Wolchuk?
They can take their pick of, Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foster. Heck, I'll even give them 2 of the 3 if you want. That's fine. No question. Go ahead.
Position players?
Yes.
You're willing to give up infielders?
Yeah,
but
the
not
Rangers
a
have
pitcher for
surplus.
Reynolds. What if they say we need a pitcher? We need one of your young pitchers.
Yeah, I'd consider that. Because now you've kind of really done a good job. You're not giving up Leiter or Rocker. That's for damn sure.
And then
but if they ask for like an Owen White, maybe.
Let me ask you this about the whole thing about Leiter.
You probably want to try and hold on to White.
Okay, are we going to, at the end of the day, Stephen Jones, at the end of the day, are we going to be like the Leiter thing was just kind of a lot of all bark, no bite?
No, I think Leiter will be okay. I think
it's still early.
It's still too early. I think Leiter's going to be all right for us.
But
maybe not a fast track star.
See,
we can check that off. But
that's what I was
there's
kind
still
of thinking.
plenty of runway to get to legit star.
I just can't tell you how many times I watched him pitch at Vanderbilt, and I was just totally amazed.
Same.
That Friday night game, he's just like, just not mowing them down.
I'm 100% with you.
And the SEC has really good, a lot of players get drafted to the SEC, but to me, it seems like the word wasn't as positive about him as some of the others. Am I wrong about that, Wolchuk? That people were kind of not talking about him as glowing as they once were?
No, he had a bad year in the minors. So, and it was disappointing this past season. But now that the Rangers have kind of retooled this thing with new coaches, I think they're going to get back on track with him. And getting Rocker in here, I think will help him as well.
Yeah, and a lot of exciting things going on with this farm system, those 2 young pitchers and a lot of others. Okay, it's time now for the biggest dub, a Friday staple here in the nation, Wolchuk. Where are we heading with it?
Oh, my goodness. You want to know where we're headed with it? I got some big dubs, as in Deers getting high. We got British fans breaking records, and Bobby Bonilla. We got a new guy in town named Davis next.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. I do have a message for you as well, though, and it's about what you should do as we head into the holidays if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault. It's called the Frankels. They're available for you. Truckwreck.com is the website. You're going to be out there, and a lot of us are going to be driving around, and
Sean and RJ, G-Bag Nation. Just tune in all day. They got the best Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers content.
105.3 The Fan.
Turn on, leave it on.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Joey, in for Lucius. It's time now for the Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Here's your host, Wolchuk.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit,
Zach Wolchuk,
to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
877-881-1053. Where'd you take some personal victories? Where'd you take some L's along the way this week? Gentlemen, did you guys take any L's or dubs?
By the way, how'd you do that, man?
What?
What you just did, that doctored that thing up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, just
is that
magical?
North Texas degree serving you well there?
Damn right. Yep.
Really?
Total Radio Pro.
Mean Green have
There's a
allowed
lot
us
of
to do
things you could do
everything.
in radio, can't you?
There's a lot of things. I've done literally every job that there is to do at this radio station, and I think I'm the only, other than Alec Medford, maybe I'm the only employee.
Alex is a
person
better
that's
host
done
than
that.
you by far.
No, it's true. Yeah, Alex got a very bright future here in North
As
Texas.
opposed to you and I, we're probably not.
Softies.
I had a big L Sunday morning.
What happened?
The omelet pan?
No.
You couldn't find it?
Young Sophia was waiting to go into an indoor soccer game.
Okay.
And I called for a sub. I sent her on a half second before the player had come off. The ref decided there were too many players on the field.
Not on the pitch.
Called a flag on me and put Sophia in the penalty box for 3 minutes.
What?
I said, bro, you're killing me.
Should have put you in the box.
I know. I'm like, you can't do this to her.
Did she cry?
No. She was like, what did I do?
Oh, okay.
I was like, my bad.
Did you just, like you say, did she like give you a look like idiot coach?
No, but she should have.
Did dad or mom give you idiot coach look?
Probably. I was trying not to make eye contact with them.
Yeah, I would have too.
I was too busy telling the ref, like, bro, you're way too serious, man. I got 7 subs trying to get players on the field here. Give me a little bit of a little slack. But yeah, it was an L, you know. You don't want to cost the kid playing time. Luckily, we were too good. The other team still couldn't score on us while she was serving her penalty. So we got the dub in the end, 4-0.
What Gavin was really trying to do, he was trying to work on his defending the power play.
Sure.
That's what Gavin's like, you
just
know.
want to play a man down
Gavin's
or a
like,
gal down.
Gavin's like, Sophia, get ready to go. And he sends her, you know, and he's knowing that he's going to get a penalty, and then he acts all surprised.
Very savvy,
like,
coach.
like our guy Gene Hackman in Hoosiers. Oh, man, what are you doing? And then Gavin then transfers like, okay, guys, we're going to have to kill these 3 minutes off. Let's be tough here. It's a good moment, you know. I know what you're doing. You
Thanks,
sent
Brian.
her on thinking you could work on your
I
penalty
like it,
kill.
coach. I like that a lot.
Sly like
That's
a fox.
good. I took a big dub. I crushed that.
He killed the penalty, so you didn't take a dub.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That was
good.
That was not an L. That was a dub.
I crushed the speech at the wedding, boys.
Nice, Wolchuk.
I did it very well. Now, I sent the
Congrats.
audio to Eric and Lucius, but I don't think you guys played.
We did
have not.
But it's okay.
We heard about it, though. He almost played it. We just had a busy day.
It was good. It went very well. I succeeded.
You nervous?
Yeah, I was actually like shaking.
Were you really?
Yeah,
Did
it really
people
was.
see you shaking?
No, they were like, you're lying. You were not nervous at all. But deep down, once you stand up there, yes, you get nervous. Like, that's the difference.
Did you look over everybody's head? That's the thing they say. Don't look at people's faces and stuff.
I basically
when you're
just looked
talking.
at 2 people.
Okay.
Jared and then one of our other buddies that was sitting on the other side of the room.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to look at,
good strat.
at others.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I picked 2 people to look at. One to the left and one at the far back corner. So it went well. Everything was okay. Joey, you got a biggest seller or biggest dub? If you don't, it's all right. No pressure.
No, I have a big dub. I got all my Christmas shopping done this week.
Get outta here.
Yeah, I got my mom's, my dad's presents. I got my sister's and all that. I finished it, so we're done.
Well done.
What'd you get?
Well, I can't. I don't want to give it
You don't
away.
want- yeah, I get it.
Well, okay,
In case
listen.
my mom's
Okay.
They're not listening. You said they weren't even listening your first night hosting.
Well, they were on a plane. That was their fault.
But now they're listening.
Well, was this
Yes.
was this shopping like physically getting out, or did you just go online and do that?
A little of both. It's really easy to do online. these
Okay,
days.
is that really shopping
you
then?
can sit on your butt and do it, but I go out and got some presents as well. So it's about a hybrid of it.
Okay.
Of both.
I kind of think that's not shopping online. I think that's kind of
My
lazy.
pockets would say
It's better than
tastes
shopping.
different.
It's kind of a lazy way of doing it. I think
it is.
You're such a
It's still the thought that counts.
You are
You don't have to walk around to show you care.
Yeah, you do. You got to walk around and look at things, pick them up, put them back.
Yeah, maybe in
compare.
1980.
1980 wasn't a bad year.
Get
I bet it
stressed
was
out by having to
fantastic.
chop your
Miracle, I
steps.
mean,
Yeah. But to me, that's not shopping. I mean, I could sit down.
Online
and,
shopping is a thing.
Your virtual window browsing, Brian. This is a you problem. It's not a world problem. This is better.
It is better.
You probably think email is not real mail either, Krusty.
You know what? I do like to meet the mailman out there at the door every once in a
You
while.
like to churn your own butter.
The least surprising thing you've said today.
Tell you what, nothing wrong with making your own butter. What are you talking about over there?
Biggest dub. How about England? According to Manchester Evening News, the country. Chief Constable Mark Roberts, the law enforcement figure who serves as the country's national lead for football policing, or policing, I should say, says that British fans were on their best behavior at the tournament in Qatar.
Hell yeah, they were worried about.
Yeah, they were terrified of getting too drunk. and
Exactly.
That's
locked
exactly
up.
right.
Qatari officials didn't arrest a single supporter hailing from England, Wales, or any other part of the UK. Roberts claims that this is the first time in recorded history that a World Cup has gone by without a single British national ending up in jail for allegedly breaking the law. How incredible is that?
They had them worried. Seriously.
Yeah, that's a great accomplishment, especially for a nation that had the entire football world terrified
Amazing.
in the 70s with their hooliganism.
Yeah.
It's incredible what they were into. That was gang warfare back in the day.
Big dub for the deer out there. These deer apparently they're getting high on nitrous oxide and they're dancing around.
How are deer getting nitrous oxide?
Humans,
like whippets?
Humans are doing this. Yeah.
Oh no, they're doing it to the deer?
Yeah, so like what they're doing is they're putting the nitrous oxide on leaves, and the deer kind of going through these leaf piles, and they kind of huff it, and then they just end up like dancing unconsciously, and people are getting it on video, and they're posting the videos, and the videos are going viral.
Wow.
Now they are for our pleasure and hilarious, but it might be a big L as well. Just to, PETA's probably not happy about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like subjecting animals to that kind of stuff.
I don't think that it's harming them in any way. It's kind of like when you just suck up balloon air and your voice changes and you're like, yeah. You talk like Mickey Mouse or
I know
something.
the whippet things, though, used to kind of make you high back in the day. Like
Yeah,
you'd
that's fair.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
Maybe. I'm not a huffer, so I don't know.
That's the thing that, like, they used to say, don't spray Pam cooking spray in a bag and breathe it and all that. People were doing that in the 70s. That was devastating.
214-DUB here, $10 scratch ticket, won $500.
There you go.
Good for you, man.
That's a big win.
214 just finished my first semester as an assistant principal and about to head to Vegas. Total dub. It's a big one for you. Here's a big dub. Former Ranger Chris Davis.
Oh, no.
He's got a Bobby Bonilla type deal. Did you guys know this?
With the Orioles?
I heard this. Yeah.
Man, he did get paid for that 1 year where he hit like 198 but had 50 home runs.
So he hasn't played in a couple of years.
Yeah.
But he's supposed to make $9.16 million from this year through 2025 every year. He's then going to make $3.5 million from 2026 to 2032, and then $1.4 million from 2033 to 2037 from the Orioles for a total of $42 million.
Get money.
For sitting on his ass.
Yeah, and he really had one great year. He was so frustrating for Rangers fans because in 2010, 2009, he would come up and be on fire for like a week and then not have a hit for a month, so you kept having to send him down. You finally give up on him. He goes to the Orioles, and he found it.
He did.
And was just hitting bombs, and he was like a Sports Center star for one season, got super paid, and then went back to not being very good.
$40 million, huh?
Yeah, he lived the dream.
A lot of money. A lot of money. Biggest L, a man shot a KFC employee in St. Louis. Yeah, after he was watching the deer commercials or the deer videos of them getting high and dancing. After he was told that the restaurant ran out of corn. He got so upset, he took out his gun and just shot a KFC employee in St. Louis.
That's uncalled for. Seems like a bit of an overreaction.
Unbleeping ruly. And then finally...
By the way, St. Louis is a rough place.
Yeah, it is. No kidding.
At least Michael Irvin didn't do that.
Hey, by the way, St. Louis. Remember Dan from St. Louis? Remember the guy who used to call in?
Yeah.
He
What happened to him?
came up to us. He was in town.
Really?
Brought his son and his wife, met him the pregame show. They showed up out there for the game last week. So he goes, "Hey, I'm Dan," and I'm like, "Hey, Dan."
Oh, Dan from St. Louis.
Dan
That's right.
Yeah, he used to drink the Coors
Yeah,
Light.
he's always having.
Yeah, and his daughter's
Great guy.
His daughter's at the Walter Reed Medical Hospital.
she's
a doctor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he was. Yeah, I remember. I meant to tell you guys that old Dan.
Shout out to the 469, the 817. 817, Big Dub 10-year anniversary. 469, 27-year anniversary. I got to sneak this one in real quick. Final biggest dub of the week. This is crazy. According to police, there was a hippo that swallowed a boy whole and then vomited this 2-year-old boy back out. The boy was immediately rushed to a hospital. He is now unharmed and he's been discharged from the hospital.
He's been discharged from the hippo. Yeah.
Totally swallowed?
Totally swallowed whole.
Man, that's
He was
great.
left unattended from his parents. The hippo strayed away from the lake, found the boy playing, swallowed it whole. The hippo later vomited him out, diverted back into the lake. Boy was rushed to the hospital for treatment, and then later was conscious again and discharged from the hospital.
That is a
Incredible
huge
story.
dub for the family and the boy. And thank you, Hippo, for giving him back. All righty, we got to run. Jerry Jones with KNC. There's a report where he was quoted saying, Odell's going to join us. What did he have to say with the KNC masterpiece? We'll give you some of those audio highlights coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat about D&M Leasing, though. That sounds great, doesn't it? Well, it does to me, because whenever I want or need a new vehicle, it is time to call D&M Leasing and ask him to sign me up for another easy lease. Now, you've heard me talking about D&M and the easy lease for years. You might have been thinking to yourself, should I call him? You absolutely should, especially right now. The easy lease from D&M makes more sense than ever. Why? Right now, does it make more sense? had captured that interview on the field. Prayers to Mike Leach. College football will never be the same. And thanks to Dallas for the story, concluded the Mississippi State area TV reporter there, Rick Carl. But, yeah, I suppose that's going to be it for the tributes for the week. I wanted to see if I could get another one in on a Football Friday, and I did. There you have it.
Love that.
All righty. How about we get some Jerry? He had this quote from the USA Today. Apparently, this reporter from the USA Today, Brian, had been in town this week. Jarrett Bell.
Yes, sir. Yes, he was here yesterday.
Okay, and today, like immediately after Jerry is on with KNC, he publishes this quote that he got from Jerry. Odell's going to join us. There's a good chance he will, with the complete goal of getting ready for a playoff game or two and then look to the future, but most of it being about now. So over the last 48 hours here on the show, or 46 hours really, it happened very late in the show Wednesday night, where Brian started telling us it's more likely than not that this is going to happen, and it's going to be sooner than later. So we started to track this story, and all along I've just been waiting for the next domino to fall. And here it was from Jarrett Bell, Odell's going to join us. But almost immediately he said there's a good chance he will. It's always difficult to interpret what Jerry Jones is going to say, but to me, Brian, that was him letting the cat out of the bag and then realizing what he'd done and providing a little bit of mystery around it. But yeah. I don't know. I think Jerry just told us eventually Odell's going to sign here, and I expect that now in the next 72 hours or so.
Yeah, we've all ridden the roller coaster on this. I know Nick Eatman was on from DallasCowboys.com. He was on with Sean and RJ yesterday morning. I know the fact that the guys over there, the guys and the gals at DallasCowboys.com, when you live in that building, you walk the halls, you bump into people, you see things, and there's a lot of things that they kind of have to hold to their vest, and as it goes along. And I just, like I say, being back over there now doing work with them, you see things and you hear things, and you're kind of like. And they were ready. I mean, they've been riding the roller coaster of like having stories ready, putting the stories away, bringing the stories back out, that kind of thing. And it's funny but that's the player you're dealing with right now, because he is one of these guys. It's a little bit like the character Hamlet, to be or not to be. I mean, it's like yes and no and yes and no. I mean, he's one of these guys, and instead of just saying, hey, I'm going to make a decision, this is what we're going to do. And, I think Odell Beckham is waiting for the absolute right time to get the maximum out of this.
And maybe that's Sunday morning.
Yeah. And
kind of seems like we're heading for that big Sunday morning breaking news story.
And you get, you're absolutely right about that. And you also get that nighttime, that Saturday night dump too that they do.
Yeah.
Sure. Where all those guys like Ian Rappaport and, Adam Schefter, all the major
10
ones.
o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. They like so-and-so's playing, so-and-so's not playing. But, yeah, but I'll say this about the Sunday morning one, which you're mentioning about, like Jay Glazer is the one that said Odell is going to be cleared to play like November 1st.
Yeah.
And he hadn't been cleared.
No.
I mean, he hadn't been cleared to play
He was
at
like
all.
9 weeks off.
But Odell, and they know, he knew something there.
He did.
And I think that's why everybody got so fired up about it. But I think Jerry and them are ready to go. The player's the one that's going to drag this thing even further.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
So you think Jerry's ready to go, and it's just a matter of waiting for Odell to agree to it?
I think so.
Okay, here was Jerry this morning with KNC. Right around the same time this quote was just about ready to hit Cowboys Twitter. Here's how Jerry handled the question, how alive is the possibility of signing OBJ?
Well, the second is I'm not going to go how close, but I can go very alive, very much on the first question. It's very alive.
Because he wants it to be alive, or did y'all reach back out? Like, I'm kind of curious at how that.
Play games. I mean, he and I want it to be alive, and we all want it to be alive.
Gotcha.
And so yes, and so we're just working through things that are important to the future here.
Yeah, the future here. Yeah. And for Odell, I think he wants assurance of, a longer-term deal, the security there. I think for the Cowboys, they want the security of knowing they're not going to end up paying for something that's impossible, because that knee has been a disaster, really. And last year, even as he was making his return, there were teams that wouldn't touch Odell Beckham Jr. because they thought it was a bomb waiting to go off. And that actually played out in the Super Bowl. It was not a surprise to anybody that the ACL was re-torn. So I think for the Cowboys and Odell, they're both in their best interest to want the ideal. For the Cowboys, it's no risk. For Odell Beckham Jr., it's maximum security. But that's how negotiations happen, right? And there's some point in the middle where incentives and non-guarantees and we're willing to pay for a special set of skills can very much fall into line. And I think the Cowboys will end up having very little risk on their side, but they'll have to concede something. Probably around what T.Y. Hilton ended up getting.
That'd be great. I think it'd be fun if you got him in here, but I'm ready for it to just either happen or it doesn't. And I think that the players are there. I think that from the text that we get, the Twolo reaction, I think we've hit the Odell Beckham Jr. fatigue. And if Jerry wants the talk and the chatter to keep going, that's great. But let's either get it done or let's let it not to be done. Because I think we're all a little over the Odell Beckham Jr. saga.
You've drug it out so much that even when it happens,
well, and now it's like, at what point is it helping you anymore?
I don't think it's the Cowboys dragging it.
No, and I agree with you.
I think player.
I'm with you.
I think because I know, being in the organization for 14 years, I know people there that are ready to get to work.
Well, in a way, the organization's participating by not giving Odell what he wants. I think it's kind of selective to blame it on Odell for not coming when it's a negotiation
I'm not
to get
blaming.
to a point.
If they're as far along as Jerry Jones is saying right now, which it sounds like to me they're far along, it's just a matter now of him saying, okay, I agree with what you're doing.
Odell just needs to commit. Get in here, man.
See, that's the thing that I'm worried
about.
The
Cowboys just need to commit and give him what he's worth. That's the way he's seeing it. Like, we haven't come to an agreement because the agent and the team are hammering out the final details on how much is guaranteed.
But from the Cowboys' standpoint,
you could say, Cowboys, just give the extra $1 million.
You could. But for the Cowboys, if it goes on another week and it really is like make or break this year or nothing, eventually it comes to the point where it's gone too long now. He's not going to help you now.
Yeah, no, it's got to be now. It's got to be now so you can get 4 weeks ahead of the divisional round. Okay, does Tyron still have position flex to right tackle? Here's Jerry Jones speaking of Tyron out there at right tackle.
The answer is absolutely he does. Yes, sir. It's like riding a bicycle. Now, you do need reps. Don't get me wrong. The more reps you've got, the better you should play. And that's a fact. But still, you have the experience he's got, the skill that he's got, the physical attributes he's got, as well as the experience and years ago that he had playing this position. All of that will kick in here.
Yeah, man.
I was really surprised. I think a lot of this movement for Tyron Smith has to do with Tyron Smith telling them that he was willing to move. To me, the biggest is he hasn't played all year, and to say, the transition to kick outside to kick it over to right tackle, I think says a lot about Tyron Smith, because I was going to make the transition back to playing as smooth as possible. And I felt like that maybe kicking the young guy out there and letting him rotate with Peters on the right side might give Peters an advantage because he doesn't have to play all the reps, but it also would give Tyler Smith a little bit of a break. He's had a long year already for him physically. So I thought that, I think this thing got pushed in a direction where you're going to see Peters and Tyron Smith play right tackle. I think it's all because of Tyron Smith, his willingness to telling the organization, I'll do whatever I have to do to get us going here.
Yeah, I guess I just love the fact that Tyron could be capable of playing so well at right tackle that you're better than what it was with Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele. If you could have no letdown at left tackle from where you've been and increase right tackle, having an even better line, nobody else can do that. And the Cowboys have rarely been able to get better on the offensive line or even stay the same with an injury. And then how do you feel, Jerry, about Micah Parsons saying he's more beat up than usual because of all the snaps down there in the trenches?
Well, of course, we're into such a critical time, and we want him to be available for all the pressure that we can have, And so that usually implies pressure on the passer, which usually implies from the outside. It doesn't have to. It can come from the inside. But, yes, there's no question that Micah takes a beating. And when you're, as the type of player he is, when you're as aggressive as he is, and so he does take a beating, and it would concern anybody that when you have as many plays as he has, as many physical plays, he's a space hitter, what we call a space hitter. And that means he's got a running start, or whoever he's trying to hit, sometimes, except the quarterback, has a running start. Those guys get dinged up.
Yeah, I think the priority has to be the pressure. And if you have a player that is getting beat up, maybe you take a few less snaps, or maybe you look to rotate it in a little bit more. But I don't think the answer to get the best defense out there possible is moving him back to inside linebacker to take the wear and tear off, right? It is all about getting in that quarterback's face and the mistakes that are made as a result of that.
I think it's about who you put him up against a rush.
Ooh, I like that.
That's where it is. And Dan Quinn and those guys are really smart over there. They will figure it out. Rushing against Laramie Tunsil was not the best plan last week.
Yeah, trying to find those favorable matchups. I also think Micah will be able to, this is the first year he's done this for the entirety of the season. He's an intelligent player to where he's going to figure out what his body needs to be able to make it through the course of the season, consistently moving forward.
I just noticed last week that he's wearing like a left shoulder harness thing, and that's something I haven't seen before. Maybe I missed that, but if you start talking about shoulder injuries,
he's definitely banged up.
There's no doubt. Yeah, he is banged up.
Well, as I told you maybe a month or so ago, I would not bet on Micah Parsons to win Defensive Player of the Year. And at that point, he was like minus 900. Now, as a result of less sacks, less production, Nick Bosa is now your favorite at minus 140, and Micah Parsons is plus 100. So it might be a better proposition to bet on him to win Defensive Player of the Year now, but the momentum's not going in the right direction. Okay, we have the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 420 coming up next, and where are we going with that, sir?
National Underdog Day. I got the top 10 greatest underdog sports stories. What do you think is the best underdog sports story? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Well, I tell you what, Twin Peaks is no underdog in the world of sports. They're a favorite, and they are my favorite spot to go in there for watching games, because Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with the menu to match. Just totally reimagined what is possible when it comes to a sports bar menu. It's really a delicious restaurant with a great sports scene. That's what I think of when I think of Twin Peaks. And, of course, the legendary Twin Peaks girls are there ready to bring you something delicious to eat and drink. And they have an amazing World Cup final party coming up for you Sunday morning. And at every Cowboys game, Twin Peaks is giving away epic Cowboys jerseys. This is happening all season long just for catching a game day with them. Get on into Twin Peaks, watch a Cowboys game, maybe head home with a Cowboys jersey. They have great holiday parties running and holiday bonus cards and all kinds of great stuff at Twin Peaks, no matter what the time of the year is. Now, they will be off Christmas Day, but it is going to be a great party throughout the holidays. Twin Peaks, where you go to pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience. I'll see you there soon. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Our family's been fighting for injured North Texans about 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerdict.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury results in the entire state of Texas, 19 of the top 50 last year. We work for you. We've never forgotten that. We return phone calls promptly. Clients even text directly to their own case files. Dedicated legal teams 24/7. We handle cases the way we'd want our own case handled. We hope you never need to call us. If you do, our family's trusted, capable, prepared, ready to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront, out-of-pocket expense to you. If no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call today for a free consultation.
Here in the Metroplex, if our sports teams aren't winning, we make changes. So if you're losing your hard-earned cash on old, non-energy efficient windows, why give them special treatment? Call 214-302-8541 or visit MaverickWindows.com for a free quote today.
Sosa Clinics has declared December Fall into Health Month, so they're giving you the friends and family discount until the new year and lose up to 20 pounds a month. You could be down 40 pounds in 2 months, and Sosa Clinics will help you get there with no diet pills, no surgery, and no exercise program, and doing it rapidly, safely, and naturally. Visit weightlossfortexas.com. That's weightloss, the number 4, Texas.com, and schedule your free consultation at one of Sosa's convenient locations. Be the you want to be in 2023 with Sosa Clinics.
Hi guys, it's Mark with South Valley Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now, and not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but will also include something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 214-937-5000. That's 214-937-5000. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your life back. Call South Valley Medical Clinic now to qualify. 214-937-5000.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
The final days of Winterfest are here at Lowe's. Save now before they're gone. Need a few last-minute gifts that are perfect for the DIYers on your list? And maybe even a few for yourself? Get up to 50% off select tools, accessories, and smart home products from the top brands you love. Shop these savings and more during Winterfest only at Lowe's. Valid through 12/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Partly cloudy tonight with an overnight low of 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples offers the latest tech solutions from HP, plus great savings when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
RJ Chop here with my friends over at A Number One Air this month only. Don't miss the A Number One Air.
214-INJURED, online, Mullen and Mullen.com.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Wooly Bully in the top 10 at 420. Segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. Shout out to all the underdogs out there. It is National
The cartoon Underdog?
Day.
You ever see a cartoon Underdog?
No.
It's an actual dog.
Oh, I should
Cartoon
check
dog.
that
Yeah,
out.
it's pretty good. Yeah. It's way old. Sorry. Didn't mean to bring you down.
Well, that's
here.
okay.
Yeah.
And we do have, of course, state championship news. Carthage, our buddy Tim and Carthage. Shout out to the Bulldogs, 42-0. They
think some furniture's been smashed in Carthage.
Probably. They won the 4A Division II state championship. We got 4A Division I playing right now. China Spring down 21-0 to Bjorn. South Oak Cliff going to be playing later tonight.
Who are they playing?
5A Division II state championship. Port Neches Groves.
Port Neches Grove.
Neches.
Port Neches Grove.
Port Neches Grove.
Tear them up.
And then tomorrow, we have the Big Daddies. We've got the rematch again, Duncanville, Galena Park, North Shore. We've got DeSoto and Austin Vandergrift, and then Aledo and College Station in the 5A Division I state championship. So I think we're going to be breaking attendance
There's
records.
3 different state championship games?
Yes, we got 6A D1 and D2, and then 5A Division I.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got Division 1 and Division 2.
Good luck, South Oak Cliff, by the way, man.
South Oak Cliff looking for back-to-back
Back
tonight.
to back.
Get Golden Bears.
I'm a DISD kid. Let's go for it, man.
Yep, I think, and I think they're going to get it too. 972 love Underdog, the Underdog cartoon. Way to go, Krusty!
Thank you, appreciate
There you
that.
are. Before we get into the top 10 of the greatest Underdog sports stories, and we got a lot.
Polly
that are-
was his girlfriend.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
Ollie's such a
Polly,
great name.
yeah.
Holly,
Polly.
Yeah, Polly the Underdog,
Polly the Underdog.
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Adorable. A lot of love for the Mavs championship team in 2011 on the truckwreck.com text line as the best Underdog sports team. But I did have some news regarding Bally Sports Southwest. I know, General, you're going to the Mavs game tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, because of the state championship games on Bally Sports Southwest and the Stars game,
okay,
you won't have a Mavs conflict on Bally. You're actually going to be able to watch it on TXA 21 here locally.
Hallelujah.
And I think they should just do this permanently.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about this.
Now, wait a minute. I spent money already.
Well, Brian, ask
You
for
want a refund?
Ask for a refund. And it's only for
Gavin,
one.
I was kind of hoping you would, since you're out at the arena tonight, maybe go say something to those guys at Bally.
You
for
should.
me. Just
I mean,
walk
I'll
up.
try. I don't think they care about the little guy. You know, they said all they need to with their actions doing these kind of crap deals.
Lori marketing. Oh my God.
Yeah, that guy's pretty dang good, isn't he? He is. Be
I
nice to
don't know
have
much
him.
about basketball. I know some basketball, but I scouted him up. I liked him when he was playing.
Yeah.
With the Bulls.
He he always plays the Mavs well. That's
Always,
for sure.
yeah.
Denton Ryan, 5-star linebacker Anthony Hill has committed to Texas. He was previously an A&M commit.
A&M.
Decommitted about a month ago. And last night he committed to UT. He is going to Austin to be a member of the Horn. So congratulations to Texas. for
Texas
nabbing
A&M
another
has,
recruit.
20 kids in the transfer portal?
That's what happens when you go 5-7.
Wow. Beat LSU, though.
They did beat LSU.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it, guys. The top underdogs. We got a text for Airbud. I love that. It's a great reference. And 817 said it's pronounced Bernie. Well, that's funny, considering we talked about Carthage earlier.
Yeah.
Had a good conversation with Tim about that guy, Bernie. 817, of course, the Miracle on Ice. We'll get to that. And yes, an honorable mention. They actually texted this in. But it is Leicester City.
Oh, Leicester City.
Leicester City.
That won
Yes,
the Premier League championship.
Leicester City, yeah.
5-6 years ago.
Yeah, I've heard like 3 different pronunciations for it.
5,000 in
Some
one
say it's
shot.
Leicester, Leicester, Leicester.
I'll tell you what, there were people. How many, Gavin? Remember that? I think we did a couple of stories where there were guys that they were holding tickets.
Yeah.
And they were due, $500,000. And
Sports books are trying to buy them out.
sports books.
Yes, the
and
people
they
that
said,
bet on
nah,
that, my
man,
gosh.
We're going through here.
And 214, it's the Mavs that are going to be on Channel 21. The Stars will still be on Bally tomorrow night.
Okay.
The other honorable mentions, we've got the Giants knocking off the Patriots in Super Bowl 42, ruining the perfect season.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I think that was like 13-point spread?
Yeah.
10-point spread, somewhere in there. Speaking of the Patriots, their first win against the Rams was huge.
Yeah, that will be in the
They
top
were
10.
13-point dogs in that game.
Yep, that will be in the top 10. We also have Rulon Gardner defeating Alexander Carolyn.
The wrestler.
Yes,
Greco-Roman Olympic wrestling.
Yes, sir.
Legend.
And how about Greece winning the 2004 European Championship in the Euro Cup?
That was quite a surprise.
First time in 24 years that Greece was able to get that done.
Yeah.
Number 10, though, of the greatest underdog stories. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeating the New York Yankees in the 1960 World Series.
Bill Mazeroski.
Yeah,
Home
the
run.
Yankees, they'd won 10 out of the last 12 pennants, and then here come the Pirates. Yep, Bill Mazeroski.
The Pirates win the pennant. The Pirates win. Yeah, great call.
Unbelievable call.
Yeah.
Number 9, the New Jersey Devils win the 1995 Stanley Cup as they knocked off the Red Wings, sweeping them in a 4-game series. You remember that one?
Yeah, Joey, you were around for that one?
All the Russians on the Red Wings.
Yes.
Fedorov and all them.
All the Ovs.
Yeah, all the Ovs. So, yeah, it was a good team. That was a dynasty, really, for that Detroit team. So it's a big
President's
win for
Trophy winners, and then here come the New Jersey Devils.
What they're known as the Red Army? Is that what they call that?
I think
Detroit
so,
team,
yeah.
the Red Army?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you have the Dodgers over the A's in 1988 on this list?
I don't think the Dodgers over the A's is in this top 10.
That was a great
The
series.
Dodgers. That is a great.
The A's were dominant. Not many people thought the Dodgers had a
Bash
shot.
Brothers, huh?
Oral Hershiser had other thoughts.
Next up, and this definitely was an underdog story. I remember, people that did not care about the UFC were shocked by this. Holly Holm knocking off Ronda Rousey.
That was big.
At UFC 193. This is when Ronda Rousey was in the prime of her career. She was invincible. And then you had the head kick felt around the world.
Were we in training camp at that time, Gavin? Were we in Oxnard about that time?
I forget, but I remember being ecstatic that she got, what was coming to her, because she had gotten to the top of her sport. Then she had gotten real sassy with everybody. And, she became difficult to work with, difficult to interview, very disrespectful. And she was actually on a Conor McGregor or Floyd Mayweather type of deal where by the time she lost, a lot of people were rooting for her to lose.
Yes.
And we celebrated it. We did.
Number 7, you got App State going to the big house and beating Michigan in 2003. And now we've seen App State do this to multiple teams, so it's not as big of an underdog story. But that was the first time.
Yeah, I remember that one well.
And it was a huge deal.
Oh, yeah.
Number
I think Marshall beat Notre Dame this year was pretty big.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and that was early in the year when Notre Dame
They were still good.
Still good, yeah.
Number 6, we've got the Patriots knocking off the Rams in that Super Bowl. Rams were looking to win 2 of 3. That was Brady's first. People were like, who the hell is this guy? People were still wondering, was Bledsoe going to start that game? Because Brady got hurt. Bledsoe had to come in and win that AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
And Belichick decided, nope, we're going to stick with Tom. And get Ty Law with the pick.
They slow down that great offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Greatest show on turf. Number
Belichick's
5.
breakout, probably.
Yeah, it was. Number 5, and this has been texted in quite a bit. Buster Douglas defeats Mike Tyson in 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was really sad. I didn't know it at the time, but obviously Mike Tyson had become quite distracted himself and was enjoying the spoils and was in no shape to fight. And, looking back at that, it was very obvious early on, is Tyson drunk? What's going on here? Is Tyson hungover? He's not fit to fight. And Buster Douglas, while he looked good in that one, never looked good again. It just that might be the single craziest upset ever. There's just no explanation for it.
Number 4, we got Villanova knocking off Georgetown in the 85 NCAA championship.
That one was sad because in elementary school, everybody had gravitated towards Georgetown and they felt like they were invincible. And everybody was tuning in to watch Georgetown win. This was a celebration. That's
Ewing?
what that Final Four was. It wasn't a competition. It was like a coronation of the great Georgetown. And, to see them fall like that, I even though I was only 9, I remember it well and was very disappointed.
Both played in the Big East.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Yes.
Raleigh Massimino. That was a big up. They had a guy named Sweeney, I think, or something like that. They had a guy that was knocking down shots.
Yeah, and number 8, they were the first number 8 seed to ever win the NCAA tournament. That Nova
Raleigh
team.
Massimino
Took the air out of the ball.
Jensen was his name, not Sweeney. Jensen was the guy's last
crazy.
name. Yeah.
Then we have number 3, the Jets winning Super Bowl 3 over the Colts.
Joe guaranteed it.
Yep.
I think they were big dogs in that game too.
Huge.
Yeah.
He famously guaranteed it. You're absolutely right. 16-7, they got that win.
Yeah.
What an ugly game.
Matt Snell ran the ball well. George Sauer had a great game that day. University of Texas, George Sauer catching the ball.
No kidding.
Yeah, Don Maynard. They had good players.
Number 2, we go back to baseball. The Miracle Mets. The Mets win the 1969 World Series. The Miracle Mets, one of the most unlikely champions in sports history.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan came out of the bullpen in one of those games, in one of their comebacks, and threw like 7 shutout innings. Surprising, like he was erratic and couldn't get it done. There's a great documentary on Nolan Ryan out right now that goes over that story well.
Facing Nolan, it's on Netflix. You can check it out. I actually watched it like a month ago.
Yeah, he could not throw strikes regularly, but he did that day, big time.
They beat the Orioles. Who they beat? 69.
69.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I thought maybe it was right.
I know they won the series 4-1. Who did they beat in that World Series?
Orioles.
It was the Orioles.
Okay, I looked it up myself.
4-1.
Sorry about that.
And they were heavily favored. But number 1, biggest underdog story in sports history, surprise, surprise. It is the Miracle on Ice, 1980, Lake Placid.
Yeah, had no business beating that Russian team.
1980 Winter Olympics, the Soviet team, and they just got spanked several weeks before.
Yeah, like an exhibition before the Olympics. They played them and lost 7-0 or something like that.
And the USA, the NHL All-Star team that had gotten just destroyed by the Soviet team previously too.
Wow.
4-3. Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
Yeah. How about recently though? Saudi Arabia, Gavin, beating Argentina in soccer.
Yeah, that was pretty big. Yeah. But not on maybe that level,
well,
not on a historic level,
maybe.
but pretty big.
That absolutely deserves to be mentioned.
I just
it's a big upset.
When you start to think about modern things, like now, nobody thought Saudi Arabia would ever. I mean, that's the Argentines will tell you that's the match that kind of got them going.
Yeah, clearly Argentina didn't think it was possible.
Yep, for sure.
No, absolutely not.
All righty, thank you. Well, Chuck, there it is, the top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Cowboys Twitter, they found a way to diminish Jalen Hurts. Is he maybe actually not that good? And is this an opportunity to believe in Cowboys? We'll get you some chicken soup for your Cowboy soul coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Cowboys do in Jacksonville? And we're giving away tickets to the Cowboy-Eagle game brought to you by Miller Lite in the 7 o'clock hour. Don't miss the Expressway. It's a Cowboys Monday on The Fan.
It is Miller time here in the DFW Metroplex. Oh, yes, how sweet it is celebrating the greatest beer in all of the land. The only beer, the Dallas Cowboys, and the official alcoholic beverage of the G-Bag Nation. It is great tasting, 96 calories, keeping that summer bod all throughout the football season. That's right. Miller Lite's taking care of you. They'll take good care of you right now. On your ride home from work, you stop off at your favorite participating retailer. You pick up the Miller Lite Dallas Cowboys Special 24-pack. You share the great taste of Miller Lite with your family and your friends. Maybe you're heading off to that holiday party tonight. Pick up some ice-cold Miller Lite. Be the MVP of that holiday party. Once again, be the MVP when you bring that Miller Lite along with you. And don't forget the convenience factor that Miller Lite is providing for you. Yes, MillerLite.com, you are just a couple of clicks away from ice-cold Miller Lite being delivered right to your doorstep. If you're not doing Miller Lite on a Cowboy game day, dear God, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to level up. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. It is great taste. It's only 96 calories. It's Miller Lite. Tastes like Miller time.
Back to Hoyas at home. I'm Joe Gillier here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Xavier's off to a hot start and ranked as a top 30 team by KenPom. But the BetQL model thinks Georgetown can give the Musketeers a game at home. Georgetown is one of the best shot blocking units in the nation, and BetQL has Georgetown plus 11 as a 4-star best bet. BetQL has this number at Georgetown plus 7. I'm Joe Gillier. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Moritz Kia would like to wish you all a happy holiday. Visit us today during the Kia Season of Giving Back. At Moritz, we strive to give our customers the best car buying experience possible. After all, we're here to help. We want to do everything we can to help you every step of the way. Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations. Discover all that Kia has to offer and experience our family-style service. Moritz has been family-owned since 1973. We've built our business by taking care of our customers. Let us help you find the Kia that's right for you and your family. From the all-new Kia Sportage to the Kia Telluride, we're sure you can find the car or SUV that's perfect for you. Drive a new 2023 Kia Soul with a starting MSRP of just $19,790 plus TTNL, or a new 2023 Kia K5 with a starting MSRP of only $25,090 plus TTNL. At Moritz, all we ask is that you give us a chance to earn your business and keep your business. Moritz Kia, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Live.
Should we clap along? I'm going to play guitar a little bit for you. Here we go.
Adam Sandler.
Take him away.
American Airlines Center, February 15th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it.
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
If you're looking to get a great deal on a diamond, the Diamond Factory is who I recommend. It's simple. If you want to be treated right, get a great deal and get a quality diamond in a no-pressure environment, go see my friends at the Diamond Factory. They get rid of the middleman to save you money, and they have a tremendous selection. If you're looking for that custom ring or jewelry, the Diamond Factory is who I recommend. Go to thediamondfactory.com or give them a call at 972-980-8700.
Experience the most electrifying event of the holiday season, Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza, powered by Reliant at the Star in Frisco. Every Friday and Saturday night from November 18th through December 17th, Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza ignites the Star with an unforgettable holiday performance showcasing the world-renowned Dallas Cowboys.
Largest settlements in the entire state of Texas, according to TopVerdict.com. Trust my family to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED, online, Mullen and Mullen.com.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you very much, Joey, in for Lucius. Joey the Jet back there, producing the broadcast. Thank you, sir. Lucius will be back on Monday, and so will Eric Chiafalo. And congratulations to him on the birth of his third baby. He's cranking them out, boy. You know, this rate, next 5 years, Chiafalo, I think, could be up to 9 babies.
Yeah, we've had a long discussion about it. I think didn't he?
Does he listen?
Is there any truth to the rumor that she's already pregnant again?
Well, I haven't
mean, it
been
has
around,
been 6
Gavin.
days.
I don't think so. But it's possible. I wouldn't put it past him. But I think that he's trying to get the old snippety snip.
I think all he's got to do is walk in a room and conception happens.
Boom.
Yeah.
She might be.
Did he do his insurance thing when we had the chance, or did he let that
I don't
lapse? Did he
I
let that?
really don't.
She was
think
all
so.
over it. I don't think she'd let him.
No,
It
she's
was
like
really-
not very pro that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Maybe
best
I'm
of luck to
saying
him.
too much. I don't know.
What do you? The
I'm
rest
a freaking open book.
Give us the
over
rest of
here.
the story, Paul Harvey over there.
Nope, I'm not. That's not. Nope, not going to.
Well, we do have some Cowboys Twitter we can segue to.
Paul Harvey, what a reference!
They have found a way to
He's
hate
the best.
on Jalen Hurts. Okay, we go to the Twitter account here of
Micah Parsons,
a gentleman named Yaya Dubin. Okay,
Yaya Doobie.
Yaya Dubin here, and he's good, NFL type of guy, verified account and all that. His tweet: Hurts has been phenomenal this year and is deserving of the MVP consideration he's getting, but we don't have to pretend interceptions are the only type of negative plays from quarterbacks, including sacks and fumbles. It does not quite look as good for Jalen Hurts as when you just control for the interceptions. He is number 2 in the NFL in interception percentage. He is like him and Tom Brady. They just refuse to throw it to the other team. But if you include those other 2 things, Wolchuk, Broadus, audience, truckwreck.com fan text, I'm talking to you out there.
Okay, I'm listening.
Is it possible that maybe Jalen Hurts isn't that good and right now he's overrated? Okay? Because, you start on this list, you have negative plays. Number 1's Tom Brady, only 4.4% of the time, followed by Patrick Mahomes. Look at Jared Goff coming in number 3 at avoiding negative plays.
That's why they're playing well right now, I think.
And you go to Tua and Herbert and Carr and Lawrence. And then number 8 is Dak Prescott. Still no Jalen Hurts. We're trucking along through Jimmy Garoppolo at 9. Obviously, limiting mistakes is pretty much the only reason he's still in the NFL for now, although it looks like Brock Purdy might be just as good at the job. Number 10's Andy Dalton. Number 11's Jacoby Brissett. Number 12, Aaron Rodgers. Guys, we come all the way down to number 19, Jalen Hurts, after Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, and Taylor Heineke. He rounds out at a full 10%. 1 out of every 10 dropbacks has been a negative play for Jalen Hurts. Is there hope in here? Is there the truth in here? Are we perhaps finding why they have struggled to put away some average and below average teams throughout this great run they're on?
34 sacks this year, right?
Yep.
For him?
A lot of sacks.
A lot of sacks.
With arguably the best offensive line in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you this, though, man. Eye test tells me that guy gets 5 yards of carry running the ball.
Absolutely.
Eye test tells me to get down the goal line, he finds ways to score. You know,
that quarterback sneak is maybe the most
But if you can control that, if you can control that and put him under pressure, I think you break him.
I don't think anybody has. I don't think anybody's put him under pressure.
Nobody's really forced them to play from behind.
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Colts?
Yeah, but like 17 points is, or 16
team.
points is what they put up.
You know, in the games they've been close on.
I'm not trying to crush you here.
They did come from behind against the Colts, but I mean a little bit more pressure than 16 points. Like, let's get a team that can put up 20 plus you're down 17.
Yeah.
You're down, it's 21-3 type thing.
I think the thing is, it's important to recognize that Jalen Hurts has done a lot of great work and improved as a player, but nobody's perfect at this.
No.
And he's perhaps been very lucky to avoid interceptions and turnovers the way that he has. And there is definitely some cracks to exploit. Maybe not this year, right? Because of how good the Eagles team is now. They're not going to stay that good forever.
Commanders got him, though.
Yeah.
I'm just going back and, thinking about the Commanders. The Commanders, it was short work when they played, I think, in week 3. But then later when the game was played in Philadelphia, the Commanders kind of figured some things out.
I think the bigger problem, though, like for the Colts or the Texans or any of the other teams that played them close but couldn't get the win, is how Philadelphia's defense plays in the fourth quarter in these situations where if you need a score in the final 3 minutes, your passing game probably is not going to get it done against their defense.
The thing that Jimmy Johnson said earlier in the year about Philadelphia, and this was a concern of his, that teams that were going to see him in the second time around. And that happened with the Commanders. Second time around, they got beat. They've got the Cowboys second time around, and then they've got the Giants here a couple of times.
Okay, on that note,
so maybe
if you knew you were going to face the Eagles in the playoffs and you couldn't win the division, wouldn't you almost rather lose game 2? It's rare teams win 3 in a row. You can count on one hand the times it's happened.
You're talking about the Eagles just go ahead and lose the second game?
If you end up losing to the Eagles in game 2 coming up on Christmas Eve, that might actually increase your chances of winning in the playoffs. Do you agree with that statement? Losing on Christmas Eve would make it more likely you win in the playoffs, or would it make it less likely?
Man, I don't know, because I think what are some other teams that have lost? I mean, I know the Cowboys lost that one year. And then the Giants, they beat the Giants like twice and then lost the game out there at Texas Stadium.
Was it the Bucks and the Saints last year?
Bucks and Saints? Yeah.
I think so. I think the Saints knocked them off twice in the regular season, and the Bucks got them back. Or 2 years ago, maybe in Breeze's final year is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. I don't know.
So you think that stat's overblown? It's not as hard as it.
No, I think it is. I think you're right. But the problem is you're just not going to know. Like unless Jacksonville gets you, you're just not going to know that you don't have a chance to win the division.
Okay, here's the stat. Since the 1970 merger, 20 teams have had to face a divisional opponent in the playoffs after beating them twice.
Okay.
And the team that won the first 2 won the third one 65% of the time. 13 out of 20. So it doesn't increase your chances, but it's just unheard of.
Yeah.
Right? It's not unheard of for the team that lost twice to win, but still, it's a factor of 2 to 1.
I still think that there's something to be said. You beat them, and there's confidence. I
also wonder what your team's like with those losses. Were you a team that were down several players, and then all of a sudden, you're having to play, now you're full strength the third game?
Well, and maybe if you knock them out, who knows what that spiral can happen for Philly. They lose a game. How does that impact them the last 2 weeks of the season? In a negative manner.
All right.
These things about Jalen Hurts, these cracks, maybe other teams are able to start exploiting those. Now that they go limping into the postseason all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know what it is to allow you to have an advantage against a team that can protect the quarterback, run it. They have good weapons and a quarterback willing to run.
Yeah.
I think the only answer is be able to match that with a quarterback that runs as well, a generational defense, but more likely it's just time. We got to get Kelsey out of there and Lane Johnson out of there and get them back to, some more normal type of circumstances for when it comes to your surrounding players.
I think to beat the Eagles, you have to figure out their secondary.
Yeah.
I really do. I feel like you have to figure out how to throw the ball on them and beat that secondary.
Is that why we're so hot on Odell Beckham Jr. still and T.Y. Hilton's here already?
I think there's some things to that, though, to me, because that's where, when you watch Philadelphia play, it's the pass rush, great, but it's also about how well they cover you. They just don't give you any space.
They do. They're a really good secondary. Okay, Bobby Belt's going to join us and talk about what Jerry Jones said in the USA Today. Can you take this report on Odell Beckham Jr. to the bank? What's our Cowboys insider have to say as we have 2 hours remaining here on a Football Friday in the G-Bag Nation?
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20.
It seemed like it's, they're 12-1 instead of 5-8, which is, I feel like, how some of the conversation's gone about Jacksonville. Then, that's. I think we just need to remember that this is still a good football team. It feels like we're too quick to notice the warts sometimes with the Cowboys instead of the things that they do well. And like I said, this will be a team that can challenge them in a lot of ways. But, at the end of the day, I still think this is a team that when you look at it, you go, this is a game Dallas should win, especially if they're going to play in front of, 67,000 Cowboys fans in Jacksonville.
But Sean and RJ, they've gone more in the direction of being like cynical about the Cowboys this year. I feel like they don't want to get wrapped up in the belief again for a team that has been perennially disappointing once we get to January.
Yeah, they've been hurt one too many times, and they got some fresh hurt. I don't know if you guys heard yesterday how Stephen A. was kind of revising his hit on Sean and RJ when talking about it on TV, and was turning into, I went on the air and told them off, and so they were kind of bruised by that. I think they're still dealing with the emotions of feeling betrayed by Stephen A. And I think that they, allowed that to seep into their picks a little bit today. But I think we all picked a close game. It's just ultimately they went the incorrect route and picked Jacksonville.
Yeah. Make sure you rub it in their face when the Cowboys take care of business on Sunday, please, Bob. Now,
if there's anything I do, it's rub it in Sean and RJ's face.
Yeah, you do love to do that, and you do it very, very well, I might add. Now,
I got the job.
What's the deal with Fergie? He's not going to be in, and are we worried about Dorrance Armstrong?
Ferguson, yeah, he's out. He'll be out with a concussion. He's officially been ruled out on the practice report today. Dorrance is questionable, but I think it's pretty confident in that building that Dorrance Armstrong is going to be able to go. He was actually present at a charity event Oso Digizua was doing today, and looked to be fine, and hung out there for a while, and handed out presents to people as part of a toy drive. And so I think Dorrance Armstrong is going to be good to go. That one I'm not really concerned about. So I think we're looking at pretty much full strength, obviously, other than the IR guys and then Jake Ferguson.
And the starting five along the offensive line for snap one will be?
Well, it'll be Tyler Smith at left tackle, Connor McGovern at left guard, Biotish at center, Zach Martin at right guard, and then I don't know at right tackle.
No, give me a name.
I'll give you a name, but it's less important who the name is and more important who the rotation is. But Peters, I'll say. Peters starts the game, and then it's Tyron and Josh Ball rotating in.
What?
Only three?
We're having three rotating guys at right tackle?
I mean, we could throw in a fourth if you like. It's just
I'd
think
like
that
a little Y2 in my life.
I think he's actually done for the year with a shoulder.
No, bring him back. Bring him back. I want all four rotating. Because I don't want any Collins in there.
I mean, we can get really weird and just bump Biotish out there, and then let McGovern take over snaps at center. I mean, as long as we're getting crazy, why not do it?
So, how long until they settle on something? And the favorite has to be Tyron, considering how everybody's talked about this, right?
Why wouldn't you just play Tyron?
Yeah.
I think the favorite has to be Tyron. In terms of how long they're going to go with this, has there been anything we've been more consistently wrong about over the last 2 years than just how they're going to play their offensive line whenever questions come up? Like it
been
feels
amazing.
Like, that's the one position I haven't been very good
They
at.
used to tell us they couldn't shuffle anything, and now they'll tell us they can shuffle anything.
It's all about continuity. Why are you playing fantasy football? That kind of thing.
I think as a fun bit, we should go find every answer that McCarthy gave when asked about Zach Martin moving to right tackle, like during that press conference, because I think he answered it 3 times, and then just ask him, use those words in the form of a question to him. Like, don't you think this is fantasy football nonsense? And just see how quick it takes him to catch on.
I think he was frustrated with the media today with the questions.
Bob,
I think he's been frustrated. I think he's been frustrated the last couple days, other than, when he gets to talk to Sean and RJ. Those are his besties. And he enjoys chatting with them.
Yeah, you're on with him. You're on with them, Mondays.
I didn't ask a question. I was down at KRLD doing my hit.
Well, it sounds like you got some pretty good questions to ask, Bob. I think that'd be a tune-in next. It's Fridays, right? Friday early?
Yeah. Next Friday. Just ask him all the questions about the
fantasy football.
Turn it back to. And to be fair, here's what I'll say about that. Mike McCarthy is a player's coach. He looks out for their health. He looks out for them in a lot of different ways. That answer he gave at the time is not necessarily what he believed. That was covering fire for a veteran who told them he didn't want to play tackle. And so he had to come up with some reasons as to why Zach Martin couldn't play tackle.
Can't believe Zach's a bad teammate like that, Bob, but I appreciate you spilling those beans for us.
Martin, though.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's been spilled, but he's not a bad teammate. He's a great teammate. It's just I think he expressed I'm not really comfortable doing that, and I'll do it in a pinch, but I don't want to have that be my position.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Bobby, I know you got a lot going on, but were you there for the Micah Parsons stuff yesterday?
No, I was not physically there when he was talking.
Okay.
I saw him today, but
okay. Anything more on that? I mean, because to me that I keep saying this. I don't think he did anything wrong, but then we had Tank on, and Tank's like, I'd have a word with him. Is that necessary, or is that
I don't think so. But I mean, look, I mean, if he feels he has to have a word, and I don't know what kind of word it was. I heard what he said to you guys, but I don't know if it was more like correcting him or more just like, hey, you know what, just don't even weigh in on it. If somebody asked me about that, like, it may have been more, casual than that. Like, just like, avoid the drama. I don't know how it was. Mike McCarthy didn't seem pumped about it when he got asked about it yesterday. When Sean and RJ asked him this morning, he seemed pretty annoyed that it's become a subject. And I think you heard, Micah talk about it yesterday, where he said, this is just, where everybody else gets to talk. Why can't I weigh in on some things? And sort of walked it back and said, look, some things were taken out of context, but, ultimately, this was a discussion about why, this shouldn't just be a quarterback award. Like, other guys should be involved too, and it was no disrespect, which I think is a predictable answer. But, I like that he said, like, I'm not going to back away from my actual words. He said, I'll never do that. Like, if I said it, I need to stand on it and be a man. And so I appreciate that perspective. But I do think it's been... They seem to be. I think the feeling of, oh, Micah, you got to be quiet. Like, I feel like that may be a little bit of an overreaction.
Yeah,
like, but let's have the juice a little bit.
Yeah, I think you like some of the juice, but I think maybe it was a veteran going to a younger player and saying, man, you can really make a mess for yourself and create distractions. And I think that's two for the week, right? He had the Brittany Griner reaction that was even a bigger story internationally. And then this one, maybe it's like, you're having a lot of fun being a superstar and sharing your opinion on everything. And I noticed how you said in that one statement that you just can't help yourself because you have a strong opinion. And, maybe in pro sports, the people that have the most success and the smoothest ride over the long period of time, find a way to have restraint and not feel like they got to share, because you're kind of you're playing with a Pandora's box at that point, like what kind of a reaction you're going to get. And if you have multiples every week of that, you're going to find yourself constantly in the headlines.
I agree with you on that. I do think it's a little it's maybe a little surprising that if that is the line indeed that they were giving to Micah Parsons. I find it surprising that would come from DeMarcus Lawrence, who is never shied away from stirring things up and saying things that are, a little provocative. Not in a bad way, in a good way, but he's never been one to walk away from that. I mean, like I said, the very last time they were on a football field with the Eagles, DeMarcus Lawrence was yelling at players and fans, MFers think they're something because they beat us, and was screaming and was pretty frustrated. So he's talked his fair share of trash. He's told us before in the media that although he looks chill, he says deep down inside, I'll slap the S out of all y'all. And so
that was a great line.
Yeah. Like I said, it's fine if that's the line. I'm a bit surprised that the line would be delivered from DeMarcus Lawrence. So it seems like Micah Parsons mirrors him in a lot of ways.
So you probably hated to see it, but the line from Jerry Jones to the USA Today was, Odell's going to join us. How do you interpret that quote that's been published that, neither of the Jones boys want to confirm at this point that that's exactly what he said and what he meant?
It's funny because I know I've heard you guys talk about it today. So you guys know he immediately contradicts himself with like the next 4 words right after he says that.
There's a good chance he will, he said.
I think that's just, it's funny. I was having a conversation with somebody today in the media, and we were kind of laughing about, like, sometimes it's not the exact words, like an exact reading of what Jerry has to say on something doesn't always get the spirit of what Jerry was saying. Sometimes he's gathering what he wants to say, and in the process maybe, puts together a couple words in a row that's like, well, that's not exactly what he meant to say. And then I think that's how you get these sort of contradictions where he says that and then immediately comes back around and goes, I would think we got a good shot.
So you don't think he's signed, sealed, and delivered at this point?
No. I want to give Jerry credit for it. I think he's very cognizant of the messaging he wants to get out there. But at the same time, there are times where in the process of explaining that there will be a little word salad sometimes. And so I think what he was intending to say was that he thinks they're close and that he thinks they can get it done. But ultimately, I think as we all have kind of felt like here in the last week or so, this is going to be, if this happens, this is Jerry. This is Jerry's decision, and Jerry went for it. And he's well within his right to do that as owner and general manager if he wants to do that. But I think that if it were not for Jerry wanting this to happen, I think we would have already moved on from this.
You think it's possible that he's going to insist on this, and there's a bunch of people saying, Jerry, don't do it, then OBJ never plays, and we're like, wow, maybe it really is time for Jerry to move on. He tried to talk something into reality like it was Deion Sanders coming here, but it was really a nothing burger.
I don't think so, because I think when we look at over the last decade, he's done a really good job of going against his own instincts sometimes and taking the advice that's being given to him. So I'm not going to fault him if, one time in really the last decade, he says, I'm going to do what I think is right here, and I'm going to go with what I feel we need to do. And I understand and respect what you guys are telling me, but this is how I feel about it, and this is what I think. And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for him to essentially pull rank, on this one. I think that's fair. Whether he ends up being right or wrong, I think it's fair for him to have conviction about it and want to follow through.
Bobby, where are we at with T.Y. Hilton and his likely availability for Sunday? And is it comparable, the impact that he could have on that wide receiver room like Jason Peters has had on a Tyler Smith, and the influence that he can have on maybe a CeeDee Lamb and imparting wisdom that he's learned over his career?
That's a much better comparison, I think, than when people have tried to ask about an Amari impact. I think it would be more like a Jason Peters thing, where it's like you're going to get a handful of snaps out of him, and Jason Peters has contributed. He contributed on the final drive last week. He had a big block in the Giants game on Monday Night Football that helped spring Tony Pollard, and I think they eventually scored on that drive, and he was a big part of that. And so I think that's a similar approach that you'd look at with T.Y. Hilton, is that he can come in here, give you a few plays, but also give you a lot in terms of imparting wisdom and being a good culture guy and a good locker guy. So, I think that's a good parallel comparison. And then in terms of what he can do right away, he says he's physically ready. It's just going to be a matter of how comfortable he feels in the offense, how caught up he is on all the terminology, and then more specifically, how he feels about the way Dak calls it and the way that he's receiving it from Dak and understanding it. But, look, it's been... I can't remember. Somebody on the station said it in the last 24 hours. I think it may have been Brian or somebody. But, it can come down to, if he's out there for a couple plays, it may be as simple as, calling the play, and then somebody says, all right, T.Y., you're a post here. Just telling him what his route is. And then he goes out there and gets a couple snaps. We'll see. I don't know that he's going to get a ton of work this week, but, if at all. But, if he does, I think that he'll be ready at the very least to contribute in a meaningful way against Philly.
Bob, are you more excited for Luka versus Lillard tonight or Messi versus Mbappe on Sunday morning?
Ooh, man. As I said on the morning show, what have we always talked about here on the station? Messi in December. You have to watch out for that. That's like Game 6 Clay, Messi in December. Yeah. And so, I think that's something that's special. So I'm really looking forward to Mbappe and Messi,
Right on, man. We'll look forward to chopping up more about the beautiful game with you on Monday.
We can do a whole segment on it if you like.
Salute. Anything else before we let you go?
Just that I love you all.
Love you too. There he is, Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, best troll on the station. He
by
is
far,
and he joins us every night, usually about 5:30. We got
Mbop.
What you drinking? What you thinking next?
Yeah.
You can wait 24 hours.